Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Gaming with Infamous. I'm Infamous OG 1973 and today we are going to be going over we're going to go over gaming, basically is what it is. Now this is going to be my last gaming video for a while. For this year, I may start up a new season. I may not, but right now I wanted to kind of go over and review some of the stuff that was covered earlier and kind of get some information out on some of the stuff I reviewed after we have been doing a lot of these conversations about the tech side of gaming and things of that nature, because that's the one thing I do have a problem with when it comes to like the media and stuff. If you go on and you watch a lot of this news and the broadcasts and everything like that, you'll notice that they'll come out with some kind of news, but they'll never do a follow-up. You know what I mean? Like what happened to the story after they did it. You know, so. That's one thing that I wanted to do in all of my streams. Like if I bring up a topic or a subject, I'd like to go and revisit it after a certain amount of time and then see what other new stuff that I find out and I come up with when I do that. So after I did some of these topics, there were parts that stuck out to me. I still haven't been able to figure out the tournaments that I mentioned before, who won them. That's something that I've noticed they haven't mentioned much on with it when it comes to that, but there were a lot of good things that we were discussing that I wanted to go back and review when it comes to game clouding specifically. Also, there's things that we were discussing when it comes to artificial intelligence. That's something else that I thought would be interesting to revisit and to go through. And you know, there's a couple of other things that we could have gone through and discussed too, but I wanted to bring some things that stood out to me out into this episode and kind of finish it off. Now, before I do that, I do want to say that eventually I would like to get an interview for Gaming with Infamous from Nostalgia Gaming. He's starting his season 5 for Nostalgia Gaming Retro. That's Rapid Glitch. And I told him that I'd like to have him come on and maybe do an interview and everything, kind of give a plug out for his channel so that we can find out what's going on with him for season 5. He said he can do it, but like scheduling is a big issue. I told him that maybe we could do a pre-recording and I could put it out that way. That way we can at least get a little bit of advertisement out for him, because he's a good gamer, you know, and everybody that knows him likes him. So eventually that's one thing that I will have available coming out. So with that, let me go ahead and start the show. Now first, what I want to go back and discuss again is NVIDIA GeForce Now, and kind of cover that and let everybody know a little bit more about that. Now, most people do know about NVIDIA, and NVIDIA GeForce is the GPU that they have out for most modern computers. Now, GeForce Now, NVIDIA GeForce Now is a cloud gaming server that allows users to play games on various devices, you know, without needing high-end hardware. So like with me, you know, I've had to go and I've had to build my computer so that I could have the the high-end hardware to go with it, so that I could play games that are way faster than what an ordinary computer could handle. So the cloud gaming services are supposed to allow you to be able to do that without having to have a high-end gaming. And my computer, believe it or not, isn't really that powerful. It's stronger than the average one that you get out of the store, don't get me wrong, but it's not really all that powerful. You can actually get stronger computers that can do more. But basically that's what NVIDIA GeForce Now is good. It is supposed to be good for. It leverages NVIDIA's powerful servers to stream games directly to your device, and that's basically what it is. And it's supposed to be high performance. It's supposed to give you a high performance gaming experience. I've never gotten into going in and paying for services though, so like subscribing on a monthly basis and paying a certain amount of money just is something I really don't agree with. I don't like that idea. So that's one issue that I've had when it comes to doing stuff of this nature. They've also mentioned, they can keep maintenance in the background for the games rather than sending, updates whenever you come online like they do with other services. But I don't know. I don't know if that is actually a better way of doing stuff when it comes to money, money-wise. That's the reasoning behind them saying that it's better to get cloud gaming rather than to do it where you can get online and just sign in and stuff of that nature, because they don't have to do the updates and everything. I don't know. It's something I've actually wanted to have a conversation with more people than just me and Mark about that, to see what everybody else's take is on that. So if anybody's ever interested in maybe coming on to the show and having conversations concerning that topic, I would love to do that. Now, as well as that, GeForce Now also is supposed to enable users to stream games from the cloud, which eliminates the need for expensive gaming PCs, what I mean, like I just discovered. But it processes the information, and it's handled by NVIDIA servers, and the output is then streamed to your device, and then back and forth, vice versa. So you've got all of the information that's being processed back and forth from these servers. So NVIDIA has servers set up all over the place where it processes it for you. Now, the wide dot also is available on not just on PCs, but it's available on PCs, Macs, Android devices. They also have it for iOS devices, which is browsers. And NVIDIA Shield TV, it supports low-end hardware as long as there's a stable internet connection. So you have to have a good internet connection to do this. And one thing that I do have to tell you, and a lot of people overlook this, they go out and they build these high-end computers, and they think that these high-end computers are going to help them out so much, but then they finally do it and they get on the internet and they find out that their internet provider sucks. And they can't provide them with what they need for the things that they're wanting to do. So if you do this, take that into consideration too. You know what I mean? You're going to have to also check out your internet provider and find out if you have a good provider that's able to handle the things that you're wanting to do, especially when it comes to gaming. That's a really big deal. Now, instead of offering its own game library, GeForce now integrates with your existing game stores, and that's game stores like Steam, Epic Game Stores, and a galaxy of games, and I think they also have Ubisoft Connect, where you can play games you already own on your platforms. Now, when it comes to that too, I wonder if they possibly do that with like games that are installed on your computer. I don't know for sure if they do, but it would be interesting to find out. I do like the idea though that they interact with game platforms like Steam and Epic Games, because I do have games on there, and Galaxy GOG. I've never used Ubisoft Connect, so I don't know exactly how all of that works. I've even heard that like there's a way of streaming straight off of my computer without having to use OBS or anything of that nature, and I still don't know for sure what that entails, So for me, I'm a pioneer. I consider myself a pioneer in this great game of life where everything's cool, and I'm learning how to be a gamer. But all of this stuff is basically new for me when it comes to doing stuff like that. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm not going to say for sure if they or like I don't know anything when it comes to Ubisoft and using the equipment that's on my computer and stuff. I know what I'm good with. I'm good with OBS, and now apparently I'm using Beam, and I'm using a Rumble Studio to run my streams on multiple platforms without using my OBS or my computer. So it's a new experience for me. That's kind of how I progress in things. But I do play video games, and I do make live streams. So we'll find out how well this stuff works out, because I'm not buying it, dude. That's just how I roll, man. I'm not buying it. I have to be convinced that what people are saying is the real deal. You know what I mean? So that's basically how I usually do it. If you can talk until you're blue in the face, but until I get on there and I try it out for myself, I don't buy into it. And that's just the way I've been. Now with performance, NVIDIA servers are supposed to provide access to RTX graphics. It includes features like ray tracing and DLSS for supported games. It's supposed to give you high quality visuals and like a smooth gameplay, but I'm not really that impressed with like ray tracing. My son, he's really big on it, and I can see how it is cool, because I've done a bit of ray tracing when it comes to computer graphics on Blender, and also on Inkscape and things of that nature, working with the lighting and everything. So I do understand in that aspect where it all comes in and stuff, but I'm really an RGB kind of guy. You know what I mean? I really enjoy skylights that are rendered in RGB, and like Valheim has some of the beautifulest skylines. You know what I mean? And I love how they blend the colors in to make it look realistic, but it's still RGB. Yeah, I just enjoy that stuff so much more. I'm not into the whole cartoony thing, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, I really do like how they do the RGB in situations like that. So that's just my take on it.
In the shifting landscape of modern science, there are moments when technological innovation and biological discovery converge so tightly that they challenge long-held distinctions between what is natural and what is synthetic. One of the most fascinating developments in this realm is the dish brain experiment, conducted by a team of researchers based in Australia and led by Cortical Labs in collaboration with multiple neuroscientists and bioengineers. The project centered around the concept of growing living neurons in a controlled laboratory setting and connecting them directly to a computer interface. These neurons were then given a task to complete, playing a simple video game, using nothing but their inherent biological ability to process signals, respond to stimuli, and adapt over time. What resulted was not only a new type of biological experiment but a redefinition of what it means to learn, to process information, and perhaps, at some distant horizon, to think. The origin of the dish brain project can be traced to long-standing scientific interest in the behavior of neurons when removed from the body and placed in laboratory cultures. It had already been demonstrated for decades that neurons could be sustained in dishes for extended periods, and that these neurons would naturally form synaptic connections, building networks similar to those found in the brain. However, these cultures were typically used to study biochemical interactions or the effects of drugs, not to perform interactive tasks. The dish brain experiment took this concept much further by embedding these neurons into a closed-loop system where they could receive real-time feedback from a virtual environment and adjust their behavior accordingly. The system worked by growing hundreds of thousands of neurons in a flat dish layered with microelectrodes. These electrodes served as both sensors and transmitters. On the one hand, they captured electrical signals emitted by the neurons as they fired. On the other hand, they sent electrical impulses back to the neurons in a controlled and patterned manner. This bidirectional communication formed the foundation of the experiment. The neural network in the dish was not merely being monitored, it was being trained, nudged, and responded to by a digital system. The interface created a dynamic environment in which the neurons could exhibit plasticity, the ability to rewire and adjust their connections based on input. To give the neurons a task, the researchers turned to a simplified version of the video game Pong. In this game, a ball moves back and forth across a screen, and the goal is to position a paddle so that it hits the ball and sends it back. The neurons in the dish were connected to a virtual paddle. When the paddle succeeded in hitting the ball, the neurons received a form of predictable, structured electrical feedback, which researchers interpreted as a reward signal. When the paddle missed the ball, the feedback was chaotic and less organized, designed to represent a kind of negative consequence. Over time, the neurons began to change their firing patterns in response to these outcomes. Their behavior shifted from randomness to directed responses. This indicated that the neurons were not only reacting to stimuli but were learning from experience. What made this experiment so remarkable was not that neurons could fire or respond, those facts were well known, but that they could learn to associate specific patterns of feedback with specific behaviors and then modify their activity accordingly. In short, the neurons learned to play Pong, albeit at a rudimentary level. There was no external software telling the neurons what to do. The system was not being controlled by artificial intelligence or pre-programmed algorithms. Instead, the learning emerged from the neurons themselves as they formed new synaptic connections, adjusted their excitability, and refined their collective behavior to optimize their response to stimuli. This was the first time that a synthetic neural system composed of living cells had been shown to demonstrate this kind of adaptive behavior in a closed-loop environment. From a scientific standpoint, the implications were enormous. First, the experiment demonstrated that the capacity for learning does not require the full complexity of a brain. Even a network of a few 100,000 neurons, when given the right interface and feedback structure, could demonstrate measurable learning. This challenged existing models of cognition and forced researchers to reconsider the fundamental elements required for intelligent behavior. Second, it provided a new model system for studying neurological diseases, brain development, and synaptic plasticity in a controlled environment. Rather than relying solely on animals or computer simulations, scientists could now observe and manipulate a living, learning neural system in real time. The Dish Brain project also sparked significant philosophical and ethical debate. While the neurons did not possess consciousness or self-awareness, they were exhibiting behavior that many people associate with thinking or decision-making. The fact that biological material was interacting meaningfully with a digital environment raised questions about the boundaries between machine and organism. Did this hybrid entity qualify as a form of intelligence? Was it simply a complex reflex system, or was it something more? Should such a system be afforded any kind of moral consideration? These questions were not academic distractions, they were central to how the technology might be used and regulated in the future. Another layer of complexity emerged from the discussion about sentience. The researchers were careful to emphasize that the neurons in the dish brain were not sentient. They had no sensory organs, no awareness, no internal representation of the world. However, they did exhibit behavior that was informed by past experience and shaped by outcomes. This raised concerns about the future trajectory of such research. If neural networks could continue to be scaled up, become more interconnected, or be augmented with memory, would they begin to cross a threshold where subjective experience or suffering became possible? These are not easy questions, but the Dish Brain project made it clear that they would soon become necessary to confront. Technically, the experiment provided important insights into how to engineer bidirectional interfaces between organic and digital systems. The feedback loop had to be fine-tuned so that the neurons were neither overwhelmed by input nor left in a passive state. The timing of the signals, the amplitude of the electrical pulses, and the pattern of feedback all had to be carefully calibrated. In addition, maintaining the health of the neurons required a sophisticated life support system involving nutrient delivery, waste removal, temperature regulation, and sterile conditions. This biological infrastructure was as important to the success of the experiment as the digital interface itself. One of the lesser-known but equally intriguing aspects of the Dish Brain research was the way it affected the culture of neuroscience and computer science. For many years, these fields had operated with largely separate methodologies and philosophies. Neuroscience focused on understanding the brain as a biological organ, while computer science developed models of computation based on logical and mathematical rules. The Dish Brain experiment forced a convergence. It became impossible to talk about neural networks in purely biological or computational terms. The system was both alive and programmed, both organic and engineered. This created a new interdisciplinary space where biology, engineering, philosophy, and ethics could no longer afford to remain isolated. In terms of public perception, the Dish Brain captured the imagination of many outside the scientific community. It resonated with deep cultural ideas about artificial life, machine intelligence, and the blending of human and machine. While some viewed it as a marvel of modern science, others expressed concern about the ethical trajectory of such technologies. The idea of growing neurons in a lab and teaching them to play games struck some as a dangerous step toward creating life forms that might one day demand recognition or rights. Whether those fears are grounded or speculative, the fact that they emerged at all speaks to the emotional and symbolic power of the Dish Brain experiment. Although the neurons used in the experiment were derived from stem cells and cultured in strictly regulated environments, the very act of training them introduced a dimension of agency that was previously reserved for living organisms with brains and bodies. The neurons were not acting randomly, they were acting in patterns shaped by experience. This opened up a range of questions about how intelligence is defined. Is intelligence the ability to solve problems? Is it the capacity for memory? Is it the expression of intent? The Dish Brain experiment did not provide definitive answers, but it reframed the questions in a way that made them more urgent and more relevant. Another important outcome of the Dish Brain research was its impact on the future of brain-computer interfaces. Until this point, most such interfaces focused on extracting data from the brain for use in controlling external devices, such as robotic limbs or communication systems for people with paralysis. The dish brain flipped this model by treating the neural tissue not as a source of signals, but as a computing unit in its own right. It demonstrated that neural tissue could be not just a subject of study, but an active participant in digital systems. This suggested new possibilities for hybrid computing systems that combine the best features of organic adaptability with the speed and structure of silicon-based technology. Looking forward, the Dish Brain project set the stage for a new era of research into biological computation. It showed that learning, adaptation, and memory are not the exclusive domain of large, complex brains or advanced algorithms. They can emerge from relatively simple neural networks when those networks are placed in the right conditions and given the right feedback. It also highlighted the importance of context, showing that neurons are not merely reactive but can become functionally intelligent within interactive environments.
I went in and I was really shocked that a lot of them really didn't do as well as what
Yeah.
these cryptocurrency places make them out to be. But the one thing about Cardano and Cosmos Atom is they draw interest. Okay.
As Atom, I had some Atom as well. And Polkadot. Have you heard of Polkadot?
Yeah,
How
I've
do you
did
feel about
Polkadot, but they do the same thing. It's just too many decimal points. Okay, I can't handle that.
Polkadot
Right.
like $6 right now. I haven't checked it for a while because I haven't had it, but Polkadot was up there for a bit.
Well, that could have been in the last year. I can
Yeah, it's in the last year because that's when I've done it. It's in the last year. Polkadot, Cardano, XLM. How do you feel about them, Stellar?
now XLM was the one that had the problem with the freaking jackass in freaking Caribbean. He had a mansion, had 200 of his buddies sitting down there partying off of your money. You know, and then freaking United States government steps in and says, "Hey, ho, 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 you ain't supposed to be doing that shit."
All the more reason you invest because if they're involved, then they're going to make sure they make some money.
Now, I mean, it's up to you if you want to keep investing in XLM. Go for
I
it.
haven't.
You know, because like, I mean, even freaking dipshit, what's his name, the one that did Facebook,
Zuckerberg.
yeah, Zuckerberg did that shit in college too. He's Mr. Partier, you know. That kind of goes with the lifestyle. But
He says he went to Epstein's Island too, and he said there's some type of thing with him speaking about how he drinks the blood of children and he he likes. Listen, it's not fake. It's gonna make me pee. I'm holding it right now. Oh my goodness, I'll tell you the truth. And he said he particularly likes it. And he was going on and on about how and maybe it is fake. Maybe it is. Now that you're laughing about it, makes me think it is. But no.
Zuckerberg.
Type of, and it was like a written thing though, and he like basically was saying how he goes there and they enjoy the adrenochrome from scared children, you know what I mean? And it's wild because like he was saying he actually likes it, he enjoys it, and I mean, come on, like he wouldn't drink baby blood. He looks like he drinks baby blood. That's
Yeah,
not.
I don't know, but I don't think Zuckerberg could handle that. That'd kind of fuck him up. He just, I don't think he could freaking handle eating peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Just kind of.
Get that man alone. I think he does do it though. I think he does. I think there's a lot of people that are like with this whole, and no one believes it, but I mean, like the Underground Railroad. That's another thing you should talk about on conspiracy. But the Underground Railroad leading from the White House straight to Buckingham Palace, like there's underground tunnels that take you straight to London.
Yeah.
I'm straight to the White House.
But
Is it real or?
Yeah. Are the tunnels still?
now,
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, whether or not they still use them.
I know that people aren't really popular on this,
Straight
but
from the middle, from the West Wing.
there is one big deal that is going on now, and you know the USD coin or the USD coin
Mm-hmm.
USDC.
Yeah.
They are really pushing that here lately.
Tether in a place of it, which it parallels with the USD coin. That's what I heard, and I could be incorrect, but the USD coin is the same as the US dollar, and it treads on that, so they really cannot make it go too much further, and that's why Tether is the parallel of it. Allegedly, supposedly, you might know something that I definitely do not know.
But they're really wanting to push the centralization for the USDC. So if you're wanting to make money and everything and get some interest from it, USDC is an interest coin. So that means when you invest in it, you also gain interest off of it. And
What does the USDT?
just USDC.
I got it right here, yo.
And that's what I eventually did. It got so chaotic and everything. I just finally started just taking my money and putting it in USDC, and then later on, if I find something good, then I'll go for it.
What
But
about Solana? How do you feel about it?
Solana was like right towards the end of when I stopped checking all this stuff out. What really kind of kicked me in the nuts was Cardano. I really had high hopes for Cardano, and it just fell through.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Um,
Cardano.
even at,
Cosmos too. I was the same way about Cosmos. It just they seem to really be going downhill in last August prices. So I
Solana at one point was like $250. Like I would love to catch that wave right back up. I know from now to 2026, there's going to be a huge surge in cryptocurrency. By 2027, like to have an established digital currency that is being utilized because we'll have another election in 28, and we're going to want to have some more quote unquote order in regards. I really have to pee again. I'll be back.
yeah, that Coca-Cola, all that coffee. But yeah, um, that's basically my feel on the whole cryptocurrency thing. I've given it as much effort as I could when it comes to it, and I'm not like going to freaking jump on the whole bandwagon of getting back on that stuff because it was just too much.
So what are you invested in now? Is this everything or this was your old spreadsheet? Yeah, I see 2022.
I'm not big on investment. I don't have any crypto investment right now. Just little stocks here and there, mutual
What stocks
funds.
are you in? I have a few stocks. What stocks are you on? Well, you don't have to tell me because everyone does not like to share their portfolio. Like I'm on eToro and they kind of make your portfolio public by default. But so I can understand if you don't want to.
I'm not sure. It's all done. My banker is doing all that management. I'm not.
You let someone else manage your money? That's
Yes.
dangerous.
I don't.
No, I mean, if you have enough money and you trust those people, I don't care how much money I have, I'm gonna keep all my money to myself. Like not to myself, but like I'd like to know full on, heads on, because people when they do that, not saying anything wrong against what you're doing. I'm just saying sometimes people like to get into your stuff and then they'll be in your stuff and like in your stuff, and then you don't even really know about your stuff. Just like now, you can't even tell me about your portfolio. Maybe you just rather not, which I can understand. You don't have to. But so for
Yeah.
AI,
Yeah, right. Yeah, yep, you're right. Like I said, I'm not that big on investment. I just put stuff in there for a long term. I need to review my portfolio.
Do you do
You're definitely right.
like
Now, see, long term is what he's mentioning there, and that's what I'm getting at when I'm talking about interest. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
um, don't invest in any crypto that doesn't give you interest because that's long term. All right, and
Mm-hmm.
don't. It's like on the computer when I'm making videos. I don't
Right.
data dump. I don't data dump my video, and what data dumping is just taking like 50 freaking computers or videos and just downloading all of them or uploading all of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
It,
oh
so when you do that, that screws you over. And the same concept goes into like buying cryptocurrency or even buying stocks. You don't take all your money and just invest it all at once. You do it at a time period. Like I'll invest so much one month, then the
Mm-hmm.
next month I'll invest a little bit more, and then
Mm-hmm.
and during that time period you have that volatility going on,
Right.
and as you add that extra bit, that compensates for what you lose off that volatility, and the interest is still growing. So if you do it that way, you actually make more money than if you just dump all your money in there. You know
Well,
what
I
I
was
mean?
more so asking him if he does his own research for his stocks. Because, like me, I have my stocks that I have, and I know not to touch my stock market. Like, it really has to be a we're starving and I have to get my money out type thing. I don't play with my stocks, but like, I will hit or miss with crypto because it's so low often, so I can put that back easily. But like, my stocks are more expensive, so I have to kind of do it when I get my not big money, but a decent amount of money to do it, and I leave it there. But I was just more so asking, do you do your portfolio based off of what your investor guy person tells you, or like do you
Yes.
say, hey, I like LLC? No, absolutely not. Well, I mean, okay, that's fine. I
Right.
apologize. I didn't mean to say absolutely not. I'm just saying for me personally, I would like I do my own research. That's why I was just wondering, and that's
Yeah.
how I pick my stocks.
So what kind of stocks are you buying?
I have uranium. I have AI. I'm really like Google and Amazon. The way it dropped, I feel like they're doing a parent project. I do Alibaba. Oh, let me think. Let me think. I could just open it, but I'm not gonna tell you everything because, like,
Right.
yeah, and like I understand. That's
That
why.
seems like a lot that
Yeah, no, I
you
loved it.
have
I
in
loved
your
the stock
portfolio.
market, but I never understood it. Now I understand it. Oh man, and I just learned how to trade my margin. Like basically, I can buy the spread. I never knew what that stuff meant, and the guys always say that, and I don't like to sound clueless, so I listen more than I talk if I don't know about it. And so that's why, like when I'm quiet on here, I don't know, so I listen. And so it's mad. I learned how to trade with more money than I actually have. I just learned that this week, like 3 days ago, and it's been a dope week as a result.
Really? That's cool. How do you? Do share.
I,
Do share.
I guess with the margin, I don't really know. It was
Uh,
one of those things that
Trade trade more with
with more money
more
than I
than what
have,
you
yes.
have. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, and it creates it to where like I keep the same margin available, so it's like buying and selling at the same time. But I guess I'm hitting it at a point because it doesn't always work. I'm hitting it at a point to where it is actually in consolidation. So because it's in consolidation, no matter what, I'm staying in profit, and then I'm able to. Yeah, it's really lit. I like it. And so Planner, that's a really big one. Just if you're not already into Planner, I would definitely consider. Yeah, Tesla, but Tesla, I got it. I paid for Tesla. And then Tesla started dropping on me a lot. And like I said, at that point, I wasn't in a position to just like lose a lot of money. And so as a result of losing a lot of money, I pulled out of Tesla. But I do trade Tesla
Oh,
on
yeah. That
the
Tesla is interesting because they dropped because of the Twitter purchase, but they're
split, but they're
bound
going to go back up. Tesla's going
they're
to go back
bound
up
to come
in a
back up.
week.
Yeah, maybe.
I know because I trade them on the with leverage trading. I do leverage trading with Tesla, but I don't have actual share of Tesla right now. But I do the leverage trading. That's how I know it's going to go back up because I actually watched the chart and I've made some money off of Tesla. Not the money I lost back yet, but I
Yeah,
mean,
but see, and like Elon Musk, okay, that's the thing that gets me. Like, okay, this man loses more money than I could ever make in a lifetime. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And he's still able to freaking
Right.
run
He's still
SpaceX.
rich.
No, SpaceX. I mean, how's he
Yep.
still sending ships up? Like he does tests. Like every month, he's sending a space shuttle up to freaking see if it'll freaking work. You know what
Right.
I mean? How's he doing this crap? and he's losing money.
Maybe he's very efficient, frugal, maybe he's only buying or he's developing. I feel like he develops more than he purchases, and he kind of comes from the ground up, which makes it a very cheaper alternative in regards. And I don't know, because I have never met this man personally, actually. And so I just feel as though that would be what he was doing, and that would make it a cheaper option, and even more, to me, a more reliable one, just because you know what you have, know what you're dealing with. But I know a lot of people that would not depend on that, because then he's completely independent at that point. If I'm not purchasing any of your goods or services, and he said this on an interview before, because I've gotten into him really recently, listening to who he is or how he thinks and stuff like that from his interviews and stuff like that. And he was saying, he was like, look, you can't offer me money. I don't care about that stuff. I'm doing this because it feels good to me. This is right. And I would like to help. And I mean, that's why I feel like he would be.
I think it's more than that, though, because
of course it's more than that, but I'm not going to tell you that.
With that deal with Twitter, when he changed the name and everything, do you remember when he was walking into the office with a toilet?
A sink.
Yeah, he brought the sink into Twitter headquarters.
You tell me he freaking didn't know he was going to lose money. He
didn't care. He did it for a purpose.
I'm making that statement. Roundtable weekend event, and getting ready to get everything on target. So I shut down the live stream off of that. What was it? I keep forgetting the name of it. But anyhow, I'm gonna keep it on Kick, Rumble, X, and Odyssey, and then test out the audio and everything. Make sure everything's running and in place with my audio. So far, Kick hasn't started. Now there is Rumble. I'd automatically hear. There we go. X is kicking in. Audio sounds good. I'll start the broadcast here. I'll create a broadcast and make a post of it. Let's see what we got here. Live stream. Minds Roundtable. I'll create a broadcast and make a post of it. Event. Let's see what we got here. And that is set up and ready to go. Kick still hasn't kicked in. Let's see what's happening there. I may have to start over just to get it to go, but audio and everything. Audio sounds good on Rumble. And now I have to wait for Odyssey. So let me see what's going on here. Creative dashboard. It should be kicking in on Kick. I just don't understand why it's not doing that. Let's find out real quick. And Odyssey, it's just been acting all weirded out and shit. So I've been having issues with Odyssey for a while now. That's one reason why I've stopped using it on other shows, is because of that. Okay, now Kick is gonna have to be the same way. Odyssey's just got a spinning wheel, and that is it. Okay, so we got it up and running. Odyssey's just, it ended up freezing up on me, so I had to drop out of OBS again and go back into it to get on the kick. So it's happened that way quite a few times to get on the kick. And Odyssey's just got a spinning wheel, and that is it. So we've got everything back up and running. Let me double check on X. I'll create a broadcast and make a post of it. Thing back up and running. Let me double check on it. Alright, so that looks good. I'm gonna go back into Odyssey. Maybe the stream is going, but I'm just not able to see it. So let's go in here. Looks like it could be, yep, there it is. I'll create a broadcast, and so we do have it up and going. I have 15 more minutes before the broadcast is going to be going. So what I'm going to do is get the call started. And if anybody wants to come in, they're more than welcome to. And once we get people in here and we're going, I will hit record for the actual episode. So let me find out what's happening. So yeah, the call is up. I'll post the link in the chats for Rumble and everything, like I wanted to do and I forgot to do. So I'll even put it on Odyssey. Yeah, I decided not to put very much on Odyssey anymore unless it's Minds related, because like the majority of people who are on Odyssey or Minds are actually that they do Odyssey. Now what I did though is I stopped doing the Minds Roundtable as a live stream on YouTube, so that I didn't have any more issues. Hello, Mark. Hello, Mark.
Hello.
Hello.
I've just only been awake for a short while. First coffee of the day, so to speak.
Yeah.
Didn't get to bed until about 2:30 this afternoon, my time.
Oh, really?
Mm.
I woke up to almost another disaster today. Thank goodness I had $85.
Why?
My heater decided to stall out yesterday.
Okay.
Yesterday we had some melt off from the ice and snow, and it went down into the flue, and it screwed up the furnace. And then we had some valves and everything that were sticking, and it was causing the green dot error, blinking error.
Okay.
So I checked it out on the internet and found out what it was, and we called the furnace guy to come out and take care of it. And luckily, he only charged us $85 to do it.
Okay.
For this morning, though, I woke up to like 35, 30 degrees weather and dropping.
That would be in proper temperatures.
No, well, inside though, you know, I don't want to.
I just have to do the maths on this one. FTC.
Well, that's like 0 degrees for you guys Celsius.
35, 1.6 degrees centigrade.
Yeah. Damn centigrades.
Yeah.
Damn Celsius.
Yeah.
The hell.
Proper temperature.
The hell with all that.
temperatures for civilized countries.
You're gonna get me angry at freaking Canada if you keep talking like that, and then Tan's gonna come
Okay.
in here, and I'm gonna go off
What
about.
measurement do they use?
They use the same as what you guys do, the centigrades.
Okay.
So,
Uh,
but yeah, we got the stream going, and I posted the link for Skype.
so what are we talking about today? I just briefly looked at your messages.
Well, the one thing I think would be cool to talk about is what you and Tan were bringing up as a topic there in Mine's chat. That was actually a pretty good, because you realized yesterday before we went on the Roki show, like that's what we were talking about, and
Yeah.
it was like we were already amped up before we even got there, man. Poor old Jaffe, he didn't know what to think with me and you. Do you notice that? He's like, oh shit. Like, because we had already been talking about
And
something.
Neil Oakley wants to talk about Musk on Sunday.
Oh, Musk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think people are just hyped up about this. Is what it really is. They, like, it's a lot. It's not as much as what they're making it out to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It-
Well, like I was keep on saying, using an old English expression, today's news is tomorrow's shit paper.
And let's remember, Trump is the king of freaking controversy. You know what I mean? He is the guy. You know what I mean? Whenever he wants to stir shit, he just gets on Twitter. You know what I mean? Or X.
No, does he do anything on X these days or Twitter?
What?
Because he uses his stupid little truth network,
No, he doesn't even.
which
No.
I can't get access to without a VPN.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't even have his own account on there, dude. So that's something that
Okay.
a lot of people don't even know, man. Like it's supposed to be his platform, but he doesn't even have an account for it. So it's like it's that. Well, it could have changed since it was brought up, but the last time I heard,
I think he has. No, I did have a discussion with Phoebe back along Beaumont's show, but that's on the old sort of free speech. As long as he has the free speech, fuck everybody else. As long as he's got the free speech, then
man, you sound like you're a little
Very.
bit resentful.
Right.
That sounds a little resentful, man. I mean,
I did read the terms of services at the time. And I did spot that. Then.
well, yeah, I was thinking that stuff on Facebook would be something to start out with if when Tan comes in, because I think that's actually a good topic that really brought up a lot of good stuff to have a conversation about. I enjoyed it.
Right.
It kind of spilled
Well,
off.
yeah, paper, Twitter, it's both the same sort of thing when it comes to this issue.
Hmm. I think it has a lot to do with a lot of that, and so I mean, well, let me go let this cat out for one, and then I got to get my coffee started too. So I'll be right back.
We do also have a look at this post, this thing that Tina Bob's given me. Yeah.
Somebody gave you a thingy, Bob.
A link to a TikTok thing.
Oh, don't go on TikTok. You'll see naked girls.
No, I'm looking at a cat. Weird. Oh, okay, whatever. That's weird. She does this quite often. Just gives me a video that is just bizarre.
Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna go get my coffee ready, and I'll be.
Zuckerberg, not Elon Musk. Well, same difference at this point. Fair enough. God. Oh, God. Whatever. Which reminds me what I said yesterday. When Donald Trump. Roger Hanson. God. Oh, that's why I put off mask because what the hood. God. Standard. God. We say we're going to go on. I think I did see somewhere. Maybe. Okay. Oh, God.
Can you hear me, Mark?
Oh, hi. Yeah, fine.
All right, I got back here.
Yeah, your speakers, you might want to turn them down and point them away from each other.
It's a bar, so it's not a separate speakers.
Yeah, kind
Uh-oh.
Um,
Well, can you turn the monitor volume down then? Because yeah.
Yeah, I could turn it down a bit.
He used to have earbuds. I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah, what happened? He's too lazy this morning.
He just woke up. He said he just woke up.
He looks tired. Yeah.
He got ran hard. that episode.
Who you shagging last night, Mark? Male or female?
I was busy up till half 2 this afternoon, my time, and considering that the stream last night didn't end until about 7 o'clock my time, and I've been busy up to half 2, and I've just went to bed and just woken up.
He's in.
What were you a part of yesterday? You were part of another show?
Yeah, it's the one we did.
That stream that we were on
with Naroki, remember?
That one.
You were there.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, I was just kind of okay.
I actually had some cool stuff going on for my show. I'm gonna have some really cool stuff coming out.
Which Rogers, what is it called? Rogers?
No, it's Strange Stories, and I may even be able to put some stuff in for Ancient Mysteries and stuff as well. I've been doing.
How many shows you got, dude? You got 5 shows?
Well, right now I'm just doing the shows that are on Wonderful World of Weirdness and Strange Stories, and then here on Minds. But the cool part about it is it all stems out of Mount Fuji.
Well,
that is an amazing story, dude.
Right, and there's probably lots of UFO activity there too, right?
Well, this has absolutely nothing to do with UFOs. That's the strange part. It has to do, like, you know how we've been talking about freaking the hungry spirits?
Oh yeah.
It dives into that. It dives into samsara. Everything,
right.
Dude. I mean, it even goes into Zen Buddhism.
But you're just commenting on these areas.
It's going to come out in my episodes, man. It's in.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I also found out that there's another mountain in Tokyo, just like the Suicide Forest. There's a connection there that I think Japan doesn't want people to know about. It's like they're kind of keeping it low profile.
Yeah.
And I stumbled into some really, really cool stuff when it comes to that.
Careful, you don't watch yourself. You'll have the Yakuza knocking on your door before you know it.
Well,
actually, they don't knock. They just kick shit down, don't they?
That's what I was getting ready to say. The Yakuza, they're some pretty serious people. I've been playing the video game here lately, and my guy, he's a tough dude. He beats up 5 or 6 people at one time.
I used to have that on PlayStation myself. It's the same one.
Yeah, they've got 2 or 3 different. Actually, they got more. I think now. They've got like.
I just don't have no time for that shit anymore. I what do they say? It's a famous quote of the Bible. Something about growing up and leaving behind the things of our youth and that whole
childish things.
Yeah. So, look, me find that quote. I guess it's out of the Old Testament, as memory serves. So, and it's interesting too. That whole thing. They really kind of there's the New Testament, just like with Buddha as a reformer. It's just so many people don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like JC came along. It was time for reform, obviously, for a reason. It's because the old ways were just not cutting. Well, excuse the pun, just not cutting it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they were cutting it too much. That's the problem, right? So, but anyways,
I think I think the old religions were just too brutal. And
they were.
It was just time for change. Like people were getting tired of sacrifices and
youngest children is the firstborn child to the gods or whatever.
Well, I don't. That all depends on which culture and civilization you follow.
Well, Semitic, you find that a lot. It seems your favorite character, Baal, Moloch.
Well, that's another thing. I'm kind of
Canaanite.
I'm kind of conflicted between my topics too on ancient mysteries, because right now I'm getting ready to go into Indo-European / Aryan, Indo-Aryan.
Yeah, you should versus Semitic. Yeah, you should.
But right now I'm also coming up on this stuff with Mount Fuji and the history there, and it's like, man, this stuff is just intense. This is stuff you don't hear on the internet.
Well, and are you aware of the ancient ties between the West and like Japan or Korea? That they're trying to hide shit for some reason. I don't know why.
That's one of the things that I was talking to you about, like facial structures. Because you're over there in Korea, pay real close attention to the facial structures.
I do.
And like the Indo-European influence.
No blue eyes. No blue eyes.
But the bone structure. You know what I mean?
They love the blue contact lenses, but they dismissively they run down. They have the yellowheads, they call them norang mori.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just kind of. But then at the same time, they'll make yellowheads.
Mm-hmm.
But then at the same time they have this. They're the most beautiful in other ways too, right? And they're just totally even like they see an old guy like me, they're like, oh, movie star. I'm to someone as but they do that with a lot of Westerners, like movie star, this and that. But okay, there's a lot more going on. You have very little idea, and as you say, because I've been here immersed in it, and I mean, I could have more of an idea, but the Silk Roads were a big deal, and they ran all the way through Korea to Japan, believe it or not. That because they went all the way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there was trade going all the way. And Rome was as far back as ancient Rome, they found ancient Roman coins buried that turned up in Okinawa, I think is what it was. I'd have to check. I'm terrible at geography. I'd have to look into it. Someone could. All you got to do is type in Roman coins, Japan, and then you'll have something come up on DuckDuckGo, preferably if Mark wants to do that or whoever. But yeah, it's amazing, and even the fact that there's a legend, which has been it's more than a legend because it's pretty close to being factual, that they've tried to obscure, I guess is the best way of putting it. But this Indian princess who was married to a key important ancient Korean king back in the days, the Gaya Confederacy. And so international marriages during it. This is at the time of Christ, and as you know, anytime you have these major international marriages, you're going to be establishing trade and exchanges and all sorts of levels, and then it's a big deal, clearly. So with commerce and the free flow and exchange of ideas and whatnot. But that's the, so they're aware of that. It's the family name Ho. Ho is what is not Ho. Don't go that far. But Ho. Yeah, she's the no good Indian Ho. Yeah.
Yep.
No, yeah, and the Gaia thing, that's where you start the whole my Buddhist tie-in, obviously, which I'm not sure if you know much about Gaia and
Yeah, I
Bodh
do.
Gaya.
That's actually what we're getting, or I'm getting ready to go into with my ancient mysteries with the Indo-European. Because see, this is something that I've been
Yeah.
trying to say is like the Indo-Europeans are what connects all of them together. Like,
Yeah. Are we started, by the way?
we're streaming, we're not recording or nothing, but the stream
Oh,
is
Jesus. Gotta
going
get that.
on.
Let's get that. Yeah.
But
Recording.
I did find out it's the Katsuren Castle in Okinawa Prefecture that you're talking.
Yeah.
And they said that it was how did 4th century Roman coins end up in a medieval Japanese castle? It's pretty cool.
Right.
So I did.
I mean, they could have brought them in after the fact, right? They could have brought them in during medieval times. Like, oh, look at these old coins we've got.
Mm-hmm. Well,
So,
the
but they were buried right. They found them they found them. They hidden at the floor level, didn't they? Sub
Mm-hmm.
beneath the floors.
They had to do excavation apparently from it. I'm just starting to read it now.
Yeah.
And it's in a controlled excavation in the excavation of a castle in Japan. It prompted the inevitable question: how did they get there? Could Rum's fabled tree?
No, they're being dismissive. They're like it's magicians, misdirection. They don't want. These are not the Roman coins, ancient Roman coins you're looking for.
Mm-hmm. Well, like with excavations too, when they get so touchy about it, they don't really want to open their minds up. You know what I mean? Like a lot of them are very, very
territorial.
Yeah, that's the best word for it. They get real touchy about it. Oh God, I'm having a brain fart. What's the name of that that excavation going on up in Turkey? It's supposed to be one of the oldest.
Göbekli Tepe.
Göbekli Tepe. Yeah, they are really, really touchy about that.
Well, that's now fallen. Guess who's in overseeing management of that particular location?
Who?
The World Economic Forum.
Oh wow.
I think it's either them or the UN. I think it's the World Economic. So you got Klaus Rothschild. His mother was a Rothschild. You realize? Mm-hmm. Schwab.
Oh.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, with their dirty myths all over that one. So, but back to Japan. How about Yonaguni?
Oh. Yoko Ono.
Yonaguni.
That's what I think of every time I hear it. Yoko Ono.
Yeah. Have you not heard of Yonaguni?
You're talking about the spirits and everything, right?
No.
The deities and everything.
No. This is the what Graham Hancock explored, among others. They've found just off. I think it's the southwest coast. It's the southernmost tip of Japan. Japan. It's the geographical area that they lay claim to goes as far southwest as almost Taiwan. Have you noticed that?
No, the thing about Taiwan is they're trying. That's the big argument with them right now.
But let me finish with Yonaguni though. But just look up Yonaguni. Yona. And by the way, Yona you want to look at Sanskrit and ancient languages. You know what Yona means in ancient Indo-Aryan languages? It's a reference to the female reproductive parts.
Now, okay, I see it. I found it.
Yona.
Okay. Yeah, it's actually to the east of Taiwan.
Just yeah. It's like Yonaguni. Is that not the case? The most southernwest tip of what Japan lays geographical, claim to as far as their national real estate. It's a long string of islands that I just saw this the other day. I think it's what I saw all the way down there. This long chain of islands, all the way almost to how far off of the coast of Taiwan? Very close.
Yeah, it's right
Not
there. The
50 miles, maybe 100 miles.
Yulon County is right there. I mean, all that it would be. Back out a little bit. It would be easier to get to China from Taiwan, or it would be easier to get from there to Taiwan to Taiwan than what it would be from Taiwan to China.
Hey now.
Hey, what's up?
How's it going?
Chris, I just noticed your message on mine's chat actually.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
This is actually
Being patient.
This is actually pretty cool.
Yona Goonie, did we find it? Are we?
I know you've been avoiding me.
No, I've just been.
I was just
It's been a
with
busy week. It's
Yeah,
been
it's
a really
messing
busy
with-
week.
I was
Wow.
just messing with you,
Really
totally.
busy week.
Yeah, I'm still checking it out.
All right, I've just banned Elon Musk from the Mind User group. So one Elon Musk impersonator.
Oh, they must have said.
That's good. I mean, it's good enough for the goose. Yeah. So we got both of our X accounts suspended, right?
Okay.
Not too pleased about that.
So you've been suspended. So I banned Elon Musk from.
Wow.
Yeah, okay.
Fair. It's fair. That's freedom right there.
Totally.
I need some hairspray.
Now I need to hit refresh on this thing because I lost track of where Yonaguna is.
Yona
Guni. Now this could be good information because especially when it comes to hungry spirits, man, Taiwan has a lot of close ties to it. Like I've actually been wanting to get more into Taiwan than I do Japan. That they're really, really into that shit.
Interesting. I've got a couple Taiwanese students that I work with, actually helping with ESL lessons, adults. So their family origins out of Taiwan. They Korean Taiwanese, I guess, is what they are now. They're Koreans, but of Taiwanese extract origins. So yeah.
This is kind of a good thing for me to do too because
So they're Chinese, right?
They're pretty much they're Chinks. Yeah, I guess that's right. That's a sad state of affairs.
that was a joke.
this.
Hey, you said it, not me. It's got me thinking. I've been here like in South Korea for so long now. It's like you should see my driving skills.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I'm just.
Oh, I do. I do.
Do they drive from the left or the right?
And you notice my eyes? You see the eyes?
Is it something in the water, maybe?
No, it's Chinese. They're bad drivers. I know that's a stereotype, but
well,
it's
he's
true.
in South Korea, so.
Well, Oriental.
Exactly. Do they drive from the left or the right in China?
Wherever they can just get the hell out of the way. I'm over here now.
Yeah. I had this one woman when I was living in Evansville back into my truck and then tried to accuse me of being drunk. And she was freaking not using her rear view, and we were driving slow, like maybe 2 miles an hour. She's pulling out of her driveway or her driving space, and she just backed into my truck, and I stopped.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
Roads?
Well, have you seen the videos?
We don't need roads.
Have you seen videos of the people in places like China, mostly China, and there's a few other countries in like the former Russian or the USSR type region, where they're actually like they at standing at the crosswalk or just going on the edge of the street. There's a car coming, and then right before it manages to make it there, they lunge out in front of it, just dive out in front of it, and try to get run over basically, or hit by or roll up
Yeah,
on
to
the
get
hood.
the
That's another good one.
insurance.
Roll up on the hood and then start like flailing around and yeah.
I'm such a victim.
I had one student talk about, we were talking fender bender was the little expression we were using in this class on Thursday. And this one lady I was talking to, she said that's exactly, or was it with one of the guys was with his fender bender incident, that it was like just a little beep. And then the lady behind him is like just totally playing it up, like, you would not believe, like, oh. Like, and there's hardly even a scratch on anything.
Try and get that insurance money.
Pretty much. That's yeah. So it happens in a lot more places than what people realize. But I mean, you got. I mean, you're people kind of like white nigger trailer trash. Can you say that? Is that it's a white nigger is okay, but any other like but no, like the kind of trailer trash quality people of European stock, it's maybe a more polite way of putting it, that they similar type deal, or even like rich people that is greedy, it's like what's the next kind of sort of scam that they can possibly come up with, and they'll try to seize upon that if they feel it's to their financial, advantage. It's just how some people are, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, fortunate. But there's stereotypes. We have stereotypes for a reason. There's no doubt. It's because there's something there. There's something's going on, clearly. It's not all of one group that are necessarily doing it, but there's a general tendency, it seems, more often than not.
Okay, so when you was talking about the 4th century coins showing up, the Roman coins, I double checked, and that's weird too, because Buddhism didn't arrive in Japan until the 6th century.
That's right.
So that's pretty interesting right there.
You know where it came from?
It came from China and Korea.
It came from Korea.
Now, Korea is actually where martial arts originated too.
Look up a guy named Prince Shotoku.
Prince Shotoku. Dude, come on.
Shotoku.
Seriously, you think I'm going to be able to spell that?
No, really. No, if you want to look at Buddhism in Japan and how it came from Korea, look up Shotoku. And his family, they have very deep roots and ties to a location not so very far from where I'm currently based out of, and communicating, connecting with you out of.
Cool. Have you ever heard of the term Shimbutsu Shugo?
What is it?
Shimbutsu Shugo. It's supposed to be the amalgamation of kami from Buddha and into the old traditional, I guess you could call it pagan beliefs in Japan when it first came to. It was kind of like an amalgamation.
Shinto, the old Shinto. Sure.
Yeah, it was an
Shinto. Butu is in Bulgyo. Yeah, Bulgyo here in Korea. So Butu is Buddha. Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Teshi, one more time. Butu what?
Shinbutsu Shugo.
And Shin means God in Korean.
Yep.
Guto. Guto?
Yep. Shinbutsu. Shinbutsu.
Shinbutsu Guto.
Yeah, and then the last one.
Shinbutsu Guto.
Okay. So
that's Japanese. I don't speak that. I ain't no nip, so.
It's supposed to be a blended Shinto and Buddhism. And
the people. I got kicked off a forum once for having fun with the term nip. Someone took offense to it. Do you know what all it really is a reference to? See, it's like, no, that's an ethnic slur. Like, I have where this comes from.
Nipponese. Yeah,
What?
Nipponese. Isn't it a term called Nipponese?
What's Nipponese?
It's another, I think, a very old slang for Japanese.
Yeah, what did they used to call themselves? Japan. Back in the day, before it was Japan, Nippon.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah,
yeah,
so you're right. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Also, the Brits. That's what the Brits call them, Nipponese.
Well, it was a very popular slang during the Burmese, Burma and World War Two.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a shorthand of referring to them.
Yeah.
I think gook is more kind of, it's more kind of edgy.
Yeah, you,
But
you said
but
that
that's
too.
but gook.
Actually,
Well, yeah,
Gook is more of a US term, isn't it?
but you know what? You know what gook actually? Who that it refers to one particular type of Asian. Chinks are Chinese, Nips are Japanese, and the gooks are who?
Vietnamese.
Nope. See, that got picked up during the Vietnam War, and I think I know where it came from too. No, gook. It's like, you know what's the Korean word for what? How do you say? Well, Korean word for Korea is Hanguk. You see, Chris, you've seen those tires. You know those tires, don't you?
Hankook. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, where do they come from?
They
I
come
guess
from
Korea.
Probably, yeah. So that's what
They're Hankook.
gook.
I thought they were Hancock. I was looking at it wrong.
If that works for you, just sure, just whatever works, man.
I don't know.
no. They have this.
Make it
They have this one town on here called Pyongyang.
Pyongyang up in North Korea.
Yeah. Is that how you
The
say that?
capital?
Pyongyang.
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 That's the North Korean capital. Yeah.
That's horrible, dude. Like, they don't know how to spell worse shit.
Well, maybe not, but you know the Korean
He's
alphabet.
an American. It's like,
Hankook. K-O-O-K.
Nampo.
Yeah. That now you're right. They can't spell as far as their tires. Yeah, it should have been a G. Should have been a and then a G-O. Okay, gook. But gook, it comes from. There were actually with the Vietnamese angle. I always tease my wife about being a gook, and because I hate her so much, obviously, right? And,
of course.
yeah. So we have fun with that one, and then she accuses me of being KKK. You KKK! Oh, you KKK! I know you. You very bad man.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Poor
So
guy. It's because you're white.
So the Vietnam angle, you're right, because we've seen all the Vietnamese war movies. Oh, that go on a gook, get the gook, get all the gooks.
Right.
Well, that I believe it. A lot of people don't know this. I didn't realize this until I'd been living here for a number of years. There are actually a good number of Korean soldiers that went down, both north and south.
Oh.
The north fought in support of and backing the North
Vietnam.
Koreans. And the South Koreans went down and helped out. They helped slaughter Vietnamese people with the Americans, and they were way worse than the Americans, I guess. You've heard about all the My Lai massacre and all that stuff. Well, I'm pretty sure if you start I haven't looked into it too much, but when I understand what I've heard, oh my God, because it's like, oh well, we're better Asians than you, so let's just all you people just and they were, who knows, they were under all kinds of stress and they were losing their minds, many of them probably too, obviously at that stage. So, or just following orders, right? And so, or even just the Americans would have them do their real dirty work, right? Especially dispatched to just wipe out anybody, they just wanted out of the way. So, but gook, yeah, that's where it all, because it came from. They would hear maybe the American soldiers didn't make any distinction. They heard the Koreans talking gook this and gook that, hanguk and gook, because talking about themselves as Koreans, and it just kind of extended from there that they were all gooks, like the Vietnamese and Koreans, and anyone that's Asian is just a gook, so
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
there's something, there's something.
Man, oh man,
to-
that was one hell of a history lesson, Jaffe. Thank you, man.
So that was totally clear as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I actually didn't know about the gook. Like, I didn't realize it was Koreans that were gooks now.
Hey man, you better watch your language here.
And then the
YouTube's gonna shut us down for
gook.
not being as funny as we should.
Tires. I didn't know that the tires were Korean also.
Yeah.
I would see it this way. If anybody have a problem with it, even if they are Oriental, they should at least make a comment in the comment section so they could say something that's abrasive towards us. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah. Bloody honkies.
Yeah, something.
Shut the fuck, you boy honky, you shut the fuck up.
I mean, Tan wouldn't put up with that shit. He'd be right in here if he was hearing us talk our crap. I mean, he would.
Hey, actually, he would probably know about this too. He came across as a young person during that time, did he not?
Who's that?
Him and his father actually fled from Vietnam after the Vietnam War. His dad was a Navy officer for the South. It's a pretty cool story.
So Saigon fell, is that right? And him and his dad took him. What about the rest of the family?
I don't know the specifics on all of it, but I know that I know that him and his dad came over. First, they had to stay in Japan, and then they went from Japan, and they had to choose between the United States and Canada, and his dad chose Canada.
Oh, I'd love to hear from him. Yeah, maybe not such all that positive.
Yay, Trudeau's fucking done.
Yeah.
I mean, oh dang, Trudeau's done.
I've been
on for a couple days now because he resigned.
Right.
So,
nobody likes him. Not even his he's just.
I'm not even from Canada, and I don't like him. Like,
well, yeah. I mean, a lot of people not. I mean, I'm from Canada, and nobody like. He's a World Economic Forum plant and shill, and he's a sellout and a traitor. And you know what? This Paul Revere guy that they've got coming in as a savior.
Oh, I don't know about all that.
Because people got to be on guard. I'm not. He's
just like Trump. Trump's no savior.
Yeah. Israel firster. You watch. You watch. Total Israel firster. You watch.
Yep.
And his wife. And there's some interesting World Economic Forum ties that his wife has been linked to, basically. That and he's saying no one in my cabinet.
It's all a big club.
My cabinet will have any. It will be a member of the World Economic Forum. But what about people that aren't in his cabinet? What about people that he sleeps with at night when he goes back home?
Come on now, let's leave the wife out. I'm still waiting for the nude pics.
Of Paul Revere?
No, of Trump's wife. You're talking about Trump's wife, right?
We're talking about Paul Revere.
Oh, God, yeah, never mind. I don't know anything about Canadians.
I knew Mark was kind of swang that way sometimes, but yourself, well, that's a shock.
I don't know much about Canadians, so it's like I thought you were talking about real politics.
We're just being stupid.
Well, I mean, Trudeau is on his way out for a reason. He's afraid of Donald Trump. Donald Trump made those claims.
That's a good question. That's a good question. Well, his what was it? Freeland, the finance minister and deputy, I think finance minister and deputy prime minister, she handed in a resignation just a week or so prior, and that his cabinet began to crumble. That finally, and his government is only being held together because of the coalition with the communists, the NDP, right? And you should see this Jagmeet Singh, his wife, talk about equality. It's all about equality. Communism and this leftist ideology, right? Oh yeah, equality for everyone, of course. But you should see his wife the way, like the only picture, I think I've only ever seen one picture of her, and she's dripping in diamonds and gold. She has
Wow.
I've never seen a woman more bedazzled. Just not even Melania Trump is that ostentatious and showy. Like it was disgusting. It was just maybe just like it really drove, the point was really driven home. Clearly, they say some pictures are worth 1,000 words. Well, wow, this is incredible. There's far more than that. To see her and to know that her husband is the head of the NDP, the socialists, call them what you will. They're really kind of pretty communist leaning party. So it's
reminds me of how Dennis Thatcher, Dennis Thatcher's approach to these things. He believed that as the sort of the husband of a sitting prime minister, he should not be seen. He should not have any influence in politics, so he should not be seen at all.
Is this a gay couple you're referring to now?
No, Den Thatcher, Margaret Thatcher's husband.
Margaret Thatcher.
Oh, back in the day. I see. You're talking. What was his first name?
Dennis.
Oh, Den.
What,
you didn't call him Dennis, so you call him I thought it was Dane Thatcher.
He preferred to be called Dennis, being of that sort of generation.
Right. Yeah, I remember. I remember Dennis, and they're both passed away now. So she went out with dementia or something, didn't she?
She was. She died of dementia or something.
Yeah.
But she was pushed out of politics after.
Yeah, she was quite something. She was. But you're right. Like so, you're talking about just kind of keep your partner, kind of just. Well, yeah, but
just basically shut your mouth is what he's saying.
You never see jog meat. It's hard to I don't know how I stumbled across this picture of his wife, but I did, and there she was, and it's like, oh, you better be kept out of the public eye, or more people might be kind of connecting the dots here and seeing it. Like, wait a minute, what's wrong with this? What's wrong with this picture? This isn't, this. Well, people are. That 1 in 4 Canadian, was it 1 in 4 or 1 in 10? God almighty, I think it's 1 in 4. In America, it's 1 in 10. Fucking Canada, 1 in 4. Did that number come across my screen the other day? Canadians living in poverty. No wonder,
define poverty.
Is Castro is
what definition of poverty are you using?
Well, you're struggling to pay the rent. You can't buy food. You can't. It can't pay your bills. Your debt is constantly finding its way. Ratchet.
Because there's a political definition of poverty.
You're not able to bank put any money aside for a rainy day, or maybe even for a holiday at some point. So I mean, speaking of holidays, the last time I even left this country was 2007. So it's been a while, and I mean, we're not doing so great ourselves here, the wife and I, frankly. But we try to live each day, take it as it comes. She worries a lot more than I do, although there is reason to worry, but at the same time, there's not. It's just, for me, it's be here now, and keep plugging away, keep persisting, keep working. And you know what? It's kind of like knock wood, but I stopped in at this local music academy the other day, and I might kind of one of my little dream jobs. Been wanting for the longest time, because I do busking here from time to time, right? Street busking, and I might have a job teaching a little music theory, guitar and some vocals, maybe basic keyboards, bass guitar, harmonica, percussion. Yeah. So we'll see. Fingers crossed. I need that job would be great.
Oh yeah, extra income's always awesome.
And it's close to where we live here too. It's in the general neighborhood, and the guy was really cool too. So, and we had a good conversation and talked about there's a live club like where I've been to locally here, and you know you can get out and perform obviously, and he's been there and I've been there just to watch basically. I played live in different places around here, and more so out in Canada, as you can imagine, like festivals and things like that. But here, yeah, we just had it was a good conversation, a few things in common, and we'll see. The Koreans can be kind of flaky sometimes, but he seemed all right. I got to get back in touch with him today, and I have to hook Mark up via the website, the main, WPR campus. Yeah. That's been on my mind here. I've been, and we got 5 shows. We have to run post-production on this weekend. I canceled this week's feature show, and I should have been doing that now, but I'm here with you guys again, so I'm not sure how long how long I want to stick around this go around. Now, are we supposed to be focused on minds.com? Because if so, there's one thing I want to talk about in particular, something I just discovered yesterday, and that is, first of all, can you hear the music kind of streaming in the background here?
Yeah,
a little bit.
Hey, great.
Okay.
Well,
you don't recognize the song or nothing?
It sounds Oriental.
No.
It's got to be Oriental, of course. So
I don't think we'll get copyright or anything.
It's actually Tom Petty covering Bob Dylan's Rainy
cool.
Day Women.
Rainy Day Women. Yeah, that's nice.
You know that tune?
Well, I heard that not CCR, but I heard that what was his name? Oh my God.
Fogerty?
No, he's the Canadian dude from back in the day. He's the one that was the Indian guy.
Indian guy?
Yeah, he
Bobby Robertson?
No, oh God, he's the one that sung about oh my God.
Buffy St. Marie.
No, this is a famous dude. Like back
It's a real Indian, not a fake one.
Yeah, Young or Neil Young.
He's not Indian.
Yeah, he is, isn't he?
Oh no, he's not. Anyways, it doesn't matter. What about him? He'd like to be Indian.
Well, he ended up doing a cover too. I think of Bob Dylan. I'm not quite sure.
Well, yeah, they're good. They're old friends. Yeah. So, but has he covered Bob? I don't know. I'm not familiar with him ever covering any. He must have covered Dylan at some point in his career. But anyways, yeah. Find the song and.
Yeah, now you got me thinking.
If you listen closely to his song "Helpless" and then go listen to "Knocking on Heaven's Door."
Oh God.
You see how sometimes with music it's kind of tricky to not rip one another off as far as the melody is concerned. Not so much the lyrics necessarily, but the chord changes, and the melody. Because you'll like some songs you may have noticed it's the point now where it's this day and age. I try to, because with just basic listening skills and ear, it's like, oh geez, that sounds like this is not the first time I've heard this kind of, this set of changes. So
yeah.
But yeah, where were we going with this though? Because let's back it up.
You said you had something you wanted to bring up about minds.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah, that's what we're here for, really. So rather than just kind of banter and general guy talk or whatever, goofing around, the minds.com has got now with its groups. I just saw this the other day. You click on the settings, and I'm not sure if this is if you have to be a moderator. I guess maybe you have to be a moderator to begin with, and then you can enable group chat.
Yeah, I saw your comments earlier. It's compared to Minds Chat, the old Minds Chat, it's really under.
It's alpha stage phase.
Well, yeah, and there's been, and I don't think there's been that. Well, I know there has not been any real development on that since April.
That's been around since April. I just haven't realized it.
Yeah.
I just
Oh,
didn't want to
jeez.
say
Well-
nothing. I figured it would.
Well, no. Because
It-
look, not everyone. We can't. Look, Minds has got so many moving parts to it. I've just given up.
Yeah.
I think if I don't, you guys. That's what I'm here for. So you guys can teach me, get me up to speed, on what the hell's going on. And I'm not going to be able to engage and be part of everything. Although I will say that I did reach out to Bashi again via the chat, the tech support, and it is Bashi. It's a girl, right?
Yeah.
It's a girl.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So she got back to me. Is she hot?
She's
No, I-
Depends on your perspective.
it,
She's married.
I'm
Alright.
joking. That's every time my wife talks about a new friend that she haven't heard. Is she hot?
yeah.
Is she single? I don't care. I don't care if she's single. Is she hot? Again,
She's a redhead. You like redheads?
Oh, don't get me started. Yeah, my mom was a redhead, and I've dated a couple redhead. They just kind of came into my orbit, So, and one was really crazy redheaded hippie chick. The other one was like she was older than me, but she was a great lady. That's the one. Remember the story? Was I telling you about that angel who saved the van? The family with the children and the mother, that the angel's wings, as they were going off the cliff, just appeared out of nowhere and caught them. Whether it was an interdimensional like a space portal deal, or who the hell knows. And she was not, she was telling the truth, that they should have by all right, they should have found themselves propelled over the cliff and dying a horrific death. But these wings, or some webbing, and this net, like a giant net, but she seemed to describe it more as a giant, like angel wings, that out of nowhere and stopped the van right as it was ready to plummet over the edge of this cliff. So yeah, she was the other redhead. How's that for a story, though, huh? I shared that with Art Bell once. I called in, struggled to describe it as clearly as I could even back then. So it's always a skill to be able to communicate clearly, so that your audience can clearly understand what it is you're trying to convey. From one mind to the next, they can envision and see.
Well, I think you relayed that pretty well. That's it.
You get the general idea, I guess, right?
Like John, that's the one thing I really wish he would get back into this whole area, because because
him and his wife.
he loves this stuff. You know what I mean?
But he's busy. He's got his hands full. He's talked openly about he has an autistic child he's dealing with.
Yeah. And
that's a handful. You can imagine. And he doesn't have a wife, does he? Is his wife there with him still?
He's got a wife. He has a wife.
Well, then there's no excuse. He should have his ass on board right now. Like this, you go give him shit. Ask him what the fuck.
You got to be careful with him, because like he starts talking about all this lovey-dovey spiritual shit, and like you start calling him stuff like a tree hugger, and he gets sensitive about it.
Oh yeah. Some people. That's my judge of character, really. If people can take a joke or not, even if whatever they might find it annoying. Like Mark knows about this, taking the piss, busting your balls. As the New Yorkers say, busting your balls. Right, Chris, what do you say down there in the South? What's the expression? Just messing with you?
Just joking.
That's it.
No, just kidding.
Joking?
Just kidding.
Just choking the chicken, or
just
what?
Just kidding. Just joking.
I heard
fucking with you.
Just pulling your chain.
Pulling
fucking with you.
Pulling your chain.
Yeah.
Oh, we do here via the Skullport Harbor, the Robin Hood, just pulling your wooden leg.
Oh
There you
yeah.
go. There you go.
But and which is fine by me. Just so long as you keep your hands off my middle one.
The third leg.
The middle leg is just it's a no-go zone, guys. You go anywhere close to that and out with the cutlass. It's bye hands.
It's really weird today because I'm actually getting a stream that's going over Beam Studio, and I usually don't get that going on. It's really weird. So
Bing?
Beam. It's a platform for like multi-streaming.
BEAM, like
Yeah.
Starbeam.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
they I usually can't get it because they want to have the frame rates a little too high for me, and whenever I went on there this time, I noticed that they're actually holding up with the stream, but I just can't use it for multiple channels.
Roger, something I didn't mention, but have you been in touch with Alan at all via homenetwork.tv?
I haven't been able to talk to him. I've shared some of his stuff and everything, but
Yeah. Well, because wouldn't you like to have him syndicate your shows?
it would be cool. I mean, me and my brother were talking about that years ago, back whenever I started.
Oh, you knew Alan way back
No,
then?
I mean about doing a setup kind of like that. Tan came up with this crazy idea of doing 24/7 stream, so I've been like,
Well, I mean that look, there's no reason you can't once you go live and that's takes care of that. But then when you're off air, you have something that kicks in where you just keep it in rotation. There people, if you know your tech game, you can I'm sure Mark could put something out for that.
well, I've literally got like 8-hour blocks of all the streams that we've done together.
Yeah, and I know, as I've mentioned to you, who's going to watch 8 hours worth of material in one session?
We need show notes. We really do. We need show notes to go on, like in conjunction, or else people just you lose interest. Even I do.
Yeah.
You need to, like, okay, they talked about they're esoteric, occult, spiritual, but then they got back to focusing on minds for 5 minutes, and then it was completely sidetracked into another issue altogether. But by the way, which reminds you, while we're here, I know that this is part aside, kind of an adjunct to our raison d'etre at the moment, and what our default focus is thought to be. But Chris and his trip along the Appalachian Trail, starting out via Key West, we might as well, I mean, he's here now, I'm sure he'd love to just briefly touch upon that, hit upon that. Why not? Have you reached out to, maybe you're still working on getting the proposal end of things put together, a standard, maybe like a proposal letter that you could send out to prospective
Yeah, me and I guess Mark are working on some proposals.
Oh yeah. Minds.com.
No.
How about Minds.com though? Reach out to the
Oh
author.
yeah. that's what so my main, I'm looking to have at least 2 main sponsors, one being a platform for my content posting, and then another being a crypto wallet that we can advocate for crypto, and I can start bringing more people on board to crypto by using this wallet, promoting this wallet. Maybe, getting different vendors to use.
Crypto? Whose coin? Whose token?
Well, that's the thing where it's kind of open for sponsorship. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
Well, how about the pirate token?
Well, pirate token, and if they want to sponsor it, then
there's a long
let
story.
me know what wallet. Let me know.
No.
Wallet.
We got totally. It's a long story. But we got totally. We had some industry insiders meet with us back in the day, and this goes back to 2015. I checked it out. It's still there in the archives for people who are interested or curious, and totally scammed. and one of the guys is actually dead now, and I'm wondering because he talked to, I'm not going to say who, but he talked to us about having ties and 1 degree of bacon with himself and the head of the Montreal, I don't know if it's Montreal or Quebec Hells Angels, Mom Bouchard, I think his name is Mom Bouchard, or Mom Boucher, who's, I think he's still probably behind bars, if not dead himself. But I'm just wondering, like the kind of dark, kind of murky world of cryptocurrency, crypto hype too. Let's not forget crypto, because that's a large part of it. Is
Kind
you
of getting
need to
derailed here.
what's that?
Getting a little derailed, like.
Well, but I'm talking, crypto, the coin and tokens though, and like, because it all goes back to Bitcoin essentially. Even Mine's token is said it's a something that is a fork. So if you don't believe me, well, fork you. It's a fork off of the a bit, it's Ethereum, I guess. It's an Ethereum fork.
Yeah. Ethereum and Bitcoin. Oh,
But
sorry.
the kernel,
are two different
just to
ERC20.
just to finish the kernel itself. And Bill took exception to, he didn't like this when I brought this up or mentioned it as a hypothesis, but the claim has been made, not by me, I didn't make it up, but other insiders have stated that the main kernel, as it were, maybe you guys could help shed light on how to describe things or explain it more technically, was launched initially to Bitcoin, the main current central kernel, by the NSA.
There's
Ding, ding,
no
ding.
evidence of that as far as
Well, there's no evidence of who this Hiroshima Bachakuji is or whatever the hell his name is either, right? The mystery Japanese guy. Is so much speculation. Like, is it even a real person? What's his name?
There is interviews with him back in when it was 2012, 2014.
What's his name is what? Sorry?
I can't remember.
Yeah. So, and I'm not a crypto guy. I mean, in theory, I love it. I think it's great. I think it's wonderful. But I've kind of stepped back a little bit from all the hype and hysteria and the the glowing opportunity and potentiality. Even in the wake of what the way Trump is getting behind things, and it's just because a giant Ponzi scheme, frankly, and
I've got major issues with this. First of all, when you say crypto, that's such a broad term anyway. Which
digital currency.
Not necessarily currency. It could be a token.
Okay, a token,
NFT.
Token, some value.
It's a very broad term, and my major concern is with lack of consumer protection regulation.
Yeah. Okay. In what sense?
How many times have you seen cryptocurrency scams? I know
I lost $100. We lost $100. I said I submitted my passport information, whole thing. They're gone. This is like this Cripsy. You remember
why the hell would you submit your that sort of personal identifiable information to?
They were asking for that shit back in the day.
So if I ask you to shoot yourself, I
know. Well, I tell you what, it was, I guess, greed. Ultimately, you could say I was motivated by greed and the potentiality of turning a buck. So there goes that $100. It's probably worth 100,000 now. The way the value of Bitcoin is. No, but lesson learned. You live and learn. And so it's made me, I mean, I'll never do it again, obviously. Forget it. Never again. But I'm happy, if they want to reward me through mines off the fork there, the Ethernet fork, and reward all of us, right? Then fine. That's
according
wonderful.
to the terms of services, it is a token. mines is a token which technically cannot be used as a economic asset.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even
So,
though
okay.
the senior staff, Bill Ottoman, has actually violated his own terms of services within that, but that's a long argument.
Okay. Oh, by the way, that reminds me.
So,
what
yeah,
I'd like to do while we're
the
doing this is
sponsors are up in the air, but I'm looking for definitely a platform
okay.
that I can post on. That would be like an exclusive platform.
Well,
Be awesome.
we're
then-
going to report on you every week, dude. It's like, where's Chris now? Where's
Yeah.
Chris now? Every week. Where is it? Where is it? What's the whether you're joining us live or not? It's up to you. But, you know, but we want
because sometimes I will have time, sometimes I won't. It was just
exactly send pictures and photos, and we can add them to the slideshow. And look, there's Chris now. Look, you see those pictures? Oh, what a beautiful landscape. Oh, I wish I was there. You know, I'm a total voyeur, right? I'm not an exhibitionist, as you probably can imagine. It took how long for me to decide, like, oh fuck, this camera bullshit.
And I'll work on getting like a PO box or something where people can mail stuff if they want if they want to donate. Like I'll have a list of things that I'm going to need on the road, and then you can donate with that instead of having to donate cash or crypto or whatever you want to do. You know,
Can of pork and beans.
whatever other avenues that we'll have.
Okay. And speaking of things like crypto, if that's brought up, I'm going to add and share the Minds cryptocurrency group, that the legacy group that we're aware of here. I'm going to track that down and get it in the link area, and maybe, in fact, we could bring it up on screen share and kind of just sort of roll through it. There's like 15,000 people active over there right now, what I understand. So, you know,
there was another Minds group that you might be interested in. Can find it.
We're all about links too, right? Like just linking and collaborative work. Like totally, like just work together, people. Work together, make it stronger, build it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing some meetups, like local meetups along the route to do some more promotions and whatnot.
That reminds me, we have now. I'm not sure what's going on, if she's scamming us right now or what, but we just sent another $50 to a lady last night who claimed that she's homeless. She's got her 2 kids with her. She's got a husband who's working at a plastic, like a milk bottle production factory where I think they make plastic milk jugs all day. Or something like that, out of North Carolina. Remember Mabane?
Yeah, I remember.
It's pronounced Mebane, Mabane, and we had her on with us, actually. Her first name is Jessica, and but she's sending us all this really some pretty, it's not a really great update to receive, but whether she's scamming us or not, that aside, like, we did send $50. We can't do any more. They've got whether they're freezing and end up starving and dying in their van. There's not much more I can do other than try to promote their cause and get the information out to a wider audience, including the likes yourself, Chris, out of new North Carolina, Mebane, North Carolina, and see if there's anyone that we can potentially send their way, like, friend of a friend kind of deal, and say, hey, go, like a wellness check,
yeah, gotcha.
That sort of deal. So
when I'm in the area, if you would coordinate it,
but, frozen
figure it out.
Fine.
Yeah,
so,
hear that.
But and she's got her father there too, and like, it's just kind of poor working class kind of people. And I'm not sure if there's any substance abuse that's part of the scenario there or not. I don't think so, but it wouldn't be the first time I had the wool pulled over my eyes.
I hear that.
Yeah.
It's kind of
There's-
a tricky. It's kind of a tricky thing too, because like what you're doing is actually a good cause. You know what I mean? So, and then like, if that is happening, don't take your eyes off the prize. You know, kind of stay focused on trying to do a good deed for people. Is the best thing I can say, because like,
Yeah.
you know that.
Well,
Always
no, that's
be
what we say.
vigilant.
Selectively sponsored, and we have to carefully vet. That's all.
Right.
You know, we have to carefully vet, and that's why we like to have, you know, when we selectively sponsor, we recuse ourselves of any like third party liability, so that in the event that you or someone else wants to come in as a secret a Secret Santa sponsor, or angel sponsor, or however you want to, Bodhisattva, I guess, and the Buddha, Ayana, Buddhist way of looking at it. Angels in human form. It's up to you. I mean, if you get burnt, that's you know, it's not our. It's, you know, we've
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Me being the sort of cautious person that I am, I would be very tempted to create some sort of contract saying in relation to not taking any liability.
We've already,
Yeah.
He's already
on
done
air disclaimer, third party.
Whenever I did the restreams and everything, I always made sure that I read that you made up there too, so that everybody understood, you know, that you aren't taking responsibilities for that kind of stuff. So I read it word for word.
But I would also
Now, the one thing I forgot. Yeah, thank you. You did a great job. I mean, everyone did a wonderful job, obviously, and you know, it's just nothing but good things. So, look at this. These guys got this Facebook Flux dude. It's probably not even. I don't even know if they're around. They got 285 engagements there, but with this crypto, I'll bring it on the screen share. Oh, there's Tan. I'm not going to call him Tron. Now I can actually see. I've got the glasses on.
I think he's having issues.
He's been moving around. He's been
Rich
moving
Command.
around.
We can't see him though. We can. Can we hear him?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we
we
can't
can
see you though.
see you. But,
Hey.
No,
there we go.
no, we haven't
At home and
hit record because
Yeah.
you're not here yet. So
Good to have a board. We were talking shit about you before you showed up here.
Yeah,
So
we're-
you better-
great. Just the usual stuff.
I told him
Yeah.
that we need to watch out on the Oriental stuff, because if you heard it, you'd come in here and start wanting to whoop ass.
Yeah. Actually, I got thinking about this. Like, Tan, when did you leave Vietnam? When you were like a kid, right?
1985.
How old were you? You were
I was like 13.
good. Well, that means living here in Korea as long as I have, I'm way more of a gook than you are.
Yeah.
What
Oh,
time? How old were you when you got there, and how long have you been there?
He doesn't even face the guy. I'm trying to get it. He just sits there like, oh yeah, okay, whatever.
He's been.
So what is that? What do you mean? Like, were you there around my age as well? Or?
No, I got here. Oh, I got here. I've been here for 22 years now. Oh yeah,
Okay.
20, going on
Yeah.
20. Yeah, so
So you want to hit
Are you
record?
actually do you actually
Oh
have
my,
a?
oh my God! You guys have not been recording. Come on.
We're live
What?
streaming. We're live streaming.
no,
so-
I'm recording OBS.
Okay.
Okay, you are.
Just curious. Do you have a dual passport or something?
Who?
You?
So what's
Are
it?
you?
Well, if I was
What's your
Israeli,
status then?
I would. Obviously, I'm not
You're a
Israeli.
Korean citizen now, Jeffy?
No, I mean, you gotta. I'd have to give up, surrender my.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
that's
don't
right. I
do
could
dual
become
citizenship.
Korean. No longer Canadian. That's
Okay.
right. But no, I'm still Canadian. So
Well, wait. So Canadians can have dual citizenship, right? But just Korea that don't allow. Cool.
if you're Israeli,
Any
once
country,
again, I
no,
think
it's
give
the
special
UN,
rights
It's the
to
UN
Israelis.
definition. It's an
They run the
international law
government.
that Korea doesn't have a choice to say yes or no. It's an international, it's the UN legal thing.
By the way,
But
on a similar topic, not entirely, but this is something we got to get out here. Whatever the case, my wife just had all of her bank accounts frozen.
Oh shit.
why?
Well, I don't know. I guess the Castro, Queen Justine Castro effect is rubbing off on Oriental despotism. How about that? Or have you heard the term Oriental despotism? Well, here's the thing. She all because she missed a few payments because she claims she did not receive any notification of her national health insurance payments. And when this happens, so she told me, first they freeze your bank accounts, then they come for your assets.
What
So
the fuck?
if you're not paying your national health insurance, they first freeze your bank accounts and then start seizing property.
Oh man.
Harsh. That's harsh.
Well done, well played, Samsung, LG, Hyundai, well played.
Are you fucking kidding me? That's bullshit.
No, she came home yesterday. I was like, what the hell? Get your money out of the banks. Do not
So
play
South
their
Korea
game.
are a universal healthcare, much like the NHS in the UK.
I guess that's what it is. Hang on,
Yeah.
I'll check with her right now. But we guys are going up. Hey, Rona, you had your bank accounts all frozen, huh? Are you happy about that?
Don't ask her that.
Anything else? We won't bother her more. I think she's in the process of wanting to vacate and head off to work. So,
She's stopping.
yeah, it was.
She stop and grab a frying pan real quick.
So I can hit her over the head.
No, she hit you over there.
You over there. Yeah.
It's like, seriously, you just asked me that?
No, you should. Yeah, you should see her. On all serious, I spar with her sometimes, right? I kind of just play. I can't help but play fight, wrestle, play, and sometimes, usually it's fun. I keep it's within, it's I don't go too far. But she is badass with her taekwondo, man. She is really good. Like, I've got my hands full. We're just, with her back and forth sparring.
Mm-hmm.
She'd probably give Tan a run for his money. Not sure.
Right. I don't doubt that. Yeah.
Yeah, she's pretty good.
Dan has years of experience when it comes to Oriental women, so I doubt.
Oh, but hang on. No, Tan, are you married to an Asian lady, or did you kind of your heart melt more in support of and
Canadian?
Well,
No,
yeah,
no.
like
No,
Asian
no.
European.
Nobody
Oh,
wants
it's
Canadian.
Vietnamese. Yeah.
So was that an
Vietnamese
arranged
Canadian.
marriage? Arranged marriage?
No.
No, he actually traveled back to Vietnam to get her.
Oh, really?
It's a
Yeah.
it's a love story.
It was an internet age wedding.
Mhm.
So you met her through the internet?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I kind of.
Yeah, we did a whole interview with Roger
You,
way back
Oh,
when.
okay.
My life story.
he's got
Oh,
it.
yeah.
He
All
did
right.
a live story for the storyteller on my
How many
story.
How many
show.
babies? Oh, okay, I remember. How many babies do you have now? 3?
3 kids, yeah. They're
Good.
all like
Good
2
count.
of them high school, 1 of them still elementary.
Is she Catholic too?
No, she's not actually. She's like she's a pagan, man.
Really?
Are you saying pagan as in like Buddhist or
No, she's like she's like an anything. Pagan.
Oh, that would get a lot of fun and adventure in the bedroom, I'd imagine.
He's got 3 kids and stuff, and he's older than I am, dude. So that tells you something. He's still getting it on. Getting it on like Donkey Kong,
No.
dude.
Yeah.
Not much.
Yeah.
Three
Okay.
is it.
So we were talking mines.
We're talking mine now. Do you want to stop recording? I might as well just let the live stream go, and you can just download the live stream and edit later on.
That's what I can do.
I'm just doing.
We've got good content here that I'd
Yeah.
like to have on the actual stream or recording anyhow, because we covered a lot.
Yeah.
So
Good.
So it's
You guys see this?
All my stuff, all the cryptocurrency. I heard the tail end of your you were talking about this group when I joined.
I guess. Look, because if mine's roundtable. If there's a tie-in, cryptocurrencies, boom, here we go, and I'll share you the link. Share the link with you. And thank you, by the way, Tan, for I think it was Canada. You posted something. It was the Oliver
Jordan Peterson's interview.
Yeah.
For the year. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw that the day before on the 5th. So I saw that the day before the resignation was made.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna. There's a cryptocurrency one, and while we're on the topic, Jordan Peterson will be coming your way here shortly. We don't have anything for Polybear right now, as far as I know. But if anyone wants,
you gotta create groups for everything.
I'm not doing that. No.
Every topic.
No. I'm not launching another bloody group. No, that's enough. You guys do the rest. Fill in the blanks.
I doubt that he's going to be able to prevent himself from doing it, because you
No.
Have you seen how many groups he's created? I mean, there's no way he can stop.
I create them. I helped launch.
How do you moderate them? Because I find it demanding.
Well, that's the thing. We don't look at Jordan Peterson. 6,000. This is the one that we helped to moderate.
Sure.
Boom.
It's a group. Any name that we throw out, Jaffe's got a group for it.
Yeah.
Well,
that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, we're just trying to get people involved. I mean, that's why we're
here.
Yeah. Right? Oh, and you missed out on this too. You might know this already, but Tan. Why do you Tan is okay and Tran is okay? Why is that right? Why do you is both okay?
Either way.
Tan Hai Tran.
Yeah.
His name is Tan Hai Tran.
It's a tan and a
Look at
tran.
this jerk. This jerk.
Either way, it's my name. Yeah.
Look at the date. Well,
that was the last update, right? So
It's
a lot of
Yeah,
these groups are inactive.
No. Scrolled. No, the moderators have now look. This ding dong, this flat earther. I find him personally very annoying.
He shouted out my so I said I posted this on Minds and everything, called him out like, hey, why don't we send an expedition, like continue on a straight line in one direction, east, northeast, west, south, whatever, and you keep going in that direction, and then you're either going to come around to the same point where you started, or you're going to go to some ice wall. So let's do that.
Yeah.
And see,
And he mentioned it recently after the final experiment. Did you guys hear about the final experiment?
no, we did not.
So a bunch of flat earther debunkers started a GoFundMe, and were getting flat earthers to come with them to Antarctica to watch the 24-hour sun, something like that. So they did that, and Eric Dubé's response was they wanted to say that this is a globe by, showing you a ball on a ball, and like you have to do either this or this. And one of the things was he mentioned
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's right there. We got it on screen now. That's right.
Yeah.
Fakery.
Yeah.
He's calling it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he mentioned he mentioned my theory on, like, hey, let's prove it or disprove it. I don't care. Just let's keep going straight in one direction all the way, and then you're either going to come back to the same spot where you started, or you're going to go to the ice wall. And then the new land that they're talking about.
Oh my goodness.
What about altitude or something like that? The whole thing's ridiculous. And here's the thing. So what if it's a flat Earth or a round Earth? How does that impact or affect our lives on a meaningful, kind of practical day-to-day?
That's one of my questions. So
total psyop distraction.
But if there is extra Earth, extra land that we aren't, we don't have access to, that could mean a lot to our whole economy, then yeah, that would be
that's a
big,
good.
big
You're
hit.
talking about, yeah. So, well, like, is it true that they don't allow people to fly over
Antarctica. Yeah,
Is that right? Yeah.
Certain parts.
So
Certain
there,
parts.
look, there are some really dodgy things that, like the things that occur and take place. It's kind of like, what did Shakespeare talk about? Horatio. There are more things, Horatio. In heaven and earth, he said, in heaven and earth, or in earth and heaven. In heaven, I have to look, but it's in, like, as an inside, than what you essentially could possibly ever imagine.
Well,
you could ever dream.
Well, don't mistake hollow Earth with flat Earthers. Those are two separate.
Oh, I know.
Right.
You know, like hollow Earth is actually a pretty cool subject, but like flat Earth,
Okay.
You know, I mean.
So, okay, look at this. So here, this boosted content.
I thought it was a donut Earth.
I still prefer
Yeah.
the old Chinese idea about living on the back of a turtle.
Yeah. But look at this. So here's an example. Dubé. The one item that he posted here, and it's got to do with reincarnation, is I gave him an upvote. I rarely support his content because it's just so wacky. But here's an interesting one too. Soul contracts, which it's, because I'm kind of a karma believer, and soul contract, maybe it's like, we've agreed to come to Earth and fulfill our little mission, and if we succeed when we die, then it's like, okay, good job, you can level up or not, kind of deal, like, or you failed the test, kind of, it's like, oh, you got to go back to school again and start.
That's my next mission, to go around the world.
But
so after I do the year-long journey, going up the coast and back down through the mountains.
That sounds like fun.
Cool. By what? By bike?
I'll sail.
Do a crowdfunding to fly, sail, boat, whatever, all the way around the world in one direction.
Pogo stick.
Keep on going down the same compass direction, east, west, whatever.
That sounds really cool. One last point here, guys, and I'll shut up. Eric DeBay, look, he's spamming, if you want to say it that way. And we're pretty laissez-faire, right? We let people post wherever they want, basically. That's how we roll. But look at him. He's like, oh, Jordan Peterson, 6,000 people. Let's put all this other unrelated crap that has nothing to do with Peterson in a direct, like, Peterson might talk about this on occasion. He might touch on it, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, that is pretty spammy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I tend to be quite strict when it comes to groups.
Jordan Peterson.
The number of people I've found from things like the Minds User Group, as an example.
I wonder if he has any idea about Minds Roundtable, like weekend event, and
debate.
Any idea that he could, participate in this conversation?
Well, I mean,
maybe bring some awareness to his shit.
Okay,
you talking about the flat earther?
This is going. This guy isn't. I think we should do. We should ban him from the Jordan Peterson group.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, really? Seriously. Yeah. I'm about I'm scrolling down here. It's like more spam, like flat Earth bullshit.
Yeah.
More flat Earth. Like,
yeah.
The book. Yeah. By the way, he's got some heavy, deep kind of Freemasonic affiliations, if not card carrying, ring bearing, worshipful There's not a religion, right? But they have these worshipful grand masters, right? And they meet in temples.
Yeah.
Right. But it's not a religion, is what we're told, right? They want us, the profane, us dummies, to believe this nonsense, and that all sorts of rites and rituals, initiation, degrees, they can level up, and it's like, but it's not a religion, and they have all these books that they have to recite by, to remember the passages in scripture.
Well, the Rosicrucians are back at it again too, right? They've got
they'll never disappear. They'll never disappear.
They've got temples.
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean back at it?
They disappeared back in the Middle Ages, age of enlightenment, and then here recently, within the last 100 years, they started new temples here in the United States.
Yeah,
They've got-
this guy's distant, bro. So, and Sirhan, he was like heavily into that Rosicrucian thing, wasn't he? And
Yeah.
RFK Jr. does not believe that Sirhan shot his father.
Well, what was the other guy? His RC, I believe is what his initials were.
R.C. Rosencrantz?
Yeah, Rosencraft.
You're talking about the Georgia Guidestones?
No, RC is from the Rosicrucian.
Right. R.C. Christian.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then goes even deeper into stuff like you was talking about with the Georgia stones, guide stones. That's fairly recent, even though.
How's this for? Did you ever see that poem I wrote? I wrote some poem that sounded more like a magic spell. Not that I'm into ritual magic or anything, and don't ask me why I wrote it down. But it dealt with a lightning bolt coming from on high, essentially, and smashing those stones into, like, pulverizing dust and rubble. And then within a year or two, boom. That's exactly what happened.
Now, who's the hot brunette chick?
But, yeah. The one bottom left there?
Yeah.
Sure.
The dark pill chick.
Every time you share this, a liberal's head explodes. That's a dark meme, man. That's really like get the joke. Like that's. I don't really think that's funny, actually. But you know what? It's boosted content.
It's really.
And it's
really weird how the little girl is dressed like an Amish girl and stuff. She's got an automatic rifle in her hand. You know, that's kind of.
Well, yeah, this guy looks like my brother-in-law. He does. My brother-in-law looks like that. Anyway, so there we go. Well, welcome to America. And good. Second Amendment. Hell yeah. Like, don't tread on me, man. So, you know. And how many people of these guys actually, will this family actually kill or murder or wound or maim over lifetimes? Probably not too many. Hopefully zero. That's the general statistic, is it not? And guns do save more lives. That's the one thing that with the Mockingbird media that we're never told, that, you know, apparently it's on average with those mass shootings like at malls and churches and places like that. Do you know how many lives are actually saved when you have an armed citizen on location rather than call, oh my God, everyone duck and cover. Oh, that sense of learned helplessness. Right? It's a condition, learned helplessness. Somebody call the police. They'll come save us. So you wait for 20 minutes, half an hour, who knows how long. And you lose on average those shootings, apparently. You lose 17 more people die on average. I think it's 17.
Not only from like people violence type situations, but like animals. When I was a child, 4 or 5 years old, I was out playing in the field, and there was a big, like 6 to 8 foot rattlesnake, and my mom got me to go away from it, so I was safe. But the local power person, like working on the, utilities, he had a rifle in his truck, and he slayed the snake, so kids in the area were safe. So it's definitely good to have for lots of reasons.
And like when you talk about that aspect.
No, looking at it from a British point of view, where it's very hard to get gun licenses, and it's
unless you're a cop or in the military.
And it's unusual to see a police officer with a gun, unless you're in London or something. I'm uneasy about allowing police officers generally and the general.
How many lives would be saved, Mark, if people in Britain were, citizens?
Oh, they'd kill each other. They would kill.
They just. That's I think would happen in Korea too. Like if they were armed here in Korea, everyone would just start murdering one another.
I think that's what would happen in
I mean, we've
England.
got a problem with knife crime in places
Yeah,
like London
yeah.
at the moment, in
Yeah.
big cities. So yeah,
That's
With-
Korea
That's
knives,
guns.
baseball bats.
With all the
baseball
vi-
bats are good too.
With all the
Or
violence
just push
going
somebody
on,
over the edge of a building.
with all the
Push them over
violence
the-
going on in England right now, Jeffy, you know how much.
Acid.
I mean, if they had access to guns right now, it'd be a slaughter,
Yeah.
dude. I mean, seriously.
Well, but not yeah. But the thing is, yeah, no guns for brown people. You'd have to make a really kind of clear.
no,
cut
it'd be
and
the
dried
English that would do
policy.
it. It wouldn't. I mean,
That would
dude,
be
brown-
a
only those
violation
of original
of
Anglo-Saxon descent.
they would
Yeah, that
literally.
would be a
Or-
real.
really
you
bad
can hear
teeth.
the human
You gotta
rights-
pass
I
the
can hear the human
Anglo-Saxon
rights
really
lawyers
bad
Yeah.
screaming,
test. Bad teeth.
It would be so many of. I mean, it would be actual English white dudes that would be doing the killing. I mean, they're really, really
I'm not so sure.
like,
Well,
like,
it won't be Jeff.
yeah, yeah, right. He's in denial. He's got that British denial going on.
It's a long way. You're looking at it from a very sort of simple viewpoint, I think.
That's all you got to do. It's like freaking look at how much crap everybody's talking over in Ireland. Can you imagine Ireland having like? Well, they would probably have more guns than you guys do. Because
Are we talking about Republic or Northern?
well, the ones that are having immigration problems.
Republic mainly.
Yeah, they
Immigration problems or immigration solutions?
well, they call it immigration problems because now all of a sudden all of these immigrants are migrating to Ireland,
Well, yeah. Well, but and who's responsible for that?
England.
The European Union.
It's England.
No, the
Actually,
European
Mark
Union.
is kind of Mark the European Union, the EU via I guess England, correct? Because that's who they answer to. I guess Ireland
Yeah.
is not a sovereign nation.
Northern
They're not
Ireland
sovereign.
is sovereign to England, so it's England's responsibility.
But yeah, but you also talk about the Republic of Ireland, which is its own country in its own right. Technically, you could blame Britain partially because of Blairism.
Well, I mean,
Blair aided and abetted in,
do you want to
severely aided and abetted in this.
do you want to tell these guys where England is planning on migrating the migrants or the people from the Ukraine to?
Are they?
The refugees, they want to send them to Zimbabwe. So they're going to take these European white people and they're going to ship them to Zimbabwe.
So that's I think that's very old news. I think that was sort of discounted.
So it's not true then. The last time I heard
Not
they were,
anymore, anyway.
the last time I heard they wanted to literally send them to Zimbabwe. So they're going to,
Yeah, you are talking about old news now.
but it was what they were saying, dude. They were
Kind of like originally the Jews of Europe were to be one of the ideas that from on high was to have them sent to Madagascar.
Mhm.
Denmark
Right.
was the other one.
What?
No.
The Jews of Europe?
No,
During
That
the decisions
The
on
Puritans.
1946,
the Puritans.
Denmark was voted
Well,
1936?
46.
oh wow.
Well, that's post-war. You're aware of the Havara Agreement? Look into it if you're not. That's where the Nazis and the political Zionists they colluded, they collaborated. 1939, 38 Havara Agreement. Haavara.
Yeah.
So we do have a ZOG group as well too. Do you guys know what ZOG stands for?
ZOG.
Well, let's find out.
Hiroki hates this anytime I bring
Let's
Zionist occupied government. This is one of the things.
Zog.
Zionist occupied government.
Makes sense. Good
Well,
to know.
yeah, I mean, sure.
just
But they-
don't say it.
I have a problem with the term Zionist because at the most basic level, it just means sovereignty. At the most fundamental level, it's just all about sovereignty.
Zionist type vision for the Middle East. You know, Zion of like we see it in the Bible, don't we? Zion.
Mount Zion.
And Bob
Okay,
Marley and the Rastas, right? Zion this and Zion now.
See,
Oh,
yeah,
the
in my
Zion.
mind, Zionists has the most basic leftist means sovereignty. So America's Zionist, Canada's Zionist, UK well,
Where now,
because of sovereignty.
How is anyone following this guy on how he's making that leap?
well, he's trying to correlate Zionism with sovereignty. And
No, it's no Zionism is a
fundamental.
mid 19th century movement and vision for you know ethnic state of pure, I guess, really Jewish ethnic homeland and state
But
for the Jewish
you guys
people.
have heard of Mount Zion, right?
That's a
Right.
definition.
Like Mount Zion is right there in Jerusalem, or just south of it, I believe.
Somewhere in
Tan would know that. He's the scholar when it comes to religion. Where is it located? To the south or north, Tan?
Mount Zion. That's
It's
not sure.
I know it's right there.
First time I heard of Zionists is from the terrorists who call everybody in the Western world Zionists.
So
When was that? What year? Like 2001?
2001, yeah. It's like when the Al Qaeda start
Look
coming
up.
on to TV and
I always hear of Zionism being like the political Zionism or whatever for Australia or Israel being the mother whatever home and
Yeah.
all that. And
Ford.
there's like a lot of politicians believe in it and they kowtow and
Sure.
like bow down to Israel because of it.
Look at Paul Levere. I'm concerned. I know that you're a fan, actually, Tan. But and I wish I was a fan too. I mean, he'll probably be a better prime minister than Trudeau, but he's an Israel firster. There's no doubt about that.
Okay.
So
Talk's a good game.
they all do, man. What politicians do?
The problem with the term Zionism is it has been misinterpreted, the definition has changed depending on who you ask.
Yeah, for sure.
It's got
Where?
multiple definitions.
What are you talking about? It's like pro-Israel. It's like you're a supporter of there being a Jewish homeland for the Jewish people in the Middle East. It's a mid 19th century political movement was when it was launched.
Yeah.
Theodor Herzl, who by the way was no religious Jew, he was strictly he was totally atheist,
merchant,
secular atheist. They have used religion simply as something to further their political agenda. It's been a very convenient something that's benefited their ability to endure, to this point, of course, and you know what? Hey, check this out. Are you aware that most political Zionists are not even Jewish? People know this, don't? Well, not everybody.
Yeah.
And moreover, they talk about Semitism. I might have heard me harp on about this before, but most Semites are not Jewish either. They're other people, like that region, the Middle East region. It's largely Semitic. Like there's a
I mean, we're all Jews, if you right.
Well, yeah, we probably all of us have at least like
no,
one.
you got that messed up. We're all black. Haven't you heard? Like every one of us have like 3% black DNA in us.
We're all mixed of some type or another, of course. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm
Jew too by inheritance.
Oh, what are you talking about? What does that mean?
He was inherited. He inherited it.
Yeah, I'm a Christian, and a Christian is
he identifies as Jew.
Actually,
that doesn't
Judaism is an inherited. The entire argument about race Judaism being a race stems from the concept of that you have to be born into Judaism.
Your mother.
Yeah. So yeah, there is a argument there.
It's a misconception. I've already brought this up, and everybody argues with me about it. Like, the Jews were actually a part of the Canaanites, and the Canaanite, to be a Canaanite, that's like it's a generic word for a group of people. The Phoenicians were Canaanites. They're freaking what it was. We were talking about it before. The Elamites, they were Canaanites. You had a whole bunch of different tribes that were in that region that they just classified as Canaanite, and that's what they basically are. And it's just like,
Yeah, okay, that's from an ethnic standpoint.
well,
though.
that's all there is when it comes to ethnic. Now, Zionism and being Jewish has absolutely, or Semitic, not Jewish, just Semitic, has absolutely nothing to do with DNA or any of that matter. It's a language.
Yeah, it does.
No, it's a language.
It's both.
No, it's
It is
not.
both.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
According to the United Nations, according to the 67 convention.
It's historical, cultural, ethnical,
They
religious.
and they
Semitic is many things.
They spill all that shit out, and they never say
really-
anything about DNA ever.
That's part of it. That's part of it.
Weirdly enough, this conflation between race and religion and ethnic status is being replayed with the entire Islam argument at this present moment.
Yeah. Well, is Islam a race?
According to the British government, it is.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah.
Yeah, and groom ganging, and then pointing out that groom ganging is largely dominant, but Pakistani lowlife is racist.
They
too, right?
refer to themselves as the Nation of Islam, don't they?
That's no. Those are the blacks. They're the one black sect led by.
Oh, Louis Farrakhan, yeah.
That's the Black
That's just
Panthers.
one offshoot.
Black Panthers.
That's Malcolm X. Wasn't he a part of the Nation of Islam? And they shot him. They killed him because of it. It's he started to stray a little bit. And
what happened?
become less ethical.
The whole thing was he did a pilgrimage to Egypt, and he learned what Islam really was. And when he came back, he turned away from a lot of his old prejudiced ways.
Yeah, and he saw that anyone could be. He's like even white honky crackers could be Muslims if they've converted. It's up to them, right?
But,
just like with
I
convert as a Jew.
I do want to be clear on one thing. If you listen to Malcolm X, even before what he said, a lot of it was truth. Now, he mentioned a lot of things that was taking place during the 60s that a lot of people don't want to really recognize. Like,
right.
Why would you have the NAACP regulated by 6 white guys and 3 black guys?
Because that was America back in the day, I guess.
Yeah.
And how many of those so-called white guys were Jewish?
Well, no, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's just this is supposed to be a fund that's made for. This is a fund that's supposed to be set up for black people, and they have to be monitored by a bunch of white people.
Outsiders.
You see.
Just outsiders. It doesn't matter who they're. Just they're outsiders.
This was the stuff that Malcolm X was talking about, and nobody wanted to hear that. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Nobody wanted to hear the fact that the black people who were enslaved by white people were actually joining the political party that was the slave owners.
You know, and speaking of, not just what you say, like white people, are you aware that the transatlantic slave trade was dominated by Jews?
Well, I mean,
look into it. It's not. I'm just not making this stuff up. It's something that you talk about people not wanting to hear it. Well, it's another. There you go. Another Malcolm X example of that.
Dominated. I
look into it.
Careful about the word dominated because
they were a central force. They were a major player.
They are a major player, but they weren't the only major.
And they were a lot of times kind of crypto Jews too. So you just and do you know what the first slave trader in America selling blacks was himself a black person?
That was the same guy that made peanut butter.
Could have been.
Um,
Vinny, we need Vinny from Brooklyn. Where the hell is he?
What was
Let's
his
see if he's.
name? Well,
Would he be
Washington,
he'd be awake right now?
George
Sure he
Washington
would.
Carver, I believe is what it.
No. He wasn't a slave trader. No.
The guy that made
So
peanut
anyways-
butter he owned slaves.
Maybe that George Washington Carver.
He was a black man, I believe, and he owned slaves.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a scientist and he was a lot of things, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was a pretty capable guy. So Zog, we just added the Zog group. Got Ireland in the side chat, as you can see. Jordan Peterson, cryptocurrencies. But there we go.
And since we're bringing that up, I mean, let's talk about how many Irish people were actually sold into slavery during that time period.
They were the first slaves sold in America, apparently.
You know, it was like
it wasn't blacks; it was the Irish.
You know, and when it comes to the word Slav, that's actually the root word for the word slave. That's the Slavs were the first actual slaves that were taken in.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
There's a really good scene in the film Gangs of New York, right at the start of the film, where you see these Irish immigrants all coming off the ship in New York and being automatically signed off to fight for the North in the Civil War.
Well,
to fight for who?
For the North.
The North.
Oh, the North.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, cannon fodder, huh?
Indentured servants.
Right.
It's kind of like with England when they were fighting against us. They hired the Hessians, and the Hessians were from Germany, and what's the Bohemians, and these people, man, were really poor. So what they did is they hired them as mercenaries to come over here. That's the technical term, you know what I mean? But
mind you, the Asians were mercenaries in quite a few wars, actually.
Mm-hmm. But they were.
Well, wasn't it the Rothschilds who they were directly involved in funding the U.S. Civil War and even like this is the War of Independence, so I think is what you're talking about. Or was it the Civil War with the Hessian mercenaries, the German mercenaries?
Yeah, this is before Rothschild.
This is the revolution.
I don't know, man.
Until
I think
Napoleonic Wars.
No. Yeah. You'd want to look into that. The Napoleonic Wars. You're saying that the Rothschilds are not active.
Well, see, the Jewish.
Wasn't really active until the Napoleonic Wars.
Where the Jewish fit into all that is because they had real strong ties with the cotton growers in the South, and what happened was you had these slave owners who had their slaves living on their property, and then the Jews were known to set up shops there on the property, and the only people that the slaves could buy from was these shops that were set up by the Jews, and that's where all that takes place. So while we were having slaves in the South, these slaves could only buy from Jewish stores.
Whoa! What?
Yes.
Excuse me. You're talking about the slaves being able to only buy from the Jewish
store
run
Yeah, they were run on these plantations. Okay, so they were set up there, and those were the only people that these black people could go to get their supplies.
And they were operated by probably crypto Jews.
Mm-hmm. That's what the story is, of course, you know. But history in the United States is always like, don't trust anything that relates to American history.
Fact check. Yeah.
You can't even fact check.
Well,
it's that bad. Like
look at the launderers, the building of the railroads in the West, and it was largely the Chinese. I don't know if they'd be coolies necessarily, or just the slave laborers that were brought in, and many of them losing their lives, of course, but not all, and the ones who survived, and even the gold rush down in California there as well, along with the railroads, I think probably throughout America and Canada, big time, with what they later went on to become very, very successful in launching their working as Chinese launderers, not of money, but clothes, basically laundry, washing and drying, cleaning clothes. Very, very. That's a smart business to be involved in, because as long as it's chemical free, obviously. But
U.S. railroads, Chinese and again Irish, and in the UK Irish. The term navvy comes to mind.
Navvy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Isn't that
Irish
Navy?
Oh, it's a British slang for Irish workers.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Workers.
I thought it meant Navy.
No. It's a British slang for indentured Irish workers.
That could probably be what formed the word Navy in the first place, because English were known for forcing people from debtors' prison into their navy to pay off their
Press
debts.
gangs.
Mm-hmm. So,
right?
And that's what caused the War of 1812, was because the English didn't recognize people who fought for America as being citizens of the United States. They escaped from the Navy. They AWOL basically is what it was.
A lot of pirates, a lot of buccaneers, brigands, and freebooters. Hey, look at us. I mean, that's what we pride ourselves on, being total digital freebooters. Yeah,
and see, all these problems today still goes back to the English, because if they wasn't so cocky, they would.
There we go.
We ended up out of resentment. We built the greatest navy on the face of the planet, and we've been that way ever since. And it all started because the English.
Now you are. But remember,
after the War of 1812, we took over.
Rules the seas.
No,
Canada was doing pretty well there for a short time, actually.
After the War of 1812, the United States ruled the planet.
The
1588.
Jaffe, Canada and the British worked together to help thwart the American invasion.
Mm-hmm.
What year?
Well, the Laura Seacourt days, right?
Talking 1812. That.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right. And then there was the French Indian Wars, right?
Now, that was actually the colonies during that time. The French and Indian Wars was actually how George Washington got famous.
Yeah.
Right.
1813 was.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, 1812, and the Battle of New Orleans. Has everyone heard of the Battle of New Orleans?
Yep. Wait until you see the whites of their eyes.
Apparently, good old Johnny Horton, great, quality stuff, music-wise. Yeah. But that battle did not have to be fought. Apparently, you know what the deal was? Is that an end, a cessation to aggressions had already been agreed upon, but because back in that day, word traveled so slow that they didn't find out in time, and that it didn't, and then they went ahead and there was all sorts of unnecessary loss of life, and that took place.
Well, it was kind of necessary if you think about it, because you have to go according to time periods. If information can't spread fast like that until it's actually heard, the war is still going. You know what I mean? It's like you can't.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But it didn't have to happen that way. But because communication was not the level or the magnitude and that we find things currently that it took place. So, and let me just finish by saying, press gangs and so forth. Portland is an example,
Oh,
and you
yeah.
can find other places too where you have these underground, these tunnels right on the coastline, where you have, and there's tours now that they take people on these old sort of
Shanghai
kind of cells and prisons where people would be held for a brief period of time before, like they would be abducted basically from watering holes. You'd be out having a good time with maybe carousing with some new people you met that night, and the next thing you know, you wake up and you're either in chains down in one of these cells or out on a ship sailing the high seas in the service of who knows who exactly. But
there's a movie you need to watch, Jeffy. It's called freaking what was it? I posted it today on in chat. It's what was it? Something bacon, Canadian bacon.
Oh, yeah. Is that where America invades Canada?
Well, it's kind of like that, but it's
John Candy.
Yeah,
John Candy's in that one, isn't he?
Yeah, and the weird part is if you watch this show, dude, and you look at the stuff going on right now, like how you guys are talking about the 51st state.
Well, I'm not talking about it. Trump started it.
Well, I'm just saying if you watch that movie after all this stuff has been taking place, it will trip you out because it's just right in your face. And this movie was made back in the 80s.
Well, yeah.
90s.
The song I wrote that song like years ago. The video was put together 14 years ago, but I was kind of hip to what was unfolding and what the end goal in part was, at least long before that. I mean, of course, all this nonsensical, the free trade maneuvering and the corporate, the coercive pressures and coveting of Canada's natural resources. Absolutely. So I think really though that the true reason why Trump has got his sights so much set on Canada and bring them on as the 51st state is because of the old the historic, the family, the business, the Trump brothel industry that where their fortunes really that's how it all got launched. So in fact, as it is, I think we should be demanding that they hand over a large part of the Trump empire should be given back to Canadians, basically, and spread out equally, just like the Bible suggests.
Well, you need to.
So Trump, stand down, Trump, and hand over. We want all of our ill-gotten gains returned to us.
Remember NAPL too, though.
You said he's demanding, he's forcefully suggesting that Canada should be a 51st state.
Economic pressure.
I disagree. He says a lot of stuff. He says a lot of stuff, but to use his expression, he says many stuff. But how much of that will actually occur?
Well, I don't. Why does people take this seriously?
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah.
I find it laughable.
Also remember too, NAPL. Okay, like not just his money invested. He was big on bringing NAPL into being when it comes to Canada and the United States, and I guarantee you that all of this has to do with the North American pipeline in some way.
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, I do think that, and he and Poilievre will be working together a lot more closely than Castro ever did. Although Castro and Biden, they conspired in their own way, unfortunately, to undermine national interests, where these other two characters will probably be working to, you would think at least, to embolden and strengthen, make make America great again, right? And Canada too, hopefully. So there's no reason that the two countries can't work closely together. I mean, I wish we in fact had more protections and rights, including the Second Amendment. That end of things, really critical. Responsible, gun ownership. There's no reason that it couldn't be done, frankly, especially when people, when they come to realize and to learn that, as was pointed out just a few minutes ago, how private gun ownership, concealed carry, it saves a lot more lives than if you have to duck and cover and wait for the cavalry to show up. So that's
One thing I'm interested in is to see how Canada's and US economic status over the next couple of years, because in Europe it's no secret that most of Europe is in a recession now. So how is that going to affect US and North America?
what will affect the US?
Germany's now in recession. We are now technically in recession.
Oh, Germany.
Yeah.
No
France
confidence.
is arguably, well, it's not a technical recession, but that's an argument. Italy, no, actually Spain is in recession. So yeah, I would like to see how this will affect North America in the next couple of years.
Well, I look at it from the politics too. If you remember, you was telling me all these countries that were voting no confidence, and and New Zealand already has no freaking standing parliament. Like, they've still got the former parliament running government because they can't figure out which party is in charge.
What is yeah, that's something I'll have to have a look at. Australia and New Zealand's GDP growth.
Well, they get so caught up in this saturated freaking socialist freaking crap. You know what I mean? It's like, stop. Get off of this whole freaking bullshit about the indigenous freaking society there, and start getting into some serious issues. Like, they've got politicians that freaking don't even want to hold position. You know what I mean?
I remember having a discussion many years ago with an Australian, and there is a mentality, or there used to be, at least there used to be a mentality in Australia where the citizens didn't really consider themselves to be political. The government was there something to, they were there to serve the government rather than the other way around. There was this overwhelming sort of idea that governments come and go, and Australians are not really overly interested in politics.
Hey, I'm gonna get out of here. I got some stuff going on.
All right, man.
Okay.
Check you out later.
Football.
Yeah.
Happy
Y'all
sailing.
enjoy.
Have fun, man.
All right. Peace.
Later. With Australian, that's where a lot of that liberal shit came from, because they were the big movers and the shakers back in the day. Like, if you remember, back in the 80s, that was when feminism hit freaking Australia like a freaking plague.
Yeah.
And
I don't know. Especially in the 90s, Australia seemed to be, the citizenry were really apathetic when it came to politics.
Jane Fonda. It was all about Jane Fonda and Avon.
Yeah.
That
Celebrity culture more than
Avon?
Yep. Avon.
You're talking about the multi-level marketing women's beauty
Yep.
supply line. Is that right?
Mhm.
Full pyramid scheme.
Avon and Tupperware parties.
Well, no, Avon particularly was the big movers and shakers in Australia. Them.
My mom,
Yeah.
my mom
Yeah, they
for
were.
a time was so on board with Avon.
Yeah, they were too.
It's
Britain
just,
as well.
yeah, that was a real thing of the 70s, wasn't it? Late 70s?
Yep. Mhm.
In the 80s, 90s, as far as
80s too,
Australia
yeah.
and Britain is concerned.
Well, I wouldn't
Well,
have had
did-
no problem with them, because at least the feminists back then were willing to freaking say, "Look, I'm a woman," and win their money. That's what they do when they're married. I mean, that's what a married man does.
Well, and that's what Karl Marx pointed out, and marriage is simply, it's just prostitution by another name, or
Oh,
a
jeez.
more.
No, I disagree.
That how you
I can see. Yeah, I see the argument, but I disagree. It's,
no.
I'm going to go down
Totally.
the entire
What do you
family values.
Okay, what happens if you don't give your wife any of your money?
You get in trouble. That's what happens. You get.
You get punished. You get cut off. You don't. No for you tonight.
Yeah.
Well, even if you give her money, it doesn't guarantee that you won't get cut off.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, but yeah, you're just
in the
then
second
you're
wave
so-
feminist sort of
you're a
idea, the
If-
so-called glass ceiling
You're not getting
idea.
any bang bang. No bang bang. You're giving her money. Like you're just. That's just. Who the hell? Like, how stupid is? That's, you're totally cucked if that's the case.
Well,
Don't tell me, Tan. You don't. That's not your scenario there in via Ontario, is it? I hope not.
Well, I mean, you know about the whole Ring of Saturns, right? Or Ring of Saturn, like the wedding
He's
ring.
all pumped out. It's like, oh, that's enough for him.
The wedding ring is supposed to represent the rings of Saturn.
Yeah, well,
Saturn
according
worshippers.
to Jordan, you've been reading and listening to too much Jordan Maxwell. So it sounds like.
No, I mean it's that's what they used to say. They're saying that's what the wedding ring represented. It was a pagan ritual that worshipped Saturn.
Well, it would be interesting to trace back the history of
Yeah.
the wedding band.
And you know who Saturn is, don't you?
Pardon me?
You know who Saturn is, don't you? What god in Greece and Rome?
God of what?
Roman,
Yeah, isn't
Evil?
it's not good. Saturn, the
It's
cult of
evil.
Saturn rules the material realm. Like all the lawyers and judges and cops and like these occult or groups and societies, it all leads. Look at the way that the judges or worshipful masters. Once again, what do you call barristers with bars? What's that all about? It's all, and then your worship. What is it called in England with the judges with their silly? What are they doing with those bloody wigs? Like, how faggy, man! Like, take off the wigs. Like, what are these costumes all about?
It goes back to 17th century.
Take it off.
We're only talking about high coats, and we're not talking about menstruator.
Well, they wore those to keep lice off their heads, right?
And they powdered
That was
wigs,
the original.
right? Powdered?
Yeah.
Is that why they powdered them?
They powdered themselves because they were queers.
That's it. You're serious.
Yeah.
It is pretty faggy though. If you're dressing up as a woman, that's just does not send the right. I mean, you are sending signals to people. Anyone watch it's like, well, this guy's cross-dressing.
Remember, back in the 17th century, skin and diseases were extremely common.
Right.
So you don't want to go out in the street with your hair falling out and spots all over your face. So yeah.
Okay.
You have to make yourself look pretty, and
Precisely.
Well, isn't that why you wear a hat?
Come on, dude.
Yeah, but we're talking about 17th century. How common was wear hats?
They used to wear socks up to their knees and shit.
Because tri-corner hats, all kinds of caps and whatnot. But anyways, the Saturn, the cult of Saturn, look it up. You can find some very interesting, it's very dark, esoteric material that people like Michael Tessarian and others have Mark Passio probably knows a thing or two and has probably delivered a few presentations. Jordan Maxwell back in the day as well. Sure, like the judges, and they are your worship, correct? Is that not how they're addressed in court? Like, and guess what? Your worship in court, how many of those judges are Freemasons? The majority, I can almost guarantee you, the majority, not all necessarily, but even the large majority, yes. And what is Freemasonry? So it's at its deepest core. It's said to be crypto-Judaism, believe it or not. A lot of people don't know that, but look into it, folks. Type in, if you're curious, Freemasonry, crypto-Judaism. See what comes up. So, and then take it from there. But yeah, okay. So bands, Cult of Saturn bands. Like, well, doesn't it mean just it's a reflection? And what other symbol would you suggest then in place of a wedding band to reflect and symbolize your commitment to somebody?
That would be.
So why Saturn though instead of like? Isn't Venus the goddess of love?
How about a cock ring or two? That would work.
Well, you got to understand the whole concept of the ring, okay? Like when open eye freaking viewers who actually looked up at the stars could see Saturn back then.
Really?
Yeah. Like so they had an understanding that there was a ring around Saturn.
Huh.
Okay.
Well, and where's the hexagram? Isn't there like a hexagram around Saturn too?
I don't know about no hexagram.
Yeah. No. Seriously. Well, because now we have there's the technology with telescopes and whatnot. Although these flat earther types will likely dismiss all that too. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, no, Saturn and what is Saturn as far as the gods of? Isn't it a Roman god?
I just checked.
Harvest.
Saturn is actually Greek.
God
is actually Greek.
Yeah.
Uranus, god of the underworld.
No, Cronus is Saturn, and Cronus is the one who ate his children.
That's time, right?
Right.
Time, chronology.
Uranus is the father of Cronus.
Saturn is the Roman god.
Nice.
The Romans took it directly from Greek.
So Cronus.
Saturn is
Greek.
Cronus.
Saturn.
Yeah.
Come again?
Saturn is Cronus.
But Saturn is Roman. Cronus is Greek.
Actually, no. Cronus, it was a Titan, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a Titan.
So he was not God.
He was the father of Zeus.
So yeah, he is not one of the pantheon of gods.
Whoa! Kronos was the father of Zeus.
Right.
Yeah.
See, oh man, you have a lot of knowledge. Definitely. You're clear on a few things, I think. But definitely. When it comes to Roman and Greek pantheons, the Romans incorporated a lot of the Greeks. But then the Greeks did. But then Egypt and India. Some people they look at first Egypt and India. Those two on their own. There was some interaction between the two back in the days. How the story goes, believe it or not.
Yeah.
On an esoteric level, maybe trade and so forth, and you name it. Not a surprise really, but they try to keep it hidden for whatever reason. Maybe because it'll stand to shake up the world of religion. Organized religion probably is what
our Middle Age or Dark Ages, that was the second one. Now the thing people don't realize was like during the time of the Old Testament, that was actually the first Dark Ages. That's where everything went silent. History became a complete blur, just like our Dark Age was. And
during the time of the Old Testament,
right? And during that time, man, they're having to actually go back and they're trying to pull all the archaeological findings and stuff together, because
Match it.
because there's not really very much information about what took place during that time period.
Well, and you look at things like Gilgamesh and Noah, the Ark,
Right.
and the story of Gilgamesh, and scholars have really, the similarities are quite striking. So even the story and influence of like Buddhism on Christ and other examples prior to him appearing in the world, that there's all kinds of parallels that you can find in ways that, like what I'm looking at here right now, the syncretism of Buddhism and shamanism in Korea. So religious syncretism is a big thing all through society. The Catholic Church is really good at it. The Catholic Church has they're probably top, that's why they've succeeded. They don't go in historically with the Jesuits and so forth, when throughout South America, even Quebec, the Jesuits very active. So they would go in, and you wouldn't try to completely liquidate or wipe out the indigenous native population. You'd work with them and try to find commonality.
Yeah. And that's what happened.
Ground.
That's what happened in Japan too. There was no conflict whatsoever. Right. They just migrated.
Right.
And let me point out to anybody who listens too, when Jeffy's saying synchronism, that's what he's talking about. It's where one or two religions blend into each other. This hasn't got anything to do with like what we're talking about usually when it comes to synchronicity and stuff. This is two religions blending in together.
Yeah, but the prefix is the same.
Well,
it's
yeah,
the same prefix.
yeah, you're right.
Syncing up, blending.
In another like way of discussing a topic, yeah. But like in this topic, it's just basically two religions actually merging together, which is actually true. That happened quite a bit and a lot.
Yeah. Well, 900 years of Greco-Buddhism, man. People talk about Judeo-Christian or Judeo-Christian. Well, how about Greco-Buddhism? 900 years. Why do so few people know about it? Why? There's only really very few scholars even talk about it. But it's there, man, and it's intriguing. It's really fascinating. So encourage anyone who's interested to dive into that.
That's why I want to get into what I was talking to you about in the beginning with this thing about Mount Fuji and a lot of this in Zen Buddhism. A lot of people don't realize what's taking place there or what took place there, and like you'll hear a lot of people on the internet who think they know a lot when it comes to samsara, but they really don't understand what they're talking about when they talk about this stuff. Like this is some sick...
What does it mean? What does samsara mean then?
Okay, samsara, there's like 7 different levels of it, okay? And like when you're talking about the hungry ghost in samsara is like 1 level above hell. Yeah. Conversation about it, because I've heard this in the last year, especially a lot of people who claim to know what they're talking about make comments about samsara, and they're really way off base on what it really is. Like when you live a life where you're constantly taking and using drugs, you're addicted to freaking this or that, you have all of these things that you're obsessed with. If you go according to samsara, that's going to turn you into a hungry ghost
when you die.
Right. And people.
Well, you are. Well, yeah, but we already are. Like, see, and that's from the Buddhist perspective, in the simplest sense and the simplest level. Hungry ghost, like, it's something I'm constantly afflicted by because of my wanting to learn more. Never satisfied, needing more of this, more of that. Got to archive and organize. Although I think, I don't know, in some ways I've kind of, and thank God, reached the limits, putting music archives and whatnot together. But these are all psychological states of mind, is how I've had it explained to me. That's one way of looking at it. The hell realm, we've all had bad days, right? And we sometimes get in shitty moods, and we're depressed, pissed off, and you know, just all out of sorts is, I guess, is what how the Brits might put it, and that's because, you know, like there are, if you want to call them demonic elements, it's just more like spiritual. There's a spiritual, almost like valve input and way that if we're not careful and if we don't keep close watch on our consciousness and our minds, that we can allow certain elements, certain energies to possess us, essentially, and we are all possessed. And we need to work on cultivating inward cultivation of our hearts and our minds, but just you know, like, what did Christ say? Be of good cheer. I think he said that. Doesn't
That's what he said?
Yeah, right. Didn't he? I'm sure he did. So be of good cheer, and don't. Like, and he pointed out those. Look at those people over there. Their hearts are hard.
Yeah.
Their hearts are hard. He's like, don't be like those. Don't, you know, that's not good. And so that they were in hell, and he's saying, no, be of good cheer, be happy, and eudaimonia is literally the good demon within. That's the classic, the Koine Greek term for happiness. We got to remember. I think it's important to remember that and work on doing what we can to improve and build up on that. And
I was wrong too.
just-
It's actually 6 realms.
Yes, 6, correct.
And
Hungry ghost, hell, the god realm, the Azura, the god realm, jealous god.
Yeah.
Don't forget jealous god, human and animal.
Yep. And then you have you have the human, animal, and then you have Asura, which is demigods. And,
So,
and then you have the.
it works on all levels.
Yeah.
It works on, from the standpoint of basic consciousness, but also deeper, liberated, free from our bodies. Where then does consciousness go? What form? What shape does it take?
Yep.
That, you know, and I think that's where, well, it's just we should be mindful not to carried away or afraid of or intimidated by the mental phenomenon that may emerge that we witness and see at that time. Because some people, if you study NDEs, near death experiences, people, it's kind of like acid, taking acid. You know, some people they have wonderful, great trips, depending on where their heads are at, hearts and minds, I guess. But and then others, it's like a hell kind of deal, right? So we got to be mindful.
With me on that though, like the level for the hungry ghost is as Preta, okay, or pre, however they say Preta.
Yeah.
You know,
Preta.
and the whole thing that I make out of it is this, you know, when you deal with like Buddhism and you start delving into that stuff, you need to understand that this is a very disciplined, organized religion. It's probably more disciplined and organized than the Christian religion or any of the other ones, because you can't be sitting and talking about Buddhist theology and then smoking dope. You know what I mean? It kind of cancels the other out. You know what I mean? Because Buddhist religions, they're real strict on the things they do and the things they say. And if you get caught up in that kind of lifestyle, that's going to create your freaking hungry ghost, your Preta realm. You're going to end up in that like purgatory. You know.
Buddhist theology.
Yeah.
Buddhist theology is an oxymoron. Buddhism.
What? Because they don't believe in gods? Is that what you're saying?
That's right. Yeah.
But you know, it's not really true. There's some. It depends on what type of Buddhism you're looking at. Because like Mahayana Buddhism, they believe in all kinds of gods.
Yeah.
It's just that they're just not monotheistic. You know.
But are they God? Are those gods like a Buddha, or they're actual gods?
Nah, I think they're gods, I guess, but they're not. But you know, they're nothing. I don't know. You have to talk to a monk, I suppose. Don't I? I can't really answer that, unfortunately. So
well, I know.
but
I know
the
the first realm is the Diva realm. Okay, you have the divas.
Deva.
The diva.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Deva. It's interesting too in the Muslim tradition. Deva is something really bad, like devil, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is Hindu. This is Buddha Dharma, which the Islam really does not like because it's not of the book. So they can allow a bit of a break to Jews, apparently. Even though apparently the Quran is, if you look at the Mein Kampf and the Quran side by each, you know which one is much more hateful and vitriolic, and disdainful when it comes to Judaism? Which one do you think? Is it Mein Kampf or the Quran?
The Quran.
The Quran apparently, by far makes Mein Kampf look like a Boy Scout manual.
Well, Hitler, everybody gives him
Hence my
credit.
point last night about Shiism.
They give Hitler a lot of credit that he really doesn't deserve, because a lot of the stuff he got was from Nietzsche, and that's a lot of his content. Yeah, he was actually.
But that was Hess. That was Rudolf Hess that helped. He ghost wrote Mein Kampf, apparently.
And that's where a lot of that comes from, and then they completely just destroyed Nietzsche's theories and his things, like it vilified Nietzsche so bad. Now today when people talk,
he was not a herd kind of guy, man. Mm-hmm. He did not like the herd. He was down. He's like, hell, the herd. This herd mentality is no. The Ubermensch. It's like the Bodhisattva. It's like the Buddhist Bodhisattva.
Yeah.
You're like overcoming stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, and let's keep in mind, enlightenment. You free yourself. Like there's two ways. I might have talked about this already, but enlightenment. You can have the eureka, kind of Satori awakening moment, like the light bulb going off in your head. It's like, oh yeah, I get it now. And then secondly, it's like you're burdened, right? The worldly encumbrance holding you down, and so, but then you get to the point where in walking the bird's path, you liberate yourself from all that crap, and you don't let anything worry you anymore. It's no big deal. Just life goes on,
That's why I always ask people what they think about deja vu, because a lot of people don't correlate what that means. You know what I mean? What does deja vu mean? You know what I mean? Or having
deja vu is something else, different than like an epiphany, though.
Right.
Already seen.
Yeah, deja vu relates to the belief in reincarnation thing.
No. It just means already.
That's a very broad definition.
En français, on dit.
Okay. In the context of reincarnation, like the deja vu sense is like they've experienced this before in the past life.
Okay. Well, yeah. Or maybe you could look at it in the sense of like predestination, and you're almost like ahead of the curve, ahead of the ball, like you're in front of things. You know what I mean? It's like there's something. You're right, though. There's something funny going on as far as the timelines, and would you say intersectionality of like dimensions, or who the hell knows? Like something funny, big time, sure. Yeah. Do you guys ever have deja vu?
Oh, I'm sure everybody's had deja vu.
I do, but it's just common to me in my experience. It's just common things that happens over and over again in my lifetime.
Right.
Not in the past lifetime.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
But how often do you have deja vu?
Not often, but once in a while, I find myself, repeating the same thing. That wait. Sounds familiar, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like you've been there before. Sense of it means you've been there before.
I've been through this before.
Right. Yeah. And it's a phenomena too, by the way. That's another thing that people don't understand. Like a phenomena is like astroplaning when you're driving down the road in a rainstorm. Okay, your wheels will lift up above the water, and that's a phenomena. And the reason they call it a phenomena is because they don't have a clear explanation why that happens.
Really?
Right.
Isn't it just physics?
They still can't they can't explain what causes it though. They just don't.
What's it called? Astroplaning?
Yeah, it's called astroplaning. It's where
you're skating.
You're skating.
You're like skating on the water.
Right. They have no.
That's weird, man. That's what? I can't believe this can't be explained by physics.
It's a phenomenon.
Yeah.
It's a phenomenon, and it's just like deja vu. Deja vu is just something that happens. It's a phenomenon. And they have no explanation for it.
Right. Well, there are brain scientists that have tried to figure it out, but I don't know what conclusions they're just speculative. So this hypothesis, that hypothesis, and you're right. Maybe there's no definitive proof.
Well, not
but
yet.
My question is, what is epiphany? I'm trying to break that down. Like, is that like
epiphany is something that's different from. It's
an
different
insight
from deja vu. Yeah, it's like a revelation, an insight that and it's an insight that you just. It's like the eureka moment that you just mentioned.
Right.
Oh, right, eureka. But I'm trying to understand the. I kind of get that, but I'm trying to understand the semantics or the etymology of EPI, funny, like epiphany.
Epiphany it's like the revealing of something, isn't it?
Yeah. It's Greek, so like maybe epic. There's a tie into epic, or Epicurean, or what else?
Manifestation. It means manifestation.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Symphony, like symphony. What else has that suffix? Because this is wordplay. I always do the wordplay, even with my adult students in Korea, right? With English, we have word games. We have fun with breaking words down and. Look at the Greek, Latin, maybe even Sanskrit.
Now that you're on that frame of thought, let me ask you another question. Have you ever had a moment where you looked out of the side of your eye and you had a glimpse of something, but when you went to go look at it, it was gone?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just stupid though. That doesn't mean, that means nothing.
Well,
that's stupid. Yeah.
It's
just a different shade of lighting reflecting on something in your room.
I don't buy that. Yeah, exactly. Shadow person.
Even though you've been drinking or having too many drugs.
Yeah, maybe drinking too many juices.
So Tran or Toronto man, have you ever listened to did you ever listen to Art Bell back in the day? I know Robert
you asked me that before, I think. I don't know.
He's Canadian. You know how they are.
Canadian musician? Or?
There's a lot of Canadians that called into his show over the years. He was getting calls from Canada all the time.
Yeah,
what about Mark here? I don't know. He's the one who would probably it'd be more of a stretch for him because he's so isolated and sheltered over there.
He didn't even know who Benny Hill was until he met me.
Oh my God, are you serious?
I knew what Benny Hill it was.
Yeah.
I was brought up with Benny Hill back in the 80s.
What was the first
1950s or something?
Movie, not TV show.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Film.
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
That probably isn't his first.
The Dick Van Dyke.
Yeah. He was the
Dick Van Dyke, and who was it? Mary Poppins.
He was the one that held or he hid the kids away. He hid the kids away from danger in Bulgaria.
Oh.
And
do you know what the world needs now? The world needs now is a Benny Hill reboot.
It wouldn't be allowed cultural sensitivities.
You guys, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Bring it on. We need it to stir up the pot, definitely. And hey, and speaking of which, how about the bromance between Dana White and we talked about this yesterday on the Red Pill Nation Hangout. Dana White and now Zuckerberg even growing his hair out a little bit, kind of some curls, trying to beef up a little and. Yeah, who knows? Maybe I would love to see the match, the cage match between him and Musk. I would hope that the both of them beat the crap out of each other.
I was really extremely critical of Musk for doing that, for even stating that. For God's sake, he's a CEO of a company, or he's an owner of a company. Act like a professional.
I don't know.
What was Tan? Oh, listen, get what Tan said something. We got to bring him into what did you say, Tan?
Yeah, what did I
He
say?
had a
I forgot what
comment.
I said.
Oh yeah, smoke. Oh, geez, you've been drinking all morning too, haven't? Actually, it's evening over there, I guess. So,
No,
yeah.
no, all evening. Yes, I've been
Have
drinking.
another Heineken. Is it a
Yeah,
Heineken?
right.
It's like, yeah.
Galactic Fire is in chat on
I
Rumble.
start.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Oh, great. So she can hear us jibber jabbing, can she?
Yeah.
Bring her in. Bring her into the talk, man.
All she got to do is
is
click
also-
on there. Yeah, Naroki.
Naroki's over there too.
Yeah.
Well, you got 6 viewers right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe he's still watching.
Naroki.
So just to recap, what have we talked about as far as mines go? We've looked over a number of the groups here. I don't think I've
Yeah,
got
what
a
are we
space
talking
there.
about? Yeah.
Now with
Did you talk about Bill Ottman jabbing Mark Zuckerberg?
that's what I was waiting for you for to
Okay.
because
Cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies. We've got there's a kind of crypto group MECP I think added by I'm not sure who is there. Jordan Peterson, Ireland, Zog, the Middle East, and Trump his Canadian brothel history. But mine's and that's why he's angling. He wants the Canada as the 51st state. Here comes the missus.
Oh yeah, she's gonna come at you with that frying pan. She remembered what you said. She's gonna take you out, dude.
Asian noodles all over his face. So and mine's just the fact of I just realized yesterday actually that you can now what the hell is it with the group options? You can launch a chat now, which never I had no idea that people could even do. And I came on board back in April, is what Mark was saying, that launching chats within groups. If you're a moderator.
Been around for a few months, yeah.
So, actually, Tan, we should see. We'll talk to see if we can bring you on. Do you want to be? How would you like to be a moderator in the Toronto or in the Canada groups? Is that okay? Won't be too burdensome, will it?
Sure, but it doesn't look like it's very active.
Well, that's why you got to get engaged over there and help to spread the word.
Moderator just means you moderate the activities.
Yeah, yeah. I'll drop by there a little more too, actually, and see if we can, because make it a priority. Infowars. There's a great group for Infowars. The Joe Rogan Experience. Both of those have thousands of people in them.
Do they talk
right now?
Yeah, but they're like mostly dormant right now. What?
But that's not true. No, these idiots, either it's us that have done it and we forgot to unpin, or there's these other dummies that they just, I'm not sure where they are, what they're doing, but they wandered off and they forgot to unpin their content. That's all. Because if you scroll down, you'll see, there's more recent posts that have been added, usually.
Oh, okay, I see. But as a moderator, you can unpin them.
Yeah, no.
No. I remember creating a GitLab ticket about 2 years ago. Administrators cannot unpin other administrators' posts.
Oh, that sucks.
Which is a problem.
Can't?
Which is an issue.
Can or cannot?
They can't.
Cannot.
Right. Yeah. You can't delete them either, right? Can you?
I have to review the GitLab tickets again.
Sounds like a bug to me.
Because so long ago. But yeah, I remember I published 2, maybe 3 GitLab tickets in relation to group administration, moderation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna stop sharing. Yeah. Why don't you share your screen, Roger? Get something going there, or maybe like Tan can do some quality screen sharing on mines. Like just scroll through what you find until we can talk about it.
I can share.
I did that last year, and it's very, very.
Yeah, Roger's streaming, so it'll be hard for him to share.
It's very unflattering as a stream when you're bouncing from browser to browser. It really is.
Confusing.
Well, then turn off the screen share. I mean, if it's too clunky, then Then
now, if somebody else does it and then I'm streaming it looks great. You know what I'm saying?
Right. if we're doing a screen share while
Right.
you're streaming, it's okay.
Yeah, it'll come out a lot
It
better
works
in
a
the
little
stream.
now. Okay. Like, yeah.
It's
All
just
right.
Which screen?
I'll be back in a second. Hang on, you guys. Oh, what is
Tell me
that?
which screen am I sharing now?
General.
there you go.
Okay. So
Oh, you're in the chat. See, this is the thing. They've got this other chat. Like this is the what the hell? This is
the other chat sucks.
Yeah.
This is you guys have. What is this? The elementary thing that you guys
Yeah,
are
the
talking
element,
about? Or
yeah.
This is the old chat. This is the legacy chat.
This is the
I never
good
saw
stuff.
Well,
that.
you were in. You
No,
were.
you-
Yeah.
you
We
use all the
were
time.
posting here. You were posting
Yeah,
in
you
the
use all the
Roger
time.
Hanson room.
Yeah.
Quite recently.
Right.
And
But
then
why
But
is it
Roger
saying?
has already left that room. You know.
yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's no good.
Well, I did
That's
that for
unfortunate.
I did that for like political reasons.
Are you're
Political
protesting?
Yeah.
What's the
well,
problem?
I have crazy women that I know on frickin' minds.com that I really don't want to frickin' have talking with one another because they
Talking shit about you.
they are crazy towards each other. Like women are vicious. Like they can talk
Yeah,
to
when
men.
when they get near Rogers, you know,
Yeah.
they just something.
hormones.
They got some sort of pheromones on him that turns them, you know,
to beasts.
into each other.
They're just wild beasts. Beasted
Yeah, it turns
burdens.
them into wild beasts. Yes.
You know.
Hey, speaking of which, Roger, when are we gonna? When you actually finally going to appear for us on camera?
Well, one of these days. One of these days.
I've shown you
You've done a
mine.
few
You show me
times.
yours.
I've got to take a bath and get myself cleaned up.
We don't care. We don't care about that, man. We kind of
Comb your beard and
look.
Well, I ain't gonna be
And besides,
combing
we
my
can't smell
beard.
you. You're too far away to smell.
I don't know about
Maybe
all that.
your mom and your poor mom and brother. That might be an issue, but well,
Oh wait.
so I was, I was talking about this.
Yeah, we were talking about this thing with Mark Zuckerberg. Did you hear about
Mark
that?
Zuckerberg. Yeah, you know that his Threads account is federated. So which means you can follow his post from Minds. So this is him right here,
Zuckerberg.
Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah.
I
This
could care less about him and following. I mean, and this following thing to begin with is too cultish. I just, I know it's colloquial usage, I guess, but the way they've got it baked into the cake.
Bill follows him.
Bill.
Bill follows him, and then there's a thing about keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Yeah. Oh, who said that?
Yeah.
Who said that?
Oh, Bill Ottman said that Matt Zuckerberg, okay, is a fair weather CEO.
Yeah,
Well,
he said that. Yeah.
Do you know that
Yeah,
they
and then
blocked
make an
a
entire
couple of
argument
years?
how Bill was incorrect.
Do you know that they blocked
Bill
Minds
looks at-
content?
Did they?
Yeah.
Actually, I made an entire argument there to state, suggesting or alluding to that Bill is looking at this from an extremely simplistic, naive point of view.
And what would that be?
Well, a lot of people agree with him actually. Mark.
Yeah, I know.
That's mafia.
A
That's
lot
mafia
of people
strategy.
cannot think for themselves. A lot of people just follow celebrity culture.
This is the post we're talking about.
Minds, Facebook blocked Minds content. Are you guys aware of this? For 2 years they did.
Yeah,
They would
yeah.
not allow. Like, no.
Yeah, I
What
heard
the
of
hell? And finally, now you can add a Minds link to Facebook, and I think that's great. And it kind of almost relates to what we just brought up: friends close, enemies closer, because actually, the way it's you're allowing Minds to get their hooks into Facebook and have their content shared.
Yeah.
That's great. Now, does Zuckerberg, has he bought out like maybe he's a silent partner in Minds? He became one. Perhaps there was some deal that was made behind the
I don't think
scenes.
so.
Well, there's
No.
something fishy about them and X though too, because like freaking, there's just too
Wait a
many.
minute, you're not seeing. Oh crap! You're not seeing the tab I'm sharing, am I?
Mines? You're talking about mines in X, the offerings
Yeah.
in X, or what?
Yeah, there's just too many familiar resemblances between Minds.com and X now. Like their interface.
I'm not
I
seeing
argue that's
I mean, look at this.
lack of
Look at this.
creativity
Minds.
and,
Look at how Minds is set up right there. Okay.
yeah, I argue that is lack
Oh,
of
that's always
creativity
been that
and
way.
imagination.
No,
For the
yeah.
longest time.
Neil Ottoman hasn't really got a major imagination, to be fair.
Okay.
Musk knows about mines, by the way. Bill
Yeah.
Bill told us that Musk is aware of
Well,
mines.
that's Bill telling you, though. Come on, dude. I mean,
Well,
seriously.
Aware?
No.
According to Bill,
Well, Musk should know
knows
that
about-
Minds is one of the social media platforms.
Yeah.
That's about should be-
Any decent CEO or owner of a company should know about the competitors.
Yeah.
Be
yeah.
right back.
That's
Be right
just
back.
market. That's just knowing your market.
it's also banter.
And if you don't know your market, what are you doing in the market in the first place?
But that's also banter, though, as well. Like when, like, of course, Bill Altman's gonna tell you, man, you know, we're just the greatest platform on the face of the planet. Look at this, X is just copying us, and you know damn well that behind closed
Public
doors,
relations, marketing.
behind closed
What
doors,
they were saying, there's lies, downlights, and then there's marketeers.
right? You know, I mean, it's like, come on, dude, look at this layout, and tell me that's not X. I mean,
Wait,
I mean, even groups is in the same spot where freaking
Yeah, again, lack of imagination. In fact,
Yeah,
me,
yeah. Didn't somebody
what
said
was it?
blue
I was
sky is the
in
same
general,
as mine as
just
well?
before
Yeah.
Christmas, me and Ria were talking about blue skies, weren't we?
yeah,
And I made a note mention that blue skies looks exactly the same as Cheddar.
every single one of them.
These people do not have any, well, the majority of these don't have any imagination.
Yeah, exactly. He's getting excited. I love it when he does that. He starts getting excited.
Here's X, and then here's Minds.
Right.
I mean, it's a modern usability trend, I guess.
Yeah, I do understand the sort of point of view from recognition, from user sort of recognition and easy to use interfaces.
Well,
But there is room for creativity
right.
in this point.
If they could create something that's kind of like Discord, along with some of the function.
Discord.
No,
Mm.
again, you're falling in that trap.
Well, I mean,
Something like
they have
this,
no.
or
We've
something
already
like that,
established
or
they have
something
no
like
imagination,
something
though,
else.
Mark. We've already established they have no imagination. So let's just let them ride with this no imagination thing, and create one that's more in line with what Discord is, rather than X. You know what I mean? Because and plus, if they add some of the features that Skype has with it, they'd be on top of it. Like Skype has this recording
One thing
option.
I do not like about Discord is having groups within groups within groups within groups. You've got this overarching group, then you've got all these subsidiary groups within that group.
Well, those are
It's
servers.
just
You got your
annoying.
yeah, you've got your channels, then you have your server, and
Yeah, well, yeah,
you know
servers.
now.
Or what they call servers, which isn't really servers per se.
Now with that, you can split everything up. You can put your porn on one. You
Traditional
can,
sense.
you know, you can put your porn on one and name it 18 and plus. Make it restricted to anybody 18 above.
You gotta sneak that porn thing into your stream, too, Roger.
Oh, I was planning on doing it, but then I was like, no, I'm not going to be like that because I don't want to share all the good stuff with people on Minds.com. They don't deserve it.
Your personal porn stash.
Yeah, I mean, like,
And remember, family friendly.
well, I mean, no, come on, dude.
Is Minds friendly?
Yeah, I don't think so.
It can be. Depends on which what content you're looking at.
Well,
Yep.
what's that down
Different
there?
silos of
Well, one thing's in all seriousness, this business of Minds content being like somebody's really dropped the ball. Well, two things. Bill, I'll sing his praises and anyone's praises where I think they've done a good job. But the past 2 years, he really screwed up. It's called the so-called Minds Fest out of Austin.
Yeah.
And all they did was sit there and like talk about, when I could tell, they talked about the general kind of social media landscape and nothing to do with Minds per se. Pardon me?
Only from a US-centric perception.
Yeah, and InfoWars, Alex Jones was there the first year.
People like Bill Ottoman know there is an entire world out there. The world doesn't start and end in the US.
Yes, it does. Where the hell you live, dude?
Okay, so what?
He's in the UK.
Exactly. I just figments of your imagination or something.
No, you are on the network. You are being introduced to me by a network on the computer. I don't know where you're from. You say you're from England, but what do I know? You see?
Yeah, the Matrix hub.
Yeah.
Just, cyber ether space.
You could be like this thing that's on minds.com. You know what I mean? That talks to me.
I didn't want to be rude.
Yeah,
but
projection.
There was the old joke about North America being fairly arrogant and
that's
sort of insular.
That's what everybody in England says.
It's a cliche stereotype. Hey, whatever happened? I've been in touch with Bashi, okay, and we've talked. There's some personal stuff I brought up with her. I might bounce off you guys later. It's not that big of it. It's big. It's a big deal, kind of, to me personally, because I'm wondering. Well, I think I might even mention it last week, but the more to the point is, and I've got to bring this up with her, is where the hell has the years of conversation, the side chat content that basically was archived and occurred in the groups for several years, where did it all disappear to?
It's about at least 3 years, maybe 2 years.
It's been memory hold. Nobody has answered anything. It's like total radio silence.
It's in a database somewhere.
Metadata. It'd be metadata.
Like the legacy you're talking about, Jeffy?
What's that?
The legacy, the old messenger stuff.
Well, like groups. Yeah, groups would have these sidebar chats. The legacy groups had these sidebar chats where we were sharing links, to other groups and URLs and YouTube and this and that, and so you could share it either in the sidebar or you could do it in the main group itself, right? Kind of like sort of the way that the fake book chats. Well, but those are chats that are set up. And even now they've incorporated over on Facebook recently where you can start a side chat in a group. And people often get confused between groups and chats.
Mm-hmm.
Groups have, so in other words, what we're looking at now, it seems, they're expanding a little bit so that groups, well, on Facebook, as just for the time being, they can make launch a little side chat for the group. And then from there, you can make another side chat, like a more specific, adjunct or something that relates even. We did that with Operation Secret Santa, right?
Mm-hmm.
So people could get more.
I think the issue that we're facing is, apart from this help and support issue, which
I'll be in touch with Bashi again. I'll ask her.
The major issue was just confusion. It was all these multiple different methods of providing content. Yeah, just from a end user sort of, as Bill would call it, user experience sort of points. It probably just got too confusing.
Well, whatever the case, I'd like to know where the content is, and because they're so free speech and we're not censorship. No way. We're totally, you can say anything you want. Well, where did all of this free speech, dialogue, and information, that was shared and that we engaged in and worked to produce over the better part of at least 5-6 years? Where did it all go?
Yeah.
Who made that decision?
It wasn't that long. It wasn't
at all.
I have to go
me?
back and remind myself, but it wasn't that long.
Yeah.
Now
I mentioned Art Bell a while back, so I recalled here. I'll go in. I'll give you a screen share. You can see the group. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Art Bell. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, do check him out. Like, if you want to get into some cool stuff, like it helped to give you more like of a backstory and foundational support regarding a whole host of esoteric issues, from ufology to the paranormal, ghosts, Bigfoot, even just politics and current events too, as they played out throughout the better parts of the 90s and 2000s. All of Art's personal drama, of course, and things like remote viewing, for example, and you name it. He had a lot of really great shows.
Mr. Robot was into that.
Yeah, Mr. Robot is
Mr.
always
Robot?
he's always
Okay.
into that. The DMT thing. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have to.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to get back with him on that and kind of put him in place on that whole DMT shit, because all these people are real big on that, like saying, "Oh, it's a spiritual experience." Have you even gone in to do research to find out what you're putting in your body? Like you're literally putting ingredients for petroleum in your body just to create DMT.
What are you talking about?
These chemicals that are being used to break down all the compounds and stuff to make DMT consists of the same stuff that is being produced by petroleum companies for fuel.
Yeah.
They're putting this stuff in their body, man, and they're saying that they're having a spiritual experience, dude.
I don't know what DMT. I've heard of DMT. It naturally resides within us to some extent.
It's everywhere, but for you to get that experience that these people are talking about, which is supposed to be a spiritual experience, you have to be able to combine it with other ingredients in order for it to work. And if you're not careful, you'll kill yourself.
Yeah. Not just DMT he's playing with, right?
Right.
Doing a bunch of different psychedelic stuff.
There's
disabled chat group. Somebody made a group chat room. I don't know who did that. Was that you, Tan, or Roger?
No. For which one?
Where the hell is it? I don't even know. Where do you find the chat room?
Click on chat. There's a chat icon right there.
What, this thing here?
Yeah, that one. Yes. For every group, there's a group chat room.
Holy shit.
Only if
chat
it's
request
activated by
17
admin
pending.
phases.
What's this all about?
This is.
Oh, geez, you haven't been in here for a while.
Oh, these are all. Look at these. Boo! No.
Yeah.
Oh, look, James Woods just recently. Oh, with an extra S, had his house burned down. Malibu, or where the hell it was, crying. Oh, well, he's just so my house burned down. Meanwhile, it's like, kill all those. We want all those guys and the Semites dead.
James.
But my house burned down, and I love it. But kill those Semites and Gaza. They must.
Jaffe's losing it.
So, like, he's getting some karmic blowback there, as what people pointed out. It's good for him. Hang on, is this the real Robert Morningstar? What's going on?
No.
Oh, maybe it is.
Is that my? No, I don't. Is this James Easton?
Yeah.
But I don't understand who this. I don't. Is this in the Art Bell chat room?
Is that his group? No, there's the group called Robert Morningstar and James Easton.
So
do
this
you have
is
a group like that?
Well, this Meme Wars, Meme Wars is like really popular, right?
Right, that is a group. Yeah.
I refuse to join it.
I
guess I'm already part of this. So oh my gosh, you pending requests, all these How do I do?
These
So I have to
are
go
personal
menus,
chats.
delete.
These are
You know what I'd like to do? What would be good? Like, make a note of this if you would, Mark. Why don't we just have it so we right click and we can delete without having to go like so? Like, watch
No,
this.
just click on one and then you can
there's no like
cancel reject.
it's left click. It's left click.
Yeah, you can
Oh,
reject.
what? So I can go back here and left click? No, I
Yeah.
can't. Not really.
Yeah.
Then
And
I
then
still
just
have to compare.
reject or
This is my
accept the
point, though.
content.
Hello, how are you doing today? I'm just gonna reject for now, I guess. These idiots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna take off the
Yeah.
screen. Start
Well,
showing
a
you.
lot
So
of those are
that's enough
bots.
to know.
A lot of those are bots, so be
Of
careful.
course, they're stupid.
I'm not sure about bot. I don't know about automated.
You want to be
things.
my
It's
only
just-
fan? I have nice boobies.
That's right. I'll send you now that the chat can send pictures. I'll send you my boobies.
I think the dumbest part is when they ask you what your name is. Like, are
You
you?
got dick pics?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My name is
That's-
actually in my it's on.
They're just making
Yeah.
conversation.
What's your name? My name is
You know what you
Sylvia.
should do? You should troll them. You should troll them and say like, "Yo, I'll trade you dick pics
Oh,
for your
I do
your
that.
snatched photos."
I do that.
Or something
I
like
just
that.
straight
Like,
up.
Yeah.
I just straight up tell them, I'm like, let me see you naked.
Oh,
I did that. I did that one time too.
Yeah, you tell them you're naked, or tell them that you want to see them naked, and freaking they automatically either send you naked pictures of them really bad to a real person. So
Yeah, you're unscammable.
you know, but that very rarely happens. Like these people are.
We get this quite a bit in general in the old chat. The number of people are banned for that sort
This-
of for that.
this
sort
goes
of
back to
spam.
May of 2024. These requests. So people got to be on the lookout for this sort of thing. I guess is what
Yeah.
we're saying, right?
Yeah.
Everyone should look into their minds and see these silly chat requests. And this is only This is only via. This is personal or via the groups.
This is everywhere.
personal. Yeah.
This is all this personal stuff.
The chat screen is related to your own account.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the groups. Then it's not.
No.
No,
No.
but you can access group chat by that.
Yeah, and you can activate your chat by going to your group, and then up at the top you can activate an actual chat if you're the administrator.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm looking at. And I'm wondering who did that here on with the Art Bell. Somebody activated it. I don't know who
It
that
would
was.
have to be an administrator, I believe.
Well, I'm gonna-
Yeah, it would have to be an administrator. I was going to say moderator, but no, I think
Was
it's
this-
only administrators that can
None
activate
of you
it.
guys did this. You're not active on the Mind or the Art Bell group.
No.
Again, I'm not overly interested personally.
I stopped watching Art Bell videos because they keep getting banned from YouTube and all them faster than they're
Well,
put on. Like,
that-
I love
that's the
listening to
thing.
them, but it's just keeping
You know
track.
what you do? You know what you do? You go to archive.org.
Well, archive
That's-
is just something that I've been getting into recently. I
Yeah.
I just haven't really gotten into it.
Oh my God! It's incredible, man.
I know.
No wonder they want to shut it down. It's so cool. It is awesome.
And it's like
It just,
Substack. Substacks is just as
it's different.
it's really a lot of layers involved in it.
Substack's pretty cool. I like Substack.
Yeah, from what I've
It's-
seen
you
so
do have
far, it's cool.
Pardon me, or what you've seen of
From
it?
what I've
Yeah.
seen so far, yeah, it's pretty cool. But I mean,
Have you checked out? Fuck this follow business. Have you checked out Robert Morningstar's
that
work?
was
What he's done?
actually the first time I checked it out. Was whenever you started
Okay.
sharing the links on that and everything. And
Okay.
I think what's his name? The guy. Oh God, he just came on your Christmas Operation Secret Santa Claus. I haven't heard from him all year. What was his name? The old guy.
AWOL Aaron.
No, the older one.
Older one.
Yeah, he's the one. He came on. He said that he hurt his head last year.
Oh, Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson, yes. I can't believe I forgot his name. But I think he's got one on Substack too, doesn't he?
He might. He's really. I hope he's okay. He was not feeling well. He just disappeared. He came on and just the one time and disappeared with the flu. And usually he is really supportive of the campaign, and
Yeah.
he's actually kind of like he is a secret Santa. He helps out in a big way. So, anyways, you go to archive.org here. We got the screen share on once again, and I think somebody's already shared this link though. It's over on actually I'll put this in the Art Bell chat. That's a good idea to copy and paste this so people can easily access this. But anyways, check this out. So Terrence McKenna, Crystal Gale, that was pretty cool. Ultimate Art Bell collection. That's got a lot. Well, let's just go there because that's got a lot of stuff. You can get multiple. Like we've tried to download and access archive as much as we can. As the real fans have gone through the trouble, taken the time to organize everything, and we're just downloading. But look at this stuff. You see how many pages this is? It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
It's like how many items? It's almost 300 items. All the shows of like 2.5 hours each, right? And there's a list and the whole thing. So that's pretty far out. Is this a new one? Oh, I don't know if I've got this. I think I've got this already. So, but yeah, there you go. And the thing is, I'm not down. Like he's talking about the global superstorm and climate change. He was a big him and Whitley Strieber. I'm not a fan of Strieber that much, actually. For a number of reasons. But the whole climate change thing, it's just ridiculous. I just don't buy it. I think it's ridiculous. And you never. Well, actually, no. You would occasionally hear him he'd have guests. He'd bring on people that would talk about the HARP technology, of course, right? And Tesla technology and how weather can be. Yeah, it's man-made climate change, all right. It's because technology is being used to make it happen. Yeah. So there's talk. Even a lot of people don't know there was a World Weather Warfare Treaty signed at the UN in Geneva. 1977 was when it was ratified. And here's the way it worked. So they were engaging in experiments and conducting warfare, weather warfare, even as far back as that time. But it even goes back about 100 years is when man, as far as what I've been able to come up with, man has been producing artificial rain, and trying to control the elements and weather. So, but using it as a weapon, weather as a weapon, like people need to understand this and not stop being so naive and easily hoodwinked. But here's the thing with the Weather Warfare Treaty, they talk about, okay, yeah, we agree as nation states. So China will not target the U.S. and the U.S. will not target Russia, and one nation to the other. So sure, we agree on that with the weather warfare technology. What they don't include in the agreement, though, is how they will target their own people. On the receiving end of what these diabolical people at the highest levels, for whatever. I guess I don't know what it would be. It'd be just for more power and political gain, I suppose, and fear, terrorizing people.
Well, control. If you know what I mean. If you want a certain region to freaking have problems in on everyday life, like just put in a blizzard, put in a freaking tornado, create havoc on the terrain.
Don't even do that.
Big money too.
Yeah.
You realize like they're cashing in like the stock market, because if it's like insider trading where they have foreknowledge, right? So they can bet on it through the stock market.
Create a tsunami to destroy an island so you can go in and build it back up.
That's right. Yeah. Earthquakes, scalar technology. That's it's quite easily done these days on a covert level. Yeah. So, anyways. Near-death experience is a big thing. The Montauk Project, all kinds of things here. You just name it.
That reminds me, Christian contacted me the other day and said that he'd be interested in coming back on sometime. So I told him he's always welcome, and if he,
What do you mean?
Christian.
Yeah, La Toho on your show or what?
Yeah, he said that he seen us do a broadcast last week, and he said he was asking me, and I was like, dude, you're always welcome, you know. And I just figured I'd mention that too, so that if you get a chance to talk to him, tell him he's more than welcome to come on your show too, Jeffy. Because I don't know if he feels like he maybe needs to be invited or something, you know, but.
Well, it's just polite.
Yeah, no,
It's just looking at it from a polite sort of.
Yeah, etiquette.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just figured I'd let you know though that he did reach out and everything, and he is interested in coming on and stuff on the shows. So.
Yeah, sure. Oh no, he's a part of our WPRPN group. So every time we do the news, he gets a call basically these days. And in fact, Tan. I don't know. I don't think Tan is in our WPRPN group.
He's a smooth operator, dude. You're not gonna be able to induct him into any kind of thing. He's learned the guest mode on.
He's not even in our. See, he's got a limited guest account, is what it is. So we can't do anything.
You should really create an actual Skype account.
He does that.
He doesn't like. He's a techno snob.
He knows the ins and outs. He knows the benefits of not
CIA or whoever. Doing this.
Like he's a smooth operator. That's what I'm saying, dude. Freaking, he knows exactly why he's doing the guest thing. Like I would have done it if I would have thought of it at the time, you know.
Why is that? Is it privacy or what?
Well, when you do guest mode, you can't be harassed by having.
He's muted.
You're
can't
muted,
hear him.
Dan.
Something's going. We can't hear him.
Move out of the. Back out of the.
One more time. Do it again. Unmute. There you go.
Nothing. Back out of the call and come back in real quick.
Yeah. Kick him out of the call. Come back.
Your system microphone.
Yeah. And then just come back in. Yeah, but I know what that's all about, because that's one reason why I was so happy when Discord allowed you to come in as a guest too now. So, like, that's a big deal.
I don't know what as a guest.
You can go on Discord now as a guest for people's channels and stuff, which is kind of cool.
Discord, I fucked those guys. They shut down both of our accounts, man.
I know you're like that's what amazes me about you. I've never met anybody besides you who's gotten kicked off of Discord, dude. I mean, and I've seen women on there soliciting for freaking like selling their booty on freaking Discord, and they've never been.
Sure.
You know.
Well, yeah, you could do that. You can do anything you want. You could probably sell. You could solicit sex with children and all kinds of sell body parts.
I don't know about all that.
Just don't criticize Israel. That's the thing, right? If you criticize Israel, you've totally done it then, and you need to be removed. So I think your mic is still screwed, Tan.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there he
is.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. There you go. I don't know what happened there. Maybe
earlier.
It could have.
What?
Well, we
were talking about that. No, your Skype account is limited. What's your?
Yeah. No, right. I was saying I use my normal Skype account for work stuff.
Yeah.
I don't want to mix work with pleasure.
Right. So he's a smooth operator. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows the ins and outs of it.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, we can never have you on the news, unfortunately. But
yeah, I guess so.
Maybe,
you're posting new on the Skype thing.
Tuesday nights.
I guess I can always create a secondary.
What's that, Mark?
Create a secondary Microsoft account.
Yeah. Another email. Whatever.
But see,
yeah.
If we did that, then he would be official, and that would mean that he would actually like have to come on here and do stuff on this account. Now, I know people with like 2 separate accounts for this and that, and like one always suffers.
Hey, look, guys. I've got to wrap up here pretty soon. We'll get another 10 minutes or so, and I got to get on the move here, laundry and so forth. But a recap, and I'd like to give a shout out to our listeners. Who do we got out there? Like, well, why don't we have the? Why can't you do a screen share? We've got Sonia, who's maybe she's puttering around the house doing like a lot of people do. They tune into shows like ours, live streams, and podcasts and what have you, and they're just doing housework or multitasking. And
I said hi to Galactica and Naroki, and they haven't responded.
We got 8 viewers now. Did you just jump in?
Then we have
Naroki, who else? And there's a third person you mentioned, a name I recognize as well.
There was another person on
lurkers too, don't forget. Lots of lurkers, always lurkers. Sign in, people. Don't be afraid.
There was Naroki, Galactic Fire, and then over on
I was going to say multiple platforms.
Then there was Baby Players 1, which is on what the hell is this? I keep forgetting it. It's that one platform I was telling you about that I've been going to.
Nubile 18 plus or something?
No, it's I've got a let me get it real quick. That way I can get the name of it. It's in my bookmarks. Beam.
Tell us
it's on Beam.
Here in 3,
It's on.
How's Toronto?
Yeah, Bat Players 1 on Beam, and then
today,
Cheese Jokester, and
cold.
Moss
it's
2004.
It started snowing today. Maybe we were getting the effect of the Chicago storm.
Hey, do your kids play hockey? Did you say, or they skate?
They skate.
Yeah.
None of them play hockey. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Racing little.
Yeah, they should start.
Little Vietnamese Asian pufters. That's the last.
Yeah. It's pretty strange seeing Vietnamese Canadian puckster playing hockey.
Well, do you know that actually we had one of our best hockey players had figure skating backgrounds, right?
Who was that?
Well, you wouldn't know him personally, but no. When I grew up, and he had all the hottest chicks too. He had all the best girlfriends.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna be, so it's pretty. We teased him. It's like, wait a minute, this guy's pretty smart. Maybe we should do some figure skating too. So, yeah. Now, is it power skating that the kids are doing just for fun, or is it figure skating, or
just for fun? Yeah, just skating around there.
Oh, good.
Canadians will never figure skate, dude. Come on, seriously.
Yeah, some of them we got some famous world champions.
Chicks.
Brian
Orse.
Oh my God. Well, I keep forgetting who I'm talking about.
Just a recap of what we've done, and maybe also next week where we'd like to go. Any idea? Oh, actually, you know what? I probably can't make it next week because we'd like to get the feature shows back on track. We're 5 shows behind right now. I got to get busy.
Yeah.
Right now, uploading.
Remember, you were going to arrange a interview between me, you, and Naoki next week as well.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, you were talking about it last night.
You mentioned it last night.
Yep.
Interview? Four-way interview?
No. Not you, Mark. It's another Mark.
Oh.
You don't know anything about the pig. You know anything? What do you know about the Picton Pig Farm? Jackass.
You mentioned
up to your
Mark
neck
and
blood,
last night, and there was only one Mark on the street.
Political intrigue.
The Pigton Pig Farm.
I don't think so. Nice try. See the way these people, they come along, they try to insert themselves into the narrative?
No, you mentioned Mark and Naoki last night, and there was only
MI5, MI5 agent, MI6, well, one of the two.
I'm telling you, man, Mr. Robot ain't got nothing on freaking you guys. He's like...
Yeah, he's kind of interesting, that guy. Definitely, he's kind of spooky, isn't he?
Well, what's going to have to end up happening is he's just going to have to get over himself. Like, he turned around and he tried to censor me because I was freaking playing music that wasn't doof music, like dubstep. I'm like, dude, I will never
complain about you deleting his post or something.
When was this?
this was like maybe 4 months ago. Like, he's gonna censor me because I am not playing dubstep. Now, first of all, dubstep is the worst form of music ever invented by man. Okay.
Where were you playing it? Just in your own time at home on your privately? You were playing?
No, I mess around with them with like music mixes and stuff like that, and try to make audio visualizations with music and stuff like that. And he his shit because most of his friends are into dubstep, and I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
I'm not going to be I'm not going to be
got a reputation and an image to maintain.
Yeah, and I'm not going to be censored by a bunch of dubsteppers. You know what I mean? Doof. That's like freaking the worst. That's worse than getting censored by emos.
How old is that guy, Mr. Robot? He's about, what, 30?
He's fairly young.
Yeah, he's in his...
Probably 24 or something.
So, and now he's gone from India. I'm pretty sure he was in Goa. Like, they all go to Goa, obviously. Smoking weed and finding enlightenment, fake, well, maybe real enlightenment, who knows. But then he's off in Australia, yes?
He's in Australia now, yes.
Yeah. You seem like an okay guy, really smart.
He's a really great guy. He really is.
Guy, yeah.
He just that whole music thing, that was, oh no, I can't cope with that shit.
That's so funny. Like, he really lost his shit over that, did he?
Yeah. Like, he's telling me about spiritual shit and everything. I'm like, dude, you freaking encourage DMT and freaking doing dope. Don't sit there and give me no spiritual kind of...
I've had I've had fairly heated conversations with him in relation to copyright and also the Israel question. If you remember back early last year in generals, we had an entire 4 or 5 day discussion about the entire Israel-Palestine sort of
yeah, I think that's
issue.
where Jaffe and freaking Mr. Robot would really like to have a conversation, because they both kind of line up in the same area when it comes to this stuff.
Roki gets triggered anytime I address the JQ.
Yeah. Well, it's a sensitive situation there.
You know what Voltaire said? Yeah, and October 7th was an inside job. Like, let's just cut to the chase. Like, let's stop trying to fool ourselves or anybody else. You know, it was clearly like to not realize what was in the works is.
Nearly. Again, where's the evidence?
The evidence is right there. It's in the fact that Israel has the most sophisticated intelligence and surveillance apparatus in the world, and it's called a stand down, Mark. It's a stand, like you kind of look the other way and you take no action, just like with what was done in Jasper a couple months ago, where they let the forest fires burn through. You've heard of Jasper and Banff in Canada, the famous kind of holiday getaway. I mean, Tan knows about that, obviously, but and it was. I'm going to have somebody join us here, hopefully in the next month or two, and they're a firefighter expert, and the way that things were put in place is it was allowed to happen. It's what's known as a must be. So they allow for the conditions to be in place and to build up to a point where then you can strike a match, metaphorically speaking, if not in this instance, of course, literally, but just generally speaking, when you have these dialectical scenarios that you're working on staging and putting together, you wait for the opportune moment with the proper right conditions and do exactly that. Strike the match and ignite the spark that leads to what we saw. The fire is breaking out on both sides. Tan, did you follow this? There was one side of town that first got on, then the other. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Then the Minister of the Environment, as they believe, this Stefan Gelbo. Look into this jerk, man. He is awful. He's a terror. He's just a full-blown communist, if you want to call him that, traitor to the nation. And he is someone who has done this time and again. He even wanted journalists to be licensed. That was when he was in culture, serving as Minister of Culture and Heritage. Now I think he took on a new portfolio. Trudeau Castro moved him over to the environment, forest and the environment. The firefighters were there with the helicopter crews and all the resources, and everything was the teams were there on the ground ready to go, and he gave them the stand down order, is what we're hearing now. But that's and then a fire broke out on the other
don't
side.
look at it as a conspiracy theory or conspiracy.
It's
It was
politics.
sheer political incompetence.
Now what?
No. That's what they want you to believe.
What was the
That's-
motive?
Yeah, I could argue
No,
that is what
no,
you
they're
want
just-
me
yeah,
to
they're so
believe.
stupid too, aren't they?
vice
They just
versa.
know that.
So,
So
no,
stupid
I'm
and
not buying
incompetent.
that.
Okay,
I don't think so.
what's the motivation behind
No,
setting
they
this
just-
forest
it-
fire? That's
because-
one thing that's
because
always gotten on me.
Bureaucracy and incompetence.
No, I mean, what would be the
We see this all
motivation?
the time.
What would be the
No.
motivation for setting
That's
it?
just a lame kind of way of like an excuse explaining away just what the grim sort of reality to things. That
People
so
are
often
always
is
trying
the
to
case.
look for a hidden agenda. Always trying to look for a hidden agenda, and don't dismiss the most simplistic arguments out there. Because people want for conspiracy theories. People want conspiracies to happen. Rather than if you look at how bureaucracy, how civil servants, how governments work, a lot of it's down to just sheer incompetence and negligence.
No, they're just following orders.
No, they're
And they don't
idiots.
want to lose their jobs.
They're
They got
idiots.
their
Oh, yeah,
jobs.
yeah.
And
And
their
remember,
pensions.
there's an old joke in the civil service. It's very hard
And they're-
to get fired in the civil service. You can
It's-
do
it's what?
a
It's a
lot
joke.
of things,
What?
and it's
What's-
very hard because of unions.
It's very hard to get fired.
Right. Yeah, but you can lose your pension too.
Well, I mean, people don't get pensions these days. Like,
Yeah, you don't have to
in the
get fired.
civil
You can always
service,
get,
we
you can
do.
always get
In the
killed,
civil service,
or
we
have your
do.
family
Yeah.
members. You can have members of your family just suffer the consequences.
like the average employee now don't
Don't have to
they,
get fired.
they,
They'll-
they,
they'll
they
have you
don't they don't
liquidated.
really expect to be working a job for 20 years, and that's even some of the higher pays.
In the private sector, that's true, but in the civil service, there's an old joke about once you become a civil servant, you are the civil servant.
Well,
for
those
life.
are the lazy ones, though. Those are the fat, lazy ones that don't do anything. That's where the stupidity comes into play. Like they're really
Yes, that's what I mean.
Most are just following orders,
Yeah.
and trust me, there's the fear factor is ever present wherever you are, and not that it's something that we should fall victim to and be intimidated by, because that's the whole problem. These these people are bullies. They're bullies and psychopathic. I mean, how is power upheld throughout the years? It's and how are dynasties launched and perpetuated and continue to find themselves being further entrenched, and how are these financial empires, how are they launched, and how do they continue
Another factor
It has
you've
to
got
do
think
with
about when it
murder.
comes to-
yeah, man,
another
that's
factor
blood. They got a
you-
lot of blood. They got a lot of blood on their
another
hands,
factor
and
you've got to
skullduggery.
consider about in civil service
They're
is,
willing to kill.
um,
They will do anything
is that they are overbloated.
anything you can possibly imagine in order to advance their cause. It's the ends justify the means. Machiavelli, right? The ends justify. They could care less how many people have to get hurt. Look at the Biden. Look at Castro. Look at who are these other nut jobs? Oh, Netanyahu. They're willing to bring down the entire house of cards, so long as they can keep their asses basically out of jail. and not have to face any persecution or be held accountable in any way, presumably by the opposition. But
This is
it's the look at
this is a point about equality.
kicking and
I do
screaming.
not like.
Kicking and
Because
screaming.
it's all about, as far as these people are concerned, it's a very Marxist idea. It's equality of outcome rather than equality of opportunity.
Talking about equity. Talking about equity.
Yeah. The
Even
entire
know what the hell that
DEI
means.
argument
Yeah,
is
it's kind of
related to that.
Well, I'm,
it's equality. That's very commie. That's leveling. See, the leveling is really what's central to what we're seeing played out in conjunction with the Kalergi plan on the global stage, and the leveling of all nations. The leveling, so the first world is brought down to the low. The third is brought up in conjunction. Look into some Rostow's takeoff theory. Rostow's takeoff theory. This is like first year university economics where we had that presented to us, and there's presence. So it's an interesting term that presence can you can look at that in a number of different ways. There's 4 presents that I'm aware of. There's I'm presenting this present to you, and you can also feel a presence, right? But presently, I'm presenting this present to you. So there's the adverb, the noun, or the adverb, the verb, and then.
But see, you have to go back to proper English.
And then the noun.
You're never supposed to end a sentence with a pejorative.
Shut the fuck up, would you? Jesus, Tan, I think I'm losing more fucking hair than you are. My widow's peak and what the hell do you call it? Kind of what do you call it when you got? I've been using this egg shampoo, and now I'm working on what the hell is it? Aloe vera now is like the wife. The wife is like sympathetic because but so it's with what do you call it? With hair recession, I guess. So. I've gone bald sometimes.
Am I balding? No, geez.
Well, you're thinning.
Am I receding?
You're thin a little bit, but in Asian culture, you might not know about this, but I actually shaved back during the whole Corona apocalypse. That the few years that we're having to, and where I how much fucking income did I lose? Myself, my wife, and many others, everyone. How much did we lose? And not. And how much, it's such bullshit, these assholes.
Yeah.
It's just incompetence. It's like, give me a break. These assholes heavily invested, and they know exactly what they're doing. They're collaborating. It's the lockstep is what it was known as. It was a lockstep agenda. They're, shoulder to shoulder, and, lockstep agenda, how much more fascistic can you get? But I shaved my head. As a way of protesting the whole thing, and it really did help in the sense of furthering, just to generate consciousness and awareness regarding the whole, scamdemic bullshit at the time. And the Korean people were just so many with their heads up, their collective asshole. It was terrible, and they continue to be that way. Just with this willful ignorance, we find it everywhere. Of course, ignorance afflicts all of us to one extent or the next. But this it takes a lot of effort. It seems this willful ignorance, a lot of effort and energy for people to practice that sort of thing, rather than when you have information presented to you, to look at it, not necessarily just accept it, without giving any. Because critical thought is another thing that's really essential, and we don't find enough of that either. Just basic questioning: who, what, where, when,
I
why,
break
how.
it down to even more simple than that, because see, the human mind is an amazing thing. Okay, don't even try to worry about discernment or anything like that at first. Just read. Okay. And I think that's what's really hard for a lot of people in this world, that they don't want to read. Just sit down and read. And no matter what you think, the more you read, the more your mind's going to start working, and the more you're going to start putting 1 + 1 = 2 together. Okay.
Audiobooks are really great.
You
Do
know.
you like
No, I mean
audiobooks?
the actual functioning of reading. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
The physical. We got a lot of these the books here in our library's probably
Right.
got we got 1,000 books here.
just take
Try to
time
believe
to
it or not.
read, man, and it can be on the computer, it can be
Yep.
an
No.
actual book,
No.
it can be
Yep.
just take time to read,
Yep.
and
Yep.
you'd be amazed how much you would how farther you would go by just taking time to read, and that's it.
Yep. Speaking of which, one of the books that just kind of jumped out at me here that Tan might be interested in with a Catholic background. Tan, have you heard of the Nestorians?
Yes.
Oh, very good, excellent. Well, I'm impressed.
They are a bunch of heretics.
Oh,
really?
yeah.
Okay. Why is that?
It's Nestorian is one of the heresies that got started in the church.
Didn't know that. Okay, but anyways, there's this thing called the book called the Jesus Sutras here. That I've got a book, Jesus Sutras. So there was a cave. It's called Dung Huang. Really cool. Actually, Roger might get a kick out of this too. I know we're
really?
shifting gears a little bit here, but we'll tie it back into mind somehow. Maybe like, there's a comparative religion group. That's how we can do it. So we'll link that up maybe. Or people just listening right now in real live time can maybe find it themselves. Type in comparative space religion, see what comes up. So Dunhuang and the Silk Roads. The Silk Roads are so important, and because it continues to this day, only more like we are living through the age of apocalypse. I've got no doubt about that whatsoever. It's which it's an age of revealing, but with that being the case, it's also an age of great upheaval and tumult, chaos, and so forth. So creative destruction, if you will, order out of chaos, and the more that the underbelly that Mark here prefers to believe that is simply incompetent and incapable, the more that their dark deeds are brought to light, because this is the age of light being shone and brought into the world, that like any little demon or monster or spider or what have you, they'll begin to scurry away and try to keep undercover and hidden, as it were, for the most part, until they're willing to more fully reveal themselves, I suppose. And that's probably not a good thing, given the mindset of these people, bloodlines in particular. But so the Age of Apocalypse, things like the Dead Sea Scrolls, even, of course, that's a form of revelation, obviously. The Tibetans have a tradition. It's terma is what it's called. It's this buried treasure that people like, I think, Padmasambhava, various Tibetan saints and whatnot, that they buried secretly in various places around Tibet that have, over time are being brought to the surface and incorporated into their just their practices, their various lineages. But here we have the Jesus Sutras. And speaking of syncretism, religious syncretism, and the Silk Roads, that was a big thing. Manichaeism as well, too. I brought that up in the past. I think you guys, Roger especially, has looked into that.
Yeah.
And St. Augustine, who you know of, Tan, he was for a time a practitioner of Manichaeism. You know that, do you?
Yeah.
See, my wife, I get so frustrated with she calls herself Catholic. It's like, I have to. She's clueless when it comes to these things. So I'm glad to know there are other Asian people that aren't as dumb as she is, or ignorant Asian Catholics.
I mean, I studied Christian history in university, so it's kind of different.
Ooh, was that your major or what?
No, it's just a side hobby that I courses I took on the side.
That's because I've noticed some of your posts have been pretty enlightening and insightful. I appreciate what you've contributed on that front. But the Jesus Sutra. So I guess I'll track down comparative religion here and check. Look, there's lots of documentaries people can easily find. We talked about books. Well, there's also audio books and the YouTube videos, which is a good jumping off place. Wikipedia. It's not the end all and be all, obviously. It's not hardly ever, but at least it's a decent jumping off place,
Get
right?
you
Where
started.
people can start. Yeah, exactly. Lead you off in different directions, and we can then exercise, like you were talking about the human mind, Roger.
Right.
What more were you going to say about that?
No, I was just saying you've got to, like you were saying, you got to start somewhere and don't complicate it. Just start reading. You know what I mean? And find something that interests you, and then go from there. And eventually, you'll start expanding just naturally. You'll go from wanting to read this to wanting to read this.
Right.
And
what I found though with the Koreans is they lack any innate sense of curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
They're just very incurious people. They really are. It's so frustrating. Like by and large, not entirely, but the overwhelming majority, and it's quite disheartening. It's very sad. So, but once as a I'm a professional elf. Right? I mean, we've talked about that in the past.
English language, yeah.
What's that, Mark?
Any what we used to call TEFLs, teacher in English.
Professional elves.
Yeah.
In the UK, in educational circles, we used to call these people like yourself TEFLs.
Chief elves.
Santa's little helpers.
Teacher in education, teacher in English foreign languages.
Yeah. Okay.
TEFL. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, English language facilitator is how I kind of regard my
Philologist or some word like that is what I was always under the impression. What do they call that? Philologist.
When Jackie started saying Deng Huan, I thought it was a Vietnamese name, but turns out to be Chinese.
Yeah. So Jing Jiao documents early, and I got on screen share. I think right now people should see it. Early Chinese language manuscripts blending Taoist, Buddhist, and Christian teachings, connected with 7th century mission of Alepan, a church of the East, bishop from Sasanian Mesopotamia. The Jingqiao documents are a collection of Chinese language texts connected with 7th East bishops, so they're kind of repeating themselves. Blah blah blah. But it's also look, you can get it free here. But
how do they relate to Nestorians?
Because there's a heavy. Okay, just type in Nestorians. And then Dunhuang.
Because Nestorius was this heresy is like a 4th century heresy.
Right. Well, what happened was there were these these documents were hidden, and then they were uncovered, revealed by the monk, the Taoist monk, kind of got bought off.
And resurrected, right?
Well, no, he opened the
China.
cave. Yeah, it's like the apocalypse, as I'm saying. Do you know what the word apocalypse really means?
You asked this before in your show.
Yeah, you have asked it.
It's just let's see if you pass.
Unveiling or
Jackie's acid test this week. Yeah. Okay, you got it. There you go. It's 5 points for 10. So that's what I do with my adults. 5 points, check mark. Or you know what the Koreans really go for? Like I do love Korea and the Koreans by and large. Like all the but the problem is they don't like being criticized. But fuck that. If you can't take it, too bad for you. So So like, come on, really.
I mean, come on, dude. The Book of Revelations. Seriously.
Yeah.
I mean,
the dojang stamps. They go for the stamps. You give them the stamps, like the kids especially. The dojang, they go crazy for that. Like they stamp it on their hands. Like, go home and show your parents. You did really well in the teacher's English science class today. Like they just get so excited, and yeah, it's great. So, but yeah, revealing, pulling back of the veil, and remember Maya is meaning the veil of illusion, right? And if you look at the Maya, it's mother, and matrix and make and magic and ma, like just it's the basic marijuana,
Mana.
you know, and in Korea we say mandelda, meaning make, mandelda, like or maybe mandala, you know, and then there's also there's machuda. See, the Koreans, and here's another thing: the Koreans have all these old words that sound like English, like machuda. Do you know what that is in English? Here's a hint: machuda, match.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Machta.
Mani. Do you
Matched.
know what mani? Here's an old.
Sounds
Another,
like Japanese.
yeah, well, it means match. Mani. You know what that is in English? Mani. Many. And then there's like things like kure so. Just they say, oh, kure so means so. And then they say isayo or isumnida means his. You know, like in Spanish and Italian, Spanish they get esta. Oh, in French, il, esta. So is. You know, there's that. And just you know, the old word for barley is boli, and that's very Silk Road. You know, as far as check this out. Speaking of which, they found, I got to get to the bottom of this. They found kind of like this is even bigger because it's more here, like in the East. They've hidden these things. Like they're not making a big deal of it, but I'm going to get to the bottom of it because I heard through a student not so long ago. There have been these because there were traders, right? The Tocharians and I'm sure the Parthians, but they tried to for a long time serve as middlemen from between Rome and China.
Yeah, the Parthians. Yeah, they were.
And there were Scythians as well too, right?
Yeah.
And that's who the Buddha was. Sokamuni. Now here's another thing. Sokamuni was a Scythian. Now, what his clan was Soka. They call him here in Korea Soka. Soka Muni. Remember I told you earlier about
Soka and the Uyghur.
The Uyghur?
The Uyghur. They originally were called Uyghur, but their names changed to Uyghur. But the Soka.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The Soka.
Yeah, now
the Soka was a big part in it. Like there was actually 2 migrations into India at separate times from the Indo-Aryans.
Yeah.
And one was going into India, and then the other one was freaking like where they had left, went back to Europe, and then came back again to the east and migrated back down into India for a second time. It's pretty interesting, that whole story. But yeah, when you said that just kind of everything right there kind of clicked in my head.
Okay, well, let me just to cap this off. That's good. Connecting the dots, because there's a lot of dots to be connected here. We can all help out with Sokamuni and Prince Shotoku, the Japanese prince. Now, there's a location where I'm based out of here. It's kind of south central Korea. And remember, the Gaia. If you look up the Gaia Confederacy, it was a linchpin inside the peninsula itself. Gaia as Gaya, if you're curious, which ties back to the whole Buddhist thing in India, the Bodh Gaya. I believe that's where it came from, and I believe that the King Kim Sudowang, he named his confederacy in kind of as a tribute to his queen. His young queen who came from India. Her name was Ho Wang O, meaning the Queen of Jade, basically, the Queen of Jade. So, and that's where international marriage. It helps. It forges. It just the way things are done today with alliances, right? And you establish more trust and cooperation, working together to promote peace and trade and sustainable lifestyles. Yeah, you work so that you can live a happy life, basically, and build a better, flourishing, stable society. Right? It's a kind of win-win if you can manage, I guess. But so okay. Here's the thing: Prince Shotoku, he was Soka. See, he went to Japan from here. It's a long story, but just to cut to the chase, he went all the way around because they got driven out. They were Korean originally. They were Korean, and they got driven out once. They got driven eastward from here, and then they got driven about 100 years or so later. They got driven east again to a place called Gongju. If you really want to die hard, look in at Gongju, and then finally the third time, the Shilla came after. They're known as the Shilla. They fought the Baekje and Shilla. That they drove them out, and the royal family went on the run again, all the way around to Japan, and they were the Soka clan, and helped. Prince Shotoku was the main guy who helped to establish and promote Buddhism throughout Japan. So something to really be aware of and think about how it all came, say, from China. Well, Korea primarily, really, through the Prince Shotoku and the Soka clan, which Soka Muni is his name, which is like Sakya Muni, like he was a Sakya, right? Sakya, Soka. There's a connection there, it seems. So, and he was a Scythian. Yeah, it's really fascinating stuff, but and the language itself is something that really I find endlessly intriguing. The way that so much, like Jim Marrs talked about our occulted history. That was his last book, I think, Our Occulted History, and the word that in itself, occulted, just means hidden or unseen. So the powers that be, it's not like we're hoodwinked and deceived, and
well, that's the way we've been kind of brought into this whole situation. Like nothing ever was just opened up to everybody, you know what I mean? Like everything has always been held in secret.
Yes.
And everybody gets that backwards because we live in a world where they're saying, well, we have to be transparent. That's not one time in history before now was that ever something that humans practiced. Ever.
Oh yeah, jealously guarded and compartmentalized, right?
Right. They even made it. They outlawed Latin being translated into English so that the poor couldn't understand how to read and stuff,
Right.
So,
yeah. All the Catholic church services in Latin completely going over everybody's heads, all the trolls or what have you.
Because they understood that knowledge meant power. And
sure. Well, I was going to just to say that the for anyone that studied French, it's pouvoir. Mark might know this. 1066, Battle of Hastings. You're aware, Mark, how the French, that's how the French kind of came to dominate more for hundreds of years, I guess, right? And it really had a major impact on English society. But pouvoir, it just means to be able to. To be able to, it's like, yes, I can. Or Obama, yes, we can, but yes, I can. Hey, it's shifting gears a little bit. Speaking of Obama, did you all see the? And I hope my sound is coming through. It says here I'm getting a message saying I'm breaking up a little bit, but
it's cool.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right.
Yeah.
Jimmy Carter's funeral with Trump and Obama.
We saw a picture of him sitting next to Trump.
Yeah. Well, so there's some drama that went down there, but him and Trump were kind of yucking it up a little bit more. I guess. Suppose I didn't really. I have to look into it. What did you guys follow that at all, or what happened?
I watched the memorial, but I didn't pay much attention to the whole thing.
Failed president. No secret envelopes being traded hands this go around, I guess. Yeah. But Jimmy Carter, I got an email from him. You know.
Sorry,
He sent me
wasn't
an
that
email back in the
related
day.
to Biden's offhand remarks about being romantically engaged with Carter's mother or something?
Excuse me? Come again?
What?
Being romantically interested in Carter's mother.
Hillary Clinton
Who
was
is?
romantically linked to
No,
Carter's mother?
No, Biden.
Dude, do you realize freaking Carter was 100
What?
years old, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
so
Biden's
Biden's
about
years
that's,
old as
that's
well.
pretty
It's like
sick.
Biden's grandma.
Freaking,
He lived quite a life, man. It was a great life, and I think he was a failed president, but a great man.
yeah.
Depends on which perspective you look at. I mean,
Well, not-
remember 1979?
Not really.
No, I'm talking about humanitarian.
Like you
Yeah.
realize he
had
he spent the majority of his life building houses for poor people, dude.
That's right. And teaching Sunday school classes.
You know, it was like freaking. This man devoted his entire life to helping other people. I mean, it was like
He was a real kind of he lived like he led by example. The Christian is, you know, and he called out Israel's bullshit too.
yeah, he didn't like getting caught up into the friction on a lot of that stuff, but he didn't condone it. You know what I mean? Like that was one thing about him that I can say. Like,
Do you guys do?
Again, I will bring back up the aiding and abetting of toppling of the democratic system and monarchy in 1917.
What the hell are you talking about now?
he swears up and down Carter had something to do with.
Carter was a major player in that.
Well, he was Trilateral Commission.
You know, it's like he gets crazy about this stuff
Kind
too.
of like Tulsi Gabbard is CFR. What's Carter? Carter and the monarchy? What?
No,
Carter, through the use of the CIA as well as France and Britain, toppled allowed toppling of a monarchy and a democratic system in Iran.
Well, the Shah of Iran.
And the revolution, the revolution.
well,
Right,
you got to
right,
understand,
right.
like
Well,
the
that was Brzezinski.
the aristocrats that were in power before the Shah were no better, if most likely worse than what they got when it came to freaking the Shah and all of the extremists that they have in power now. They're nothing compared to the aristocrats that completely.
Still technically a democratic system.
No,
There was no interference in the sovereign.
That was a crooked empire, dude. That was a.
Yeah, and the October surprise. That was really interesting. The way that he got kind of thrown under the bus, and you know George H.W. Bush, Skull and Bones 41, former head of the CIA.
Everybody's home now.
I mean,
Pardon me.
they wouldn't even let the ruler that lost power return or come into the United States after he fled from his people, who he was supposed to be the leader of.
So
like a
why
coward.
did he not? Okay, look. Why would he have won the presidency? Would he have regained the presidency had the hostages been released?
Yeah. Well, I mean, his people didn't do the hostages. That was Arafat, or not Arafat, but
the U.S. economic situation at the time.
No. But
Probably
here's
not.
the thing. No, but with Reagan coming into power, the day that Reagan was it inauguration or the day that he won the presidency, that the hostages released, there was like, you guys realize, apparently, so the story goes, there was behind the scenes kind of backroom deals, you know, being made to see them freed, and I'm not sure what it was that took.
Iran-Contra.
Oh, right. Oh, and then George H.W. Bush, once again, central player within that whole, mess of worms, can of worms.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's something that I guess, yeah, well worth looking into it. But he find him, yeah, there again, fucking George H.W. was Skull and Bones, George H.W. was Skull and Bones, there, yeah. So guns for Iran Contra was guns for hostages, I
Yep.
guess, right?
Guns for hostages, and then they sold drugs in South America to pay for the guns.
Right. Oh, and they've been doing that even well before that ever came to light, because that's been going on since at least World War II, has it not?
Like you remember Ollie North, don't you? Oliver North.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he's still alive, I think.
You know, vote for Oliver North. Everybody said Ollie
All right.
for president. So.
Any comments from the peanut gallery? Because I want to I want to connect the Carter thing. I got an interesting clip or two to share with you here, if you'll.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, check this out then. You might want to mute yourselves out and lend an ear. This is worth. And hopefully the levels are okay too. So, but here we go. The first rock and roll president, among other things, Jimmy Carter. Let's take peace.
We have any business here? Okay. And where are you from? I want to start here and on the front. And where are you from? Maryland. California. South Dakota. California, I'll say. Texas. North Carolina. Washington, D.C. I used to live in some of these places.
Oh, it's impossible to define Jimmy. Think of him as a simple kind of man, like in the Leonard Skinner song. He takes his time, doesn't live too fast. Troubles come, but they will pass. Find a woman and find love, and don't forget there's always someone above. There's many sides to him. He's a nuclear engineer, woodworking carpenter. He's also a poet. He's a dirt farmer. If you told me he was a race car driver, I wouldn't even be surprised.
It's up to every one of us to make a basic decision. This is a kind of person that I want to be.
Oh, don't you worry. You'll find yourself.
Yeah, him and Bob Dylan were pretty good friends. Check this out: the first rock and roll president. I like to track this down.
Hey, Mr. Tambourine.
All right.
Play a song for me.
Sounds familiar. One of the things that have held America together has been the music that we share and love.
Jimmy Carter used music in a way that helped him in his politics, but it had never been done quite that way.
I'd like to dedicate this song to Jimmy Carter.
I want to introduce to you the great Allman Brothers. Might be old man, I don't know.
He was cool, he enjoyed our music, and he became a friend.
When I first met Jimmy, first thing he did was quote my songs back to me.
Bob Dylan has been one of my best friends, along with Willie Nelson. When Willie Nelson wrote his autobiography, he confessed that he smoked pot in the White House, and he says that his companion was one of the servants at the White House. Actually, was one of my sons.
My thoughts and my prayers for our hostages in Iran are as though they were my own sons and daughters.
The hostage thing, I think, amplified a lot of the fears that people had about him.
With all the odds against him, he still did what he thought was right. That's not a bad pattern for all of us to follow.
Human rights, the right to live like a human, that's something that President Carter tried to make real with his foreign policy.
We now had a president that started to see the world the way we saw it.
His love for music makes sense to me because music is the voice of the heart.
One of the reasons that musicians were drawn to President Carter, he was a man of the earth. For God's sake, he was a peanut farmer.
That was the music of change and dissidence. There was a risk politically for that, and it didn't matter to him.
I think music is the best proof that people have one thing in common, no matter where they live, no matter what language they speak.
Yeah, so there we go. It's something I'd like to check out at some point because it just, it looks like a cool documentary.
Well,
Not sure about
Jimmy Carter had to have been a pothead, dude. I mean, straight up.
Yeah, well.
I mean, there ain't no
Genesis.
doubt.
You probably read the Bible, Genesis 1. Even as the green herb, by giving you all things as meat. He was probably aware of that and reflected upon that. And he did promise. One of his campaign promises was to end prohibition. But then you got to watch the way these people word. What is that they say? It leads people to believe one thing when really they mean something else, and so they can weasel their way out of it later.
Dude, I've smoked pot with shitloads of Christians, man, when I was younger. Like,
he was a UFO guy as well, and he was actually back during his Navy days. Apparently, he was chasing UFOs, or at least that was part of something that was central to his work schedule on the the ship.
He swore up and down he saw one. He does swear.
Well, there's that later. That's later, a little later in life. So, but that's definitely something he should be remembered for. Freeman Fly, someone we had in the show, his father worked with Jimmy on these battleships, and that was his claim that together they were chasing UFOs. You maybe have heard of Freeman Fly. If you haven't, check out his shows, the work he's done there. It's pretty good. But one thing I never asked him to, I had the opportunity to, and it's kind of a sensitive topic. So, and he hasn't come back on the show yet. Unfortunately, we're trying to get him back on at some point. Our feed kept breaking up, and it was a total train wreck. It was just really pathetic. But his father died there was some speech that his father, Freeman Fly's father, was going to make, or some good revelation, and he was a Freemason too, by the way. And there's something that he was going to share with the world or reveal. I think it might have to do with ufology. And then the next day, before he could make it to the event, he was found dead under rather mysterious circumstances. And I was stupid at the time when Freeman brought us up. I failed to press him on this, like, for more details regarding the particulars, of what actually, how it all transpired. So, but yeah, there we go. Rest in peace, Jimmy Carter. Not a fan of his politics per se, and he didn't deliver on the pot issue, did he? He didn't really.
It was after he left office is where I seen him doing most of the benefits. When he was in office, like, even Ronald Reagan, he gets a shit deal for the stuff he had to do when he was in his first term, and people talk shit to this day about the trickle-down economy. Well, they don't understand what was actually taking place during that time period. Like, the economy was going to shit because of freaking oil shortages and stuff like that, and these
economic warfare.
Yeah, these people had to sit and
again.
They had to sit and watch that shit.
Same as in the UK, in Britain,
Right.
Thatcher and Reagan were the two major players when it came to changing both the US and UK.
Speaking of which,
Western
yeah.
economy.
Well, look, guys, we have not talked about, and this is one of the last items I'd maybe like to address before I head on out of here. And I'm not sure how this. I got to bring up the comparative religion. Get that group link here shared with people for posterity's sake, and do with it what you want. I don't know if we have anything on Jimmy Carter. We should. We were thinking of launching something just dealing with, like, American presidents, presidents of America, and have them all kind of discussed in one group. That would be kind of cool. But as far as the economy goes, so much of it leads back to the banking system. Something that really pisses me off to no ends is, like, Karl Marx, who, he would endlessly go on about, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie and class struggle
Yeah.
and transformative change and whatnot. But how much did he, and economic theory, as it were, but he never, like, how much did he actually put forth and address as far as the banks and were concerned? Monetary policy, interest, compound interest, in particular fractional reserve lending. Like this guy, there's look, there's something really as actually Marx, he did point out a number of great things. I think people just be, how can you not acknowledge the things that he's saying in respect to inequality and resources and whatnot. But the solutions that he offered were clearly not. I mean, we've seen them played out time and again through history. It doesn't work. It's
right.
People. It's not. Too many people get hurt. And the ruling. What do they call them? The
ruling class.
No. The proletariat. What do they call it? The revolution of the proletariat. We'll like an Animal Farm, basically, mm-hmm. right? We'll take charge. We'll let it. We'll smooth everything out, make all the problems go away. It doesn't work that way, does it? Because all they
cannibalize the classes is what it basically is. And what it was is you know the term that you always hear about, eat the rich. That's where that comes from. It's because they have these class systems, and you have the elitists that are up on top, and what they say is the poor is going to rise and eventually eat the rich. And that's the whole philosophy about it. When we were doing Roger's real-time talk show, I actually used the thumbnail for what their ideology was, because it represents it. You had the poor man down on the bottom part, and then you had each class above it. And according to that theory, the poor man is supposed to climb his way up and eventually eat the rich.
Well, and keep in mind this business, once again, with respect to Marx. And even these days, we don't hear hardly anything about it. Monetary banking policy and reform. There's hardly anything. Monetary and banking reform. We hear a lot about Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, but that's about the extent of things. And Marx himself completely ignored the whole issue regarding compound interest, fractional reserve banking, and the way to look. Do you know that apparently Ottman just posted some mines the other day? 80%. Did you guys catch this? I think something like, what is it? 80% of all dollars, all money, Federal Reserve banking notes that have ever been printed were produced just in this last year.
I wouldn't doubt it.
What does that? What does that suggest? What does that indicate?
That means the minimum wage is going up.
It also would seem to sit like red flag for hyperinflation.
Yeah.
And devaluation of the currency.
Exactly. Minimum wage rises, and once the minimum wage goes up, value of the dollar goes down.
I mean, we aren't in a Weimar situation just yet. But something that I actually disagree with you, Duffy, on the thing about people not understanding economics, especially when considering the entire CBC or central bank currency concept and the entire so-called sesame concept, which will become much more evident over the next couple of years.
Yeah, what about? I didn't mention that, but what about it? Of course.
Well,
the central bank, the CB. how does it work? A CBDC, central banking digital credit.
Yeah.
Yeah, trust
Which
the
is
central
another
banks to
form of-
offer us
which is
to
another
issue the credit. I'm
portion of-
sure what could possibly go wrong, right?
Yeah, which is another
And as
form of
it's
crypto.
tied into the social credit system that they roll out, which Elon Musk, his family they've been involved in and working and promoting for the better part of 100 years. Going all the way back to Canada, the Social Credit Party.
Well, it goes back to South Africa, or Africa too, because his family actually originally owned diamond mines in Africa. That's how they made their fortune.
And then they went to Canada?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
It's something that really amuses me. Is everybody being so admiring the entire crypto ecosystem, and then and nobody wants to talk about things like Sesame system.
Yeah. Well, I'm on
cryptocurrency, wonderful. Crypto tokens, wonderful. The broad definition of crypto, which a lot of people do not actually understand that much about, and then
he's fired up.
When you start mentioning things like the Sesame credit system, people
mention things like what you say, Sesame Street. What? Why are you bringing Kermit
Chinese? Sorry, Chinese. I think the Chinese Sesame centralized digital currency.
Open Sesame.
I've never heard of that. Is it Sesame Seed?
Sesame? It's the Sesame credit system that China has got.
Yep.
It's a new thing, I guess, is it?
No, it's been around for 5 years.
Oh, okay. Well, what's the deal there? It's a CCP, obviously.
Yeah, a banking infrastructure that is controlled by the party, and the idea of if banking systems withholding money if they disagree with your point of view, or if you disagree with their point of view, or in China's case, if you disagree with the Chinese party's point of view, if you are a dissident.
Yeah, you're punished. That's right. Exactly. Yeah. Sure. Of course. Yeah, that's right. That's a good way to. That's the way to do it.
Okay, so let's give it up for the night. I believe we're at 4 hours almost. We're getting 4 hours and 40 minutes. So we can come back and do something else at a later time. But I think if we keep doing this, I'm gonna fall asleep. So.
It's like I say with our show, the Pirate Radio podcast. I don't think we gave proper mention of that.
That's what I was getting ready to say. It's like
how time flies when you're having fun with Affy and the crew on the high digital seas and the Robin Hood. It's just amazing.
Mark just woke up before he got on here.
I only was awake for about less than an hour before.
And Jeffy come on here and got you.
What is it now over there, Mark? It's like 4
It's 3:23. Yeah, halfway almost.
Yeah.
12:30 in the afternoon here, South Korea time. So, but we got clothes to get to and all kinds of house chores and we 4 or 5 shows in the hole right now. We're behind. We got to upload. So, but gentlemen, once again, it was a pleasure reconnecting here, and I probably won't be here next week because we like.
I know. Well, we understand, and I will be on your show and do that whole simulcast thing too after you get started. Just let us know, okay?
Oh yeah. It's normal. It's the same time, just different days, unless it's late night in Korea, which is an early morning affair for you, typically, and that's once every maybe second Monday.
Yeah.
If I'm kind of in the mood or got whatever, it depends on our schedule here. So, but thank you. And I'm not sure if you're thinking, if you were to shift things, like bump this ahead by a day, I could make it.
Well, I mean, the thing is like, we have this on today, but like we also have another show, me and Mark have
Why don't
another
you
show
switch
tomorrow.
them around?
Well,
Switch
this
them around.
this is set up.
Also, I'm glad you pulled that off, Roger.
Actually, you
Tell
know, Roger and Mark,
Roger.
I'd be open to switching this to Thursday. It'd be more convenient.
Yeah,
for me.
I was going to suggest. We were talking about technical. Was going to be today, wasn't it? Because
Yeah, but Jaffe's talking about Jaffe's talking about doing it our Saturday, his Sunday.
What tech talk?
No,
Or
for
the round table.
For the round table.
Round table.
Yeah.
We could have a new season of Tech Talk on today, on Fridays.
Wait, no. Didn't Jeffy just say, like, if we move up a day, meaning Thursday for us, Friday for him?
No. It would be Saturday for you guys. Sunday.
Move it back. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that too.
So.
Yeah.
And we can start a new season of Tech Talk on Fridays.
Just flip if you're doing it. If it's a conflict with one of your shows that you've already got in place, just flip it around if that's possible.
Well, we haven't actually started.
Well, see the whole.
We did one episode, didn't we?
The whole deal with it was like when we first started out, we had issues with everybody wanting to negotiate what times to do things, and then when we did it, they would never show up. You know what I mean? So that's when I finally put my foot down and said, look, I'm going to do a schedule. We're going to stick to the schedule, and you know what I mean? And that's where that came from. So that's the only reason.
Tech Talk was Thursday.
Well, Tech Talk was
Wasn't
Thursdays, yes. And it was over.
Yeah, but that's not happened for the last. Oh, we've only done one episode this season.
No, we haven't done any season for Tech Talk.
Oh, actually, we haven't actually done.
Not for Tech Talk.
Right.
No.
Yeah, so I think we should really start a new season because with the issues with social media platforms and new governments and stuff, I think this is a good time to start focusing on things like social media companies and
see, now you're
talking about the more technical side of that.
Now you're okay with doing the alt tech stuff. When we were doing it, you're like, oh man, we got to stop doing all these alt tech platforms and stuff. Remember?
Well, my only issue was the overly promotional sort of material. I don't mind talking about it as a sort of more generalized ecosystem sort of concept, but when it gets into promotional sort of stuff, then that's a bit iffy.
Well, I mean, you keep saying like the stuff that we were talking about with the freaking what was it, the servers. You kept saying that was promotional, and I'm like, no, dude, this is what they use uniformly when they create this. What was it? The gaming web thing, platform gaming and stuff.
I don't know. I was looking at it from a wider perspective.
Yeah.
I mean, I was looking at other cloud-related projects such as, I don't know, Microsoft 360 and Google's Drive and
all that other stuff. So, but we can talk about doing a different time schedule and everything on it. But the thing of it is man, it's like I said. I mean, every time somebody comes along and wants to reschedule this stuff, I'm not up to wanting to change.
Yeah, no, we could have
every time. You know,
it makes more sense for all of us at the other set time.
If everybody agrees on the time, we can do it.
Well, yeah, I mean, they would work. That would be the best for me because I'm free on Sundays, and it's kind of, it's the weekend here, so I got, it's an opportunity to.
And kind of an insight on what kind of people we have here on Minds, and that's the one thing that I do appreciate too, because like we've had a lot of interesting people with a lot of different ways of like Karma. Okay, I met Karma on Minds Plus before I,
Yep,
you
yep.
know what I mean. It was like Karma was something else. She was just amazing. It was just and you turn around and you meet people like Bob Dove and you meet people like Do Better and all these other people, and within the vacuum even he's on here, you know.
Yeah.
And all these people I met because we were doing stuff like this, you know.
That's right.
So in that aspect.
And not only that, because what myself and Tan have been doing in relation to supporting minds, we can act as sort of technical insights.
And see, we actually had an issue with that in the beginning too, because like all of a sudden everybody thought that we were going to be help and support for frickin' minds.com and that really is something that's an issue, because like it's okay to help people out and everything, but you don't want people to think that your whole goal for doing a stream is to help people out when it comes to problems they're having with minds.
No, we should really focus, have more broad conversations about the underpinnings of minds rather than focusing on support sort of issues.
That was one of the issues I had with Bashi, because she actually thought that we invited her on to ask her questions, and like we actually asked her if she wanted to come on and just hang out with us. And she got all huffy and puffy because didn't you guys want to ask? I was like, no, dude, we just wanted to know if you wanted to come on the show. You know.
I did want her. No, I mean, she wouldn't have time to just come on and just hang out with us. No.
Well, I mean,
but hang on. There's some people really what should be done format wise is occasionally have a special feature guest that you can bring on board. I'm not going to get too involved, but I could redirect. I could point people in the right direction to contact Roger, because he's the one who launched this show, and they could come on for an hour basically, or 90 minutes, and then leave. You know, with special insights, special information, and then so forth regarding the platform.
Let me say something on that too. I did not do this. This was me, Tan, and Mark, all three together. This is something.
I see.
This is something we all came up with. We were hanging out in Minds chat, and Tan just said, "You know what? Why don't we freaking do a live stream?" Because they just started live streaming on Minds, and this is actually where it all started, right here on this show.
How's that going, by the way? Because I've not seen much of that.
It sucks.
No.
They shut it off.
It was a financial issue.
The live peer. And,
it was. I've got various comments about that, but I won't share them here.
Yeah. So, Mark, let's get everybody to tell their names and how they can get in touch. We'll start with you, Jaffe, or Captain Sinclair.
Yeah. Jaffe Ryder, Chief Communications Officer of the Robin Hood flagship to Pirate Radio Podcasts and the wider WPRPN.com network. That is World Pirate Radio, the People's Pirate Network. And Pirate One Radio at protonmail.com is our email address. It's Pirate One Radio at protonmail.com. Check out our show schedule, and reach out to follow up on all the social media links we have. And we're happy always to hear from you, show suggestions, guest ideas, or if you'd really like to support us through PayPal, Patreon, purchase of merchandise and the like. That's always very much valued. And half of everything we do manage to generate goes directly back to the grassroots, largely in conjunction with the annual Operation Secret Santa charity relief, outreach and awareness campaign. Christmas season's a 10-day affair. So thanks for having me once again, Roger.
It was great having you. What about you, Tan?
Cool. I'm Tan. I'm on predominantly mine. I mean, social media I'm using. Your handle is th2 Tran on mine. So,
And now it's your,
yep.
and now it's your turn, Mark.
Mainly predominantly on minds.com, so minds.com/Medworthy.
All right. And if you guys are watching this, you've already found me, so I don't have to tell you nothing. So, other than that, you can join us on Skype and to join in on the conversation, as well as Minds Chat. If you guys can't find us on Skype, you can definitely find us in Minds Chat. So,
Roger is the handsomest man of our group that you have never seen.
I love it when you say
Jolly Roger Hanson. That's right.
I love it when people say beautiful things like that about me, man. Just keep spreading the love. Keep spreading the love.
Ego.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
You too, man.
Peace and love. Much love, no fear.
Bye, Jeffy.
I'll talk.
Bye, everybody. So this has been our second episode in this season of Minds Roundtable.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And we do it every Friday around 5 Central, 6 p.m. Eastern, and 11 p.m. UTC.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'd love to have you guys join us in person on the next one. So do the next one on the next Friday, right?
Right.
See you guys then.
See you later.
Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the second episode of Untethered. This is Roger Hanson. I'm here with Mark Edworthy. I'd like to say hello to you guys.
Hi.
And hello to everybody. And today is our second attempt at making episode 2, just so everybody knows. The first attempt was actually a pretty damn good stream. We had a really good conversation about the topics that we were talking about. And at the end of it, it was weird because, well, first of all, let me tell you something. Dealing with conspiracies for I don't know how many years now, it makes a person a little bit edgy when you have a stream like that, and right after you mention not using freaking YouTube because of their excessive censorship, the freaking audio for everybody on the panel just goes mute. You know what I mean? It does something to you. It makes you kind of suspicious. And that's
coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, I know, like, that's ordinary way of thinking, but you got to remember, too, man. I mean, I deal with conspiracy freaking all the time, you know what I mean? So it's just something that's, like, built into my brain now, you know? And it was a good topic or a good conversation. I think it was, at least.
I can hardly remember it.
Yeah, I know. It's
Mind you,
because
we've had record video since, so
it was a complex conversation that kind of went into a lot of different topics too. Because first we first of all, let me just tell everybody what the theme of this stream is. Now, I call this stream Untethered for a reason, and that's because that's what it is. We're not tethered to any topic or anything. Last time we did a show, it was about Moloch and the people who believe in Moloch and the history behind it. Now, this one is about the internet. Now, the theme of it is the internet is a scam, and this is something that I've been wanting to do for quite a long time. And I was really, when I first thought of this, I was really caught between where I wanted to start it off at, because first of all, I've had like experiences from the time I've started doing all of this streaming stuff, and even before that, dealing with eBay and just trying to sell stuff on the internet. So there's things that I've been wanting to talk about on these streams that really there's no proper place to do it if you go according to like topics and things of that nature. Um, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do this show, because I wanted to just say fuck all that bullshit. Let's have a conversation about real stuff and stop trying to follow the leader and figure out what's popular and follow.
More like it's real stuff.
Right.
Okay.
Well, it really is. It's more conversation. It's actually more conversation about what's on people's minds. You know what I mean? It's not
Okay.
about. I don't go on and I don't freaking find out what the current news is or what the most popular conspiracy theories are, and come on and do stuff like that. But there's a lot of people who do that. You know what I mean? And
Indeed, we know quite a few like that.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's kind of one of the things that's really been bugging me, because there's a lot of things that don't pertain to those subjects that are really needing to be talked about. So this week I wanted to talk about just things that I was stuck in between two things. I was stuck between what I said about my experiences starting out all the way up to now, or about a lot of the conversations that we've all had on the Minds Chat concerning just everyday topics when it comes to freaking the internet. So I pulled together some of the stuff that we've actually gotten into good conversations about in some of the streams and everything, and I freaking decided I was going to go with that instead. And I think the one thing that really stuck out to me is why, and it's the reason why I made the theme for this show, "The Internet is a Scam," was every time I bring up this thing about the internet is supposed to be a place where people can share information freely among one another. Me personally, I think that's a load of shit, and I think that it was that was a freaking idea that was planted into people's heads to try to get them to believe that that's what it was about, when in reality it wasn't. And I've done research on this shit too, and I know me and you have our differences of opinion about that.
Well, I agree. There was a portion 90s, early 2000s that the internet was free in your estimation. But it will determine on what you mean by free, really, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, free is free, dude.
Free, what free? As in free, as in beer, or free? The old open source argument. The free as in beer, or free as in liberty.
Why can't you have free beer and free liberty? I mean, shit. Come on, dude.
That sounds good.
We got a freaking using shit. You know what I mean? That's the scam, dude. That's exactly the example I needed to freaking say my point. That's what the scam is. Now you have to pick and choose. What are we talking about when it comes to freedom? You know what I mean?
What do you determine? What do you call freedom? What do you call free?
Okay.
More importantly, freedom.
And this brings me to what I was talking about with DARPA. Okay. Now, everybody, whoever freaking does the actual research, knows that freaking DARPA was the one who developed the internet first.
Aided to develop, not developed. Universities, MIT.
they used universities.
Cambridge.
They used these universities as experiments so that they could, they were basically guinea pigs to see if the frickin' shit.
Cambridge, in around Cambridge in the UK, a lot of inventions have been created due to the internet. It aided in the World Wide Web as part of the CERN project.
See, now you're talking about the World Wide Web, and we've already had that
Yeah,
discussion.
but Cambridge is also known for universities. UK universities was known for aiding and abetting in the creation of the internet, of the 1967 post-67 internet.
But okay, now with academic roots, okay, that started between the 70s and the 80s. So, and the internet itself was being
companies like Acorn Computers. The people, if it wasn't for Acorn Computers, you wouldn't have any ARM chipsets now, because they came up with the entire concept of RISC and ARM, but yeah, they had influence in wide area networking as well.
Now this
in the 80s, early 80s.
This is only for the academic roots, though. Like that was during the 70s.
No, Acorn Computers had association with the Department of Education, but it was also a private company in its own right.
But see,
and it did sell.
Military research into frickin' the internet goes all the way back into the 60s, maybe even in the
68, 67.
You know,
was arguably 64, but yeah, 67 is the common sort of concept of when the internet was born.
Now, with the internet, they used to. Everything about DARPA was established.
Actually, to say the internet, let's call it wide area network rather than the internet.
Well, let's call it ARPANET. Let's call it
ARPANET. Wide area TCP/IP network, in effect.
Now, like everybody today, when you say DARPA, everybody thinks conspiracy theory, but they don't realize that freaking DARPA is actually the name that it was changed to is originally named ARPANET. Okay, and that was a Advanced Research Project Agency Network. Okay, now that was what freaking I'm referring to when I say ARPANET, and that is the roots of DARPA. That's where DARPA came out of, and that all centers around the internet. Okay, nothing else. The internet, and it also has ties into video games, and they use video games to experiment with these colleges, is what I found out. And the game Pong that everybody used to play our ages when we were young, okay, that was actually called ping pong that the military used in colleges, and they would have students playing ping pong so that they could freaking measure their reaction time whenever it came to hitting the ball on the video game. You know, that was the information I came up with. With what you were saying too with MIT, I haven't yet been able to find the information out on MIT yet. I haven't had time to.
Okay. Whether it's a big university drive in the US at this time. Back in the, I've just found a diagram of ARPANET's the principles of TCP/IP. So ARPANET.
TCP/IP,
which is really what ARPANET did. It actually created the TCP/IP protocol for wide area networks.
Mm-hmm.
Switching.
Distributed control, and it was one of the first computer networks to implement it.
The diagram that I've got, I just gave you the URL to, is data 73, so there has been changes within, what, 6 years? 7 years?
Is it in?
67, 73.
Now that's in the chat, right? Yeah, there we go.
And yeah, it's been published by Harvard, Stanford, so MIT.
Now, I'm going to pull that one up. I also have a diagram for ARPA too that I can show as well. That's 973.
Yeah. 6 years later from the original concept. 7 years later from the original concept.
Yeah, they won't let me pop it up as a picture by itself, though. That's the only bad part. Actually, you know what? I could probably save image.
Yeah, that screen capture or something.
Yep. Let me go ahead. I can put it into my saved pictures. I usually save this stuff anyhow, so it's important to keep it. That way I can make a cool slideshow out of it later on. And then what I'll do is I can come in here and I can freaking just upload it directly to the stream so that everybody can see it. But
yeah.
Let me figure out what the hell I'm doing, because I'm still, well, I'm not as bad as what I was over before, but
in the 1980s and has been expressed by thinkers. It has deep roots in ancient spiritual traditions and cosmologies, which Aldous Huxley described as the perennial philosophy. When the so-called Enlightenment of the 18th century elevated analytical, scientific reason to dominance in the West, this perennial wisdom, the recognition of humanity's intimate connection to the evolving cosmos, was relegated to a dissident movement labeled Romanticism. Holistic education thus has its roots in the Romantic educational theories of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Pestalozzi, and Froebel. Rousseau, Pestalozzi, and Froebel, along with other holistic educators of 19th and 20th centuries such as transcendentalists William Ellery, Channing, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Henry David Thoreau, Bronson Alcott, and Francis Parker, as well as Montessori and Rudolf Steiner, all emphasized the spiritual nature of the human being. Rousseau, although more humanistic than holistic in his approach to education, did provide some underpinnings for holistic education. Rousseau viewed the child as essentially good and believed that the soul of the child should be allowed to unfold according to its own natural pattern. This view of the child as good is a basic assumption of holistic education, which rejects the fundamentalist view that children are born in original sin. Pestalozzi, a Swiss educator influenced by Rousseau, put his ideas into practice. He believed that the classroom should be a place for meaningful activity, and he encouraged teachers to use their intuition. In the past century, two of the most important holistic educators have been Rudolf Steiner and Maria Montessori. Steiner was the founder of the Waldorf school movement, which began shortly after World War I, and has grown since its inception. Steiner distinctly referred to the soul life of children and how it could be nurtured in a school setting. Maria Montessori, the founder of the Montessori school movement, also believed in the importance of nurturing the spiritual development of children. She believed that mental, physical, and spiritual qualities of the human being are supported by a divine life source. With regard to the spiritual aspect, it was her belief that within each person there is a spiritual embryo that is developing according to a divine plan. And the most urgent duty of a teacher to a child was to eliminate as many obstacles to this development as possible. Montessori believed that if children were provided with a nurturing environment, home would direct the natural unfolding of the child's personality and powers so that he or she would become an independent adult. Montessori firmly believed that making children learn things was not as important as keeping intelligence alive. The key, then, is to develop a learning environment in which the child's intelligence can naturally unfold. Perennial philosophy has guided the works of John Miller, Parker Palmer, amongst other contemporary holistic educators. The perennial philosophy usually acknowledges multiple dimensions of reality. In his classic The Perennial Philosophy, Huxley gives a definition. The perennial philosophy is primarily concerned with the one, divine reality substantial to the manifold world of things, and lives, and minds. The main been incorporated themes of perennial philosophy that have by holistic education are divine reality, oneness, wholeness, and multiple dimensions of reality. Indigenous or Aboriginal or native worldviews from all over the world are filled with reverence for nature, the earth, the universe, and the spirit. They emphasize the organic interconnectedness of all beings. The indigenous worldviews are multidimensional in character. According to Black Elk's account, Wakantanka stands for the infinite as well as the finite dimensions. It is everything, and yet above everything, the source and end of everything, and the one who watches over and sustains all life. The major ideas included the indigenous worldview that have been built into the theories and practices of holistic education are reverence for nature, the earth, the universe, and the spirit, the interconnectedness and sacredness of reality, and humans' reintegration with nature. The concept of a life has a central importance for many holistic educators. Ron Miller introduced the term a life-centered to describe the spiritually rooted, holistic education. The philosophy of life, or life philosophy, assumes that there exists a fundamental life force, or a universal life process. The life in this sense is both a transcendental and immanent principle of the cosmic world. This orientation of holistic education conceives education as an integral part of the greater life process. That is, education is a manifestation of life, and at the same time a vehicle in the service of reconnecting human life with the fundamental life. This life force generates and organizes all beings in the cosmos. Our lives have a purpose, a direction, a meaning, and a goal that transcends our personal egos and particular physical and cultural conditioning. It recognizes that we are connected, at deep and profound levels, to the continuing evolution of life and the universe. The ecological perspective is so integral in contemporary holistic education that the term holistic is often interchangeably used with ecological. A large part of holistic education can be seen as ecological holistic education. The holistic philosophy would seem to forward an ecologically sensitive view of the educational process. The ecological worldview is often addressed in holistic education through ecological literacy, where topics such as environmental issues, dialogues with nature, the interdependence of reality, and sustainability are explored. Edward Clarke, David Orr, and Ramon Nova have been some of the most active contemporary holistic educators in this area. Systems theory is a theoretical attempt to explore the cosmic world. Similarly to the ecological worldview, systems theory also recognizes the interdependence of all things, but its exploration of the subject is based on systemic explanations of the dynamic structure of the universe, or the cosmic world. This systemic worldview is present in the holistic theory of Ron Miller, a theory based on multiple levels of wholeness. In the integrated curriculum of Edward Clarke, a systemic curriculum built on system thinking, and in the work of few other scholars, most notably Thomas Berry and Atsuhiko Yoshida, in the field of holistic education. Thomas Berry provided one of the most magnificent visions of education that has ever emerged. Education, in his view, is not a human enterprise, but rather an ongoing process of the universe itself. Yoshida appeared in the discussion of Japanese life philosophy, tried to develop his model of holistic education through his extensive studies in postmodern, non-mechanistic, non-reductionistic, systemic sciences, including Jancha's theory of the self-organizing universe. The most relevant work of Noddings to holistic education has been her ideas on caring relations. Noddings has proposed a caring-centered education that calls for the cultivation of relations of care in school, which includes caring for the self, for the inner circle, for distant others, for animals, plants, and the earth, for the human-made world, and for the world of ideas. Similar to Noddings, but focusing more on the egalitarian aspects of relationships, Isla designed a model of education, which she called a partnership education. Noddings' thoughts on a caring relations and Isla's ideas on partnership education are directly or indirectly present in the works of virtually every holistic educator. For methodological purpose only, holistic education has noted 4 pillars of learning in the 21st century. This starts with learning to ask. To ask is a natural act of consciousness in its search for knowledge. Its real purpose is not so much for the question to be answered as to be explored. Learning to learn means empowering the attributes of consciousness to exercise skills such as paying attention, listening, perceiving, and developing curiosity, intuitiveness, and creativity. Learning to learn means having the ability to direct and take responsibility for one's own learning, for keeping oneself up to date, for knowing where to look for knowledge. This type of learning is radically different from acquiring itemized codified information or factual knowledge, as often stressed in conventional curriculum and in rote learning. Rather, it implies the asking of the instruments of knowledge themselves. Learning to do is linked learning a profession and to productive work, learning to adapt to the needs of work, and ability to work in a team, along with the strategic use of knowledge to resolve problems and make rational decisions in generating quality goods and services. Learning to do means knowing how to take risks as well as take the initiative. This pillar of learning implies in the first place for application of what learners have learned or known into practices. It is closely linked to vocational technical education and work skills training. However, it goes beyond narrowly defined skills development for doing the specific things or practical tasks in traditional or industrial economies. The emerging knowledge-based economy is making human work increasingly immaterial. Learning to do calls for new types of skills, more behavioral than intellectual. The material and the technology are becoming secondary to human qualities and interpersonal relationship. This pillar implies an education taking 2 complementary paths. On one level, discovery of others, and on another, experience of shared purposes throughout life. Specifically, it implies the development of such qualities as knowledge and understanding of self and others, appreciation of the diversity of the human race, and an awareness of the similarities between and the interdependence of all humans, empathy, respect of other people and their cultures and value systems. Learning to be means the discovery of true human nature and encounter with the essence of oneself, which goes beyond the psychic apparatus of thoughts and emotion. It is learning to belong to the whole. It is the discovery of our universal dimension. It is the discovery of one's own being, and the inner wisdom achieved through self-knowledge. Holistic education nurtures this learning in a special way by recognizing the human being as a basically spiritual being in search of meaning. Learning to be may therefore be interpreted in one way as learning to be human, through acquisition of knowledge, skills and values conducive to personality development in its intellectual, moral, cultural, and physical dimensions.
And that's it. You're slowed down until the end of the month. They don't bother to tell you that. Now, they got away with that too. And what I finally had to do is go back to DSL and get DSL because I couldn't find an internet provider that was supposed at high speed that didn't do that. They're ripping people off and they're getting away with it. So I went back to DSL, which is Frontier here in southern Illinois, and I started checking it out, and I couldn't get more than 1 megabyte per second, and I'm still not even getting 1 megabyte per second for doing for this right here. Okay, and so I called up the my internet provider, which is Frontier, and I said, look, man, I need to have at least 1 megabyte per second of upload speed so that I can, stream. And he said, oh, we can't do that. We can't give you 1 megabyte. We can't give anybody that, or more than 1 megabyte. I asked for 3, actually, and they said that they can give me 1 megabyte, and that was it. And they still can't give me 1 megabyte of upload speed. But anyhow, they said, yeah, we don't have fiber optics in this area. All we've got is copper wiring, and that only allows us to, push out 1 megabyte per second of upload speed. So that got me to thinking, and I'm like, during this whole time that net neutrality was supposed to be in place and they were supposed to turn the internet into a utility, you would think that they would have gone out and they would have, put fiber optics down in areas that didn't have fiber optics yet. This is 2018, and my area is still running off of copper wire for DSL. Now that's pretty insane, but it's going on. And those are the things that I'm talking about. That's when I finally figured out that, net neutrality, they were pushing the whole thing of, the protecting the internet, but what they were really wanting to do is set it into place to where they could censorship what was being put on the internet and what wasn't. They weren't worried about, making improvements to the systems that we had, making these internet providers and these cable corporations go out and actually put better utilities out. They weren't interested in that. They were just wanting to censor what people put on the internet and what they didn't want. And that's when it finally dawned on me. But see, with all of this goes back to esoteric and exoteric. The mind thoughts. They are pushing information over the TV, brainwashing us into believing their way of thinking. And then they are, trying to censor us and tell us that this is right, this is wrong, this is right, this is wrong. You can do this, you can't do that. And it's all about money, I also wanted to mention, Rupert Murdoch. A lot of people don't know who Rupert Murdoch is, but he owns about, I'd say, 80 to 90% of all the newspapers in the United States and England and most of the English-speaking world. He, within the last 6 or 7 years, had to break his news down into different sections because they said that he had too much in one, he had too many eggs in one basket, basically. So he broke them down to make them, have the appearance of different media outlets, but they're pretty much ran by him, So that's the thing that you have to take into consideration. A lot of these media outlets that are news are ran by the same people, alright? And it's not actual journalism. It's all propaganda that's being pushed out by political groups, ideologies, things of that nature. So you also have to take Sumner Redstone, okay? And he is another person that is running the show with a lot of things. He actually owns Viacom, and Viacom is huge, so that is one of the groups that I was talking about when it comes to, the cable corporations and taking over the internet. And the internet going from free information and free information sharing to, corporate internet. And that's, I don't know if anybody else has termed it that, but that's what I've termed it. It's corporate internet. It's where it's all about money. And that's eventually what they want it to be. So, those are some of the thoughts that I have had when it comes to esoteric versus exoteric. And it all goes back, alright? Like religion was my first topic. And from all the research that I've done and all the reading, okay, this isn't something that just happened overnight. This is our train of thought. This is the way we as a society has grown. And this goes from the beginning. It goes all the way back to the Sumerians. When they worshiped their gods, they also wrote down on tablets, and they had laws and guidelines and ways that people need to work and the way they need to play and everything. It had laws for everything. And that's the way they work. They use these laws and these gods to control their people. Alright? And I even wanted to avoid, saying that, or including the Old Testament into a lot of this stuff, because I know how sensitive it is. Because you can see it in the New Testament, but I have to admit, I've even checked out a lot of the information, and it's 100% right in front of your face, even the Old Testament of the Bible. has this kind of thought in it. The majority of the stuff that's written in the Old Testament comes directly from the Sumerians, and that's just that. There's too many things that go along with it. I'll be making videos about all that stuff, eventually, when it comes to the Sumerians with Jewish religion, the Old Testament, the New Testament, and Egypt and all that, but I don't want to dive too much into all that. It's pretty complicated. I've been checking out a lot of information about the Sumerians because I wanted to stay away from it for the longest time when I was doing the stuff about aliens. And for me, talking about the Sumerians and ancient aliens and all that stuff, that's kind of mainstream, popular stuff. But I started looking at it, and there's actually some really good information in there that I wasn't aware of. Graham Hancock, okay, I agree with a lot of things he says when it comes to the flood myths, and the ice age and the melting of the ice and all of it that he talks about there. But the one thing that really sticks out to me is his idea about, DHT and mind-altering drugs, okay? Now, I've done research in the esoterics, and I can tell you that a lot of these esoteric Gnostics, they believe in experimenting with DHT. They think that is going to enlighten us to another level of being. And I'm going to tell you, as a recovered, whichever way you want to call it, drug addict and alcoholic, that is completely absurd, okay? Addiction is a problem, and when you have people like Graham Hancock, who is endorsing drug addiction so that we can become higher beings, then you need to really put yourself in check when it comes to reality, because that just isn't the way things work. So, before you get too caught up in all that stuff, just remember that, this guy, he's trying to push some stuff that's not really all smart, and Rogan does that stuff too. He's all 100% into it, and I like watching some of his videos, but man, the dude is just wrong when it comes to drugs and alcohol. It's not good. There's nothing positive about it. It only hurts. It hurts people. It hurts society. Whenever you have somebody who has a drinking problem and they're working on your job, money comes out of your pocket when you have to freaking hire somebody new because they did something, or they caused harm on the job, or they hurt themselves on the job because they were drunk. Okay? Money comes out of your pocket, so it affects you. Okay? You ask an ambulance or a police officer, or ambulance driver or a police officer, how many times they have to contend with people who are high on drugs or drunk, and they'll tell you some stories. So don't listen to a lot of that stuff. These people are just populists trying to get a buck, get some attention, sell some books. So just kind of keep that in frame. Even though I do agree with some of the stuff he says, and there's some things I don't agree with. When it comes to esoterics and the things that are going on today, and the way that we're basically being brainwashed and we're being manipulated into thinking the way other people who aren't the majority, they're actually the minority, the way they want us to think. We have to look at a few things. We have to go back into short-term history. And the one thing that I do want to bring up is brain mapping. Okay, back during Obama's administration, he funded a program that was taking place, which was to develop the mapping of the human brain. And what he wanted to do was he wanted to take what he considered as useless information and incorporate it into this massive computer system that could think like a human being and could map the human brain and literally figure out the way we think and stuff of that nature. Now, the thing that stuck out to me whenever I heard about that was Facebook, okay? And the things especially now that people aren't putting two and two together on is the fact that Zuckerberg, he's going before Congress now, and he's giving testimony before Congress about not allowing people's privacy to be respected, and doing things that weren't really considered ethical. And it's like we've gotten this short-term memory where we've forgotten what happened 2, 4, even 6 years ago, and the atmosphere that was going on there. And I can understand that to some extent because of the political climate and everybody, yelling about Donald Trump and how horrible he was and the crazy election that took place. But it's like everything that was going on before that with Obama seems to it just got glossed over and forgotten. Okay, so carved ancient worlds into the desert's face, but buried underneath the earth was something older than empire or stone. In the town of Firuzaka, where the old roads between Herat and Samarkand once pulsed with caravans, a university student named Navid came chasing whispers he should have left alone. He had been researching alchemical texts, initially as a part of a thesis on pre-Islamic Persian philosophy. But what began as a study became obsession when he encountered a name that scholars dismissed or footnoted without clarity: Ostanis. First, the name surfaced only in footnotes beneath Zosimos, Pliny, and a few Arab philosophers. But then Navid found a reference buried in a mistranslated commentary attributed to Al-Kindi. The reference described a scroll said to contain the passage of souls by the guidance of fire, air, and dream. Hidden in the ruins of an abandoned observatory east of the Alborz Mountains, the scroll bore a curious name in badly distorted Syriac: the Mirror of the Bridge. No map marked the site, but Navid pieced it together from fragments. Old merchant travelogues, heretical codices, once censored by the Buyids, and particularly Hadith Qudsi, forged by an anonymous mystic who claimed he saw angels standing with bridled mouths. At the heart of the ruins, he discovered a chamber paved with basalt slabs. The air was colder there, unnaturally so, and inside was a circular pit lined with obsidian fragments. A phrase was etched repeatedly into the stone around it in a strange mixture of Greek, Hebrew, and something older, possibly Elamite. I am the fire that passes between. I am the voice between speech. The pit was not deep, only wide. At its center, on a dais of shattered marble, was the mirror. It was not made of glass nor silver. It looked like polished black metal, but no reflection showed in its surface. Only light warped like heat haze over a desert road. Navid approached. The words he had memorized from his search burned in his throat, demanding to be spoken. The spell was not a supplication, it was a command. Noisy, noisy, you who are the sacred egg from birth, unfold now the gate that does not sleep. The words left Navid's mouth like smoke rising from a sacrificial fire. They did not echo. Instead, the chamber grew utterly silent, as though even the wind that had accompanied him down the stair had been halted by an unseen presence. The mirror shimmered, not with light, but with motion. Something stirring just beneath the surface, like breath fogging on cold steel. Navid's heart beat once, then twice, then stilled. Not from death, but from being caught between pulses by a force that paused time around him. The mirror no longer showed distortion. Now it showed something. It showed him, but not as he stood. It showed him as he would be, robed in garments stitched from stars and serpents. His left hand outstretched in a gesture of command, his right hand holding a wand of living bone. Behind him were no ruins. There stood a great hall of pillars, carved in fire and glass, with symbols etched in a tongue that shimmered even in the stillness. He could not tear his eyes away. A voice, but not a sound, entered his awareness. It did not speak to his ears, but wrote itself into the thoughts behind his eyes. You stand before the threshold of the deep image. You seek ascent. You seek the bridge. Navid whispered aloud before he realized he was speaking. Who speaks to me? The voice answered, not with a name, but with presence. It unfolded into a memory that did not belong to him, a vision of the philosopher Astonis, standing beneath a temple dome where stars moved like living ruins. He held a vessel filled with shadow and light, whispering into it in a language made of breath and geometry. Naveed saw other images, rites of purification, by fire and incense. The drawing of concentric circles filled with vocus magicae, the binding of intention through symbols etched in frankincense smoke. He saw Astonis create a figure from ink and gold, then place into it something from his own chest, a light like a star pressed into clay. Then it was gone. The mirror cleared. The image was no more. But beneath Naveed's feet, the basalt tiles glowed with lines that had not been there before. Geometry traced the luminescent dust, patterns known only to the oldest initiates. At the center of the room now stood a new form, a gate made not of metal, but of air, made solid. Through it he saw not another place, but another version of himself, standing with the star-bound robe and bone wand, watching through a mirror of his own. Naveed stepped forward, and the gate swallowed him. The moment Naveed crossed the threshold, the air shifted as if he had slipped through layers of existence. The ruins of the observatory vanished, replaced by a vast hall of flickering light and shadow. Pillars rose like great trees, carved with spirals and serpents, intertwined in endless dance. Above him, the dome shimmered with constellations unfamiliar, yet deeply resonant, as if mapping not the stars outside, but the hidden pathways of the soul. He wore the robes he had seen in the mirror, woven from the threads of light and darkness, each stitch humming with energy. In his hand the wand of living bone pulsed gently, as if attuned to his heartbeat. Around him a circle of figures stood silent, their faces obscured beneath hood of starlight. Their voices did not speak. Instead, they sent waves of thought, layered with vocus magicae. Each syllable a key, unlocking hidden chambers in his mind. The leader stepped forward, raised a hand carved from crystal. The gesture was both command and invitation. Naveed understood without words that he was to undertake the rite of the divine ascent, an ancient ritual passed down by Ostanis and his followers to cross the planes of existence and unite the material with the cosmic. The first step was purification. From the shadows emerged vessels filled with fragrant smoke, myrrh, frankincense, and lesser-known essences distilled from herbs whispered about in forbidden text. Naveed inhaled deeply, the air thick with sacred vapors that stirred memories long buried. His body felt light, as if shedding layers of flesh, reaching toward a more subtle form. Next, the circle began the invocation. Their combined voices rose in a crescendo of vocus magicae, syllables shaped from Egyptian and Semitic roots, vibrating with ancient power. The sound was neither language nor song, but a bridge, a cosmic hum that bound Navid's essence to the luminous geometry etched upon the hall's floor. As the chant reached its peak, the floor beneath him opened to reveal a spiral staircase descending into shadow. With no hesitation, Navid stepped down, each step echoing with the pulse of a hidden cosmos. The walls were alive with shifting sigils, glowing softly as if recognizing his passage. At the bottom, he entered a chamber where the air was thick with silence. In the center stood a basin filled with water that mirrored not the hall, but the infinite night sky. Navid gazed into the basin and saw reflections of the soul, fractured shards of light and shadow, each waiting to be recoiled. The leader's voice returned within his mind. To ascend, you must offer yourself to transformation. Accept the divine spark, the sacred egg, and pass through the veil that separates. Without knowing why, Navid raised his wand and traced the symbols of the one and the whole upon the water's surface. The basin rippled, and from its depth rose a figure draped in robes of stars, an ethereal reflection of himself, yet ageless and eternal. The figure spoke in the tongue of the magic technique, words which unfolded as visions rather than sounds. It revealed that all transformation was mediated. Nothing could move from the lower state to the higher state without a bridge, an agent. That agent was the divine spark residing within the soul, the logos that connected the cosmos and the material world. Navid understood then that the rite was more than passage. It was awakening. He was not crossing to another place, but awakening a hidden dimension within himself. Suddenly, the chamber began to dissolve into a cascade of light. Navid felt himself pulled away through layers of reality. Above the stars sang their celestial song, and beneath the earth waited for his return. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the ruined observatory. The mirror lay cracked on the floor, its surface now reflecting a single rose with layered petals and thorns, a symbol of the complexity of hidden things, both beautiful and dangerous. Navid smiled, knowing that his journey had only just begun.
coincidence? I don't think so.
Now, this right here is a good
No.
place where Austin needs to take the reins and kind of explain to you about the Astros, because he's been doing a lot of good research on them. So, kind of break it down for her and the people who are watching a little bit about the Astros, Austin.
So, in the ancient Hindu religion, or in the ancient Hindu texts, which are the Vedic texts and the Upanishads, these texts talk about what they called astras. Now, the Vedic and the Upanishad texts, which are the central books to the Hindu religion, they were written in an ancient dialect of the Indian language called Sanskrit. And in Sanskrit, astra, supernatural weapon, or a weapon that was summoned or controlled by a deity. And the Vedic and scriptures and the Upanishads in Hinduism, they mention over 100 different types of astras. Some of these astras were capable of causing floods that could wipe out continents, and others were capable of causing quakes, and others were capable of causing sea outs, and then there was another astra called the Brahmastra. It was charged with all of the energy of the universe, and it would unleash a flash as bright as 1,000 suns, followed by a smoky trail that rose heavens. That's and there was still another one that was capable of hollowing out tunnels under the earth. But these astras, they were controlled by supernatural beings, or gods in the Hindu pantheon.
Well,
then,
actually,
look
it's
at
everywhere.
ancient-
This with Zeus and controlling lightning, and it's we have that technology now. If we can do that now on our minute little level. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it carried on into the Greek, in Roman mythology. You see all these, and even the Norse mythology. You see like Thor with his thunderbolt, and that was kind of the astras that was started with the Hindu texts into other religious traditions again down through the ages. And I think they still exist on some level in the form of heart and the cloud seeding stuff that we're seeing today, and like the super dark way, which is that's a global network of harp-like devices or these directed energy
weapons.
Of course, nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
Those could be fall into that category, well, or chemical or biological things such as. It still exists on some level.
Yeah, and like imagine, back in the day, an ancient man, seeing something like that. How would they try to explain it? It's a misunderstood technology. They are obviously very intelligent, and they have the power of, weather phenomenon, and like you said, with the flood and things like that. But that I agree. And
Yeah.
go ahead, take it back.
Oh, because Plato, how Plato, he talked about how the gods flooded Atlantis as punishment. Well, how would they have done that? They had to have some method by which to cause earthquakes and floods that sunk Atlantis in one night. And that's where the astras appear, at least from my research, to have carried over from the or carried over into the Greek traditions from the ancient Hindu traditions that predated them by maybe 2,000 or 3,000 years. Now how the Indus Valley and cults with the Vedic and Upanishads that came out of Indus Valley civilization carried on into Greek and Egyptian and ultimately Roman tradition. Now that's kind of a mystery. We don't know exactly. The best we can figure is it had something to do with migration, communication of humans on these trade routes. That the Silk Road, like you discussed, was one of them, and that the Silk Road went back. That's transcended civilizations. There were civilizations that came and went, but the Silk Road lasted through all of them.
Yeah.
The Babylon, the Sumerians came and went. The Akkadians came and went. The Babylonians and Assyrians and the Greeks and the Egyptians and Persians and ultimately the Romans and the Byzantine Empire. All of that came and went. And the ancient Mongolia came and went with Genghis Khan. But through it all, the Silk Road lasted. People traded and communicated. And so that's how I'm assuming that these traditions carried on and transferred to each other. But also these people witnessed the same things. I mean, we're talking events that far bigger than anything that we've seen in recent history. By which I mean, the last
couple hundred years.
We're talking about events.
Yeah.
We're talking about events bigger than our great grandparents and so on and so forth have seen.
Yeah.
So it's stuff that would leave a very lasting impression.
Now, a lot of this stuff he's talking about too is going back thousands. And when I'm saying thousands, like our recorded history only goes back to freaking, what was it, 10,000 BC? You see? So, this stuff, if it is true, goes back even further than that.
Well, I would assume that it's based on, some facts, because to be such a to leave a lasting impression, like carried on through all that time, there's obviously some truth, to that footing there.
But let me kind of throw out a little bit of facts here too first before we go further. Let me kind of give you guys an idea of how old the Sumerians are. Okay. Now, while the Sumerian freaking civilization was going, the mammoths were freaking actually up in the Siberian area, freaking still running the earth alive and not extinct. Okay. So the Wilith mammoth was still alive during the time of the Sumerians.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
but to leave on that story, for it to make it, throughout time and still referred to, there's just in my heart, I just don't feel there's any way. They wouldn't have made up some story and it'd been like some Harry Potter tale, and it just carried on through the hundreds and hundreds of years. Like, there's no way. There's no way. That makes no sense. So there was obviously some truth
when you look at when you look at things like how how I just mentioned about how all these civilizations have came and went, and things happened, like the Library of Alexandria being the best example. That all the Romans, they took all those manuscripts out there, they burn them in these furnaces that fueled their public bathhouses, and then later on, what was left of it, the Muslims sacked for religious reasons. They burn it but you look at events like the Library of Alexandria, all these civilizations that came and went and made every attempt to erase each other's history. And how this story we're talking about still lasts down to this day. It not only, but how did it survive all that intact? It couldn't have through anything other than what I would attribute to some sort of supernatural means. Humanity needs this story to survive, because it would wars and civilization and natural disasters. I mean, we could do a whole series of shows just all that in each one of those in themselves. Well, the story survived all of that. I mean,
Yeah.
it was not only something profound that has occurred, but something that is extremely profound just in the survival of this story we're talking about itself. And I can only attribute it to something supernatural.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Yeah, absolutely. I second that.
now with the Indus Valley too, one thing that I do want to point out is and I'm sure you guys read it because I sent those notes to you, and I'm pretty sure you researched it, but just with the Indus Valley, the reason why this culture ended up moving out of the valley was because of environmental problems, climate. You know, the water was drying up and things of that nature, and it was said that they freaking migrated east. Now, they really don't know where these people went. The truth of it is this is a very mysterious civil or culture, I guess is what they're still calling it. But the truth is that their language still hasn't been deciphered. They have absolutely no idea what the writings, and they have found text. They just cannot decipher it. They do not understand what these people were saying. They do have these cities and everything, but they have no idea what their freaking words meant. And they have been trying to, but they haven't been able to figure that out. And I also find it odd that with the Sumerian language, that there's no root language that it comes from, and it's not connected to any modern language that we have today. It is completely independent of.
It was as though the language. It was as though the language appeared like a bolt out of the blue.
Right.
We didn't have a language, and then suddenly we did. Where'd it come from?
Right.
Did the Anunnaki teach man that which he did not know?
Well, it
as
goes,
the Sumerians said.
And it goes into this Indus Valley civilization too. You know what I mean? They just vanished. They don't.
Kind of like that one place
So did the Mayans.
here, like when people were coming over, like with the pilgrims and stuff, and there's that, I forget what is it called? You know?
Jamestown, or was it Roanoke? Was it Jamestown?
Roanoke.
It was one of the. It was one of the colonies.
Went missing.
and the beginning of human civilization. Sanathanathan gives a curious account of the descendants in the line of Cain. His history of the descendants of the line of Seth reads like the record in Genesis. That's interesting. And then we're still talking about that flood that the wind was, that Notice says that Notice was responsible for commanding over.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yep.
Let's keep going. Philo Biblius.
Now, we're on page 4, and it's right where it says, according to Philo, the names of Mount Lebanon. Once you get there, you would pretty much reviewed the first 3 pages. So I think you should be on page 2 by now. Is that page 2?
I don't know how to tell what page it is,
Here,
but
I
it
can
starts with Philo of Biblius of Heronius. Philon of Byblis was a Phoenician scholar and Roman citizen born in Byblis. That's where, but how do I know? It says
Okay,
book
hold up.
1.
I can find out real quick.
Okay.
Just give me a second. I've got them all done by pages. So, I believe you're on page 2. I just have to find you. Judging from the fragments of the Phoenician history, Sennacherib appears to be a contemporary. Yeah, okay, so you've traditions to 8000 BC. That's the part you just finished, right?
Yes, but no, hold on. 2000 BC. I don't. Let me see. Where did I see something about 8000? No. Well, oh yeah. And his culture tradition 8. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, his Phoenician history. Yeah.
So
I just finished that, and now it starts with Philo of Biblius.
Yeah, so you are on page 3, and it says Philos of Byblos. You're almost, you're less than a page. Like, just read.
I'll finish it real quick.
Phoenician Canaanite religion. And, yeah, you're right there.
Okay, Philo of Biblius, or Heronius Philon of Byblos, was a Phoenician scholar and Roman citizen born in Byblos and representative of the Roman consul Herennius Severus. Works of grammatical, lexical, encyclopedic, and historical importance. He wrote in Greek about scientific authors and famous people and their work, especially Emperor Hadrian. His most important work in the translation of Phoenician history by Sanathanathan. His most important work is the translation of Phoenician history by Sanathanathan. This work was thought to be made up, but since 1929, archaeological evidence from Ras Shamara, Ugarit, we read about them last week, Ugarit, clay tablets texted dates to 1400 to 1200 BC proved him true. He had a considerable reputation for honesty in his work, which archaeology confirmed. His Greek translation represents a valuable source for our knowledge of the Phoenician Canaanite religion. According to Philo, the names of Mount Lebanon, the mountain range of the anti-Lebanon, and other Syrian mountains were derived from the name of giants who once dwelt there. In ancient history, most high mountains were thought of as the abode of gods. In the case of Mount Lebanon, it would have been Baal Lebanon, sometimes identified as Baal Hadid. Avi Yonah in 1982 and I guess it says 1542, so that's the reference, and they're referencing 1542.
See, I've got Porphyro Malchus of Tyre, 223 to 309 AD. And that part that you just read, I don't even have it on here.
Yeah, I have the Porphyry Malchus of Tyre, 223 to 309. I have that, and that comes right after what I just read. Yeah. And so Tawadas of Byblis or Topsy, yeah, that's what I was just making. I remember that's how we got on it because you read that Toatus or Biblis or came from Biblis Phoenicia. Like I remember when you were saying that.
That's probably where we ended up going off onto our conversation about Tawadas from right there. Instead of going on to Porphyri, Malchus, or Tyree. So, if you want, I can read a little bit, give you a break.
Okay.
Thank you for catching us up.
No problem.
That was pretty rough. I could hear it in your voice.
Sometimes it gets a little difficult with the names.
Yeah. So, Porphyri Malchus of Tyre, 223 to 309 AD, was born in Tyre, or Tyre, which I always call Tyre for some reason.
Is it not Tyree? It's Tyra?
I've heard other people say Tyre, so.
Oh, that makes sense though, Tyra. Yeah, I can hear it.
And was born in Tyre and studied in Athens before joining the Neoplatonic group of Plotinus in Rome, where he studied philosophy. Porphyri was a man of great learning and was interested in and had great talent for historical and philological logical criticism. He had a passion to uproot false teachings in order to ennoble people and turn them to the good. He declared the salvation of the soul as the ultimate purpose of philosophy. His works included Against the Christians, a work of 15 volumes directed not against Christ or his teachings, but against the Christians of his own day and their sacred books. He argued they were the work of ignorant people and deceivers. He attacked the Christians' doctrines on both philosophical and exegetical grounds. As to be expected, his books were banned in 448 and ordered destroyed by the Christians. Copious extracts of them remain in the writing of St. Augustine and others. Other books, such as Aids to the Study of the Intelligibles, is a basic summary of Neoplatonism. He wrote against Moses and attacked Eusebius of Caesarea. He lived in austere celibate life. So that was Porphyri. That's one of the guys that you wanted to talk about. And he actually did write some good stuff. So your fingers on the mic.
I said, have you read any of his works?
Oh yeah, I have. It was a while back, but I read it. He was an interesting guy because he was. I was telling you about the ecliptical motions of the Earth and like the Great Year. He was studying the Great Year before anybody even knew that the Earth was round. You know what I mean? It's pretty interesting. His story is, and Neoplatonists were like that. They were really, really highly intelligent for their time. You know, so it is pretty interesting stuff. But that is, if you want to check out Plotinus, we could talk about Plotinus. He was an interesting guy, since that's where we're at in the story. I can pull it up and send you
You think
a link.
that's more interesting than the goddess that we were going to speak of, Nineveh?
Oh, you want to talk more on it? That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Now, Nineveh is a good topic. So you want to go back over the Semiramis, and then that's a good idea. We could do that.
It's just what it's up to you, whichever is more comfortable. I mean, like I'm just learning, so I'm intrigued regardless. I just keep muting because I'm moving bags and stuff, and last time you could hear it, so I'm
Mhm.
like I'm listening to you, but I'm doing other stuff because I was supposed to
Well,
do something already that I didn't.
I
But
can actually kind of go over some of the stuff that I found out when I was doing this timeline. I've got the link I'm gonna post here on the side.
oh, I
And
just got it. Okay.
that's for Samara, or whatever. And then
The names are wicked.
another thing, man, that is pretty interesting too, which is really cool, is Nineveh. Just Nineveh, the actual root word for it, and this is what really stuck out to me. Now, I'll go ahead and I'll read the thing for Nineveh, and if you want to, you can reread the Semiramis, okay?
Okay.
But Nineveh, also known in early modern times as Kuyunjik, was an ancient Assyrian city in Upper Mesopotamia, located in the modern-day city of Mosul in northern Iraq. It is located on the eastern bank of the Tigris River and was the capital and largest city of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, as well as the largest city in the world for several decades. Today, it is a common name for half of Mosul that lies on the eastern bank of the Tigris in the country's Nineveh Governorate takes its name from it. It was the largest city of the world for approximately 50 years into the year 612 BC, when, after a bitter period of civil war in Assyria, it was sacked by a coalition of its former subject people, including the Babylonians, the Medes, the Persians, the Scythians, and the Sumerians. Now, this is actually when the Medes and the Persians finally joined up with Egypt and the Scythians and the Babylonians and finally took Assyria down. That was the end of them. But they make it out like it was like a uprising and a revolution and stuff.
I was just about to say, like it was a massive thing, but they kind of teamed up and did that. Okay.
Yeah. Assyria never had control of the Persians or the Medes. So now the Babylonians,
the overturn. Yeah.
And the Scythians, they never controlled the Scythians. Okay, now the city was never again a political or administrative culture, but by late antiquity it was the seat of a Christian bishop. It declined relative to Mosul during the Middle Ages and was mostly abandoned by the 13th century AD. Its ruins lie across the river from the historical city center of Mosul. The two main tells, or mount ruins, within the walls of Tel Kayunjik and Tel Nabi Yunus, site of a shrine to Jonah, the prophet who preached to Nineveh. Large amounts of Assyrian sculpture and other artifacts have been excavated there and are now located in museums around the world. Now, the part that got me was this name here. This is what really stuck out to me after what we read about the Semiramis. Okay, pay attention to this part because it really is important. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the English place name Nineveh comes from Latin Nineve and Septuagint Greek Ninue, under influence of the biblical Hebrew Ninue. From the Akkadians, Ninua, or Nina, or Old Babylonian Ninua. The original meaning of the name is unclear, but may have referred to a patron goddess. The cuneiform from Nina is a fish within a house, Aramaic Nuna, fish. This may have simply intended her Hurrian origin. The city was later said to be devoted to the goddess Ishtar of Nineveh, and Nina was one of the Sumerian and Assyrian names for that goddess. And additionally, the word in Old Babylonian refers to Athene, genus of fish, further indicating the possibility of an association between the name Nineveh and fish. The city was also known as Ninua in Mari, Nineveh in Aramaic, Nineveh in Syriac, and Nineveh in Persian. Nabi Yunus is the Arabic for prophet Jonah. Kayunjig was, according to a laird, a Turkish name, laird the Arabs, and is thought to have some connection with the Karakoyunlu dynasty. These toponyms refer to the areas of the north and south of the Kassar stream, respectively. Kayunjik is the name for the whole northern sector enclosed by the city walls and is dominated by the large 35 ha mound of Tel Kayunjung, while Nabu, or more commonly Nebi Yunus, is the southern sector around the mosque of Prophet Yunus Jonah, which is located on Tel Nebi Yunus. So they're talking about those mounds. But the thing that stuck out to me was the fact that the actual name for Nineveh relates to a fish, and then it also relates to the mermaid. And if you remember, we were doing our research and
yes, last week, and we were talking about the mermaid goddess, and we had pictures of her.
You know, and the one thing that we were discussing too, which I wish we could have gotten more of, was that was something that really stuck out to me.
snake eats? Does a snake? Yeah, a mongoose would eat the snake. No, goose eat lettuce, so the snake would eat it. But why is it upside down? Then it looks like it would be the North Star, but then there's two of them. And so is it paralleling? Even that symbol in the middle under Collegium Fraternius, I guess it means college fraternity. Even that symbol in the middle that goes across the string, like you had these people pulling a thing. Oh, this is my research from yesterday. You see, I have like in all my tabs. And so,
Now, the Society's early meeting included experiments performed first by Hooke and then by Dennis Papin, who was appointed in 1864. These experiments varied in their subject area and were both important in some cases and trivial in others. The Society also published an English translation of essays of natural experiments made in the Accademia del Cremento under the protection of the most serene Prince Leopold of Tuscany in 1864. An Italian book documenting experiments at the Accademia del Cemento. Although meetings at Gresham College, the Society temporarily moved to Orndale House in 1666 after the Great Fire of London, which, by the way, I'd like to mention Robert Hooke was the one who redesigned breaking the city of London after the Great Fire of London.
Royal University of Meridies. So I was just looking at this right word right here, and it says Meridies. I put all those words in the beginning, and it pulls up for me Royal University of Meridies instead of anything else. And then
That's the way a lot of the Royal Society's colleges did it. They'd always put the Royal this or the Royal that.
And that's what it means. Okay, Society for Creative Anarchism. Mm-hmm.
I doubt it. That's anarchism. I don't think so.
ANACHRONISM.
This would be probably the opposite of the anarchist. This is
Anachronism. Anachronism. And it has the same. Oh, it has this one.
Does it have the A symbol?
It has a crown. I'm about to
pull up that word.
Yeah, I'm gonna airdrop it to my phone first so you can see what I'm talking about, because I'm looking at it on the iPad, just because, like I said, it's bigger, and so it'll bring us to it. And then you see the symbol, and then Society for Creative. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And you see creative anachronism. What is that?
Anachronism.
Okay, so that was the word I was attempting to read. And look, it won't let me go any further. Cat's file. Newcomers, royalties, and offer. See, okay, here it is. The royal family. For both sovereign.
Yeah. They're showing all their symbols and everything, aren't they?
Yeah, the sovereigns of Meridies and the heirs of Meridies. You probably want sovereigns. Royal. These are the heirs.
I've got one more paragraph and I'll finish it and be done with this reading.
Okay.
This is all about founding of the secret college, so after this I'll have it taken care of. Although meeting at Gresham College, the society temporarily moved to Earldon House and in 1666 after the Great Fire of London, which did not harm Gresham but did lead to its appropriation by the Lord Mayor. The society returned to Grisham in 1673. There had been an attempt in 1667 to establish a permanent college for the society. Michael Hunter argues that this was influenced by Solomon's House, in Bacon's New Atlantis, and to a lesser extent by J.B. Andreas, Christianopolis, dedicated research institutes, rather than the College of Oxford and Cambridge. Since the founders only intended for the society to act as a location for research and discussion. The first proposal was given by John Evelyn to Robert Boyle in a letter dated September the 3rd, 1659. He suggested a grander scheme with apartments for members and a central research institute. Similar schemes were expounded by Benckskite, a later Abraham Cowley, who wrote in his proposition for the advancement of experimental philosophy in 1661 of a philosophical college that houses a library and a chapel. The society's ideas were simpler and only included residence for a handful of staff, but Hunter maintains an influence from Cowley and Skite's ideas. Henry Oldenburg and Thomas Spratt put forward plans in 1667 to Oldenburg's co-secretary John Wilkins. Moved in a council meeting in September the 30th, 1667, to appoint a committee for raising contributions among the members of the society in order to build a college. These plans were progressing by November of 1667, but never came to anything, given the lack of contributions from members and the unrealized, perhaps unrealistic, aspirations of the society. So that is the founding. And then, you can read down on the 18th and 19th, all the way to the 20th and 21st centuries. They even showed the coat of arms. And then they have a charter book, motto.
Where did you find this at?
This is on Wikipedia.
This is the same thing?
This is open.
But I mean, the Royal Society, that's what it is? That's how you...
This is the Royal Society straight out of the...
And that's how you did the Wikipedias for the Royal Society. Wikipedia's Royal Society.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, man, I'll post the link over here.
Oh, it's good. I mean, you can... I'm already, I was just making sure. So you have royalsociety.org and then okie dokie, Royal Society Wikipedia. Okay, so not my only thing, but this right here, and when we're going even further with this whole Rosicrucianism thing, now you see here where it tells you, oh, come on, that's why I didn't want to scroll out. It tells you, they say, hold on, origins, blah, 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 blah.
2016.
There it is. Primordial traditions, our origins are Egypt, Brahmanic, derived from the mysteries of Eleusis and Samothrace, the Magi of Persia. Okay, you're just in my way. And the Pythagoreans and the Arabs. Okay, hold on though, right? So then we go here to this one, and why does it say it was first public notice was in early 17th century Germany?
Because that's what I was talking about. These societies were known to freaking create false information. They're
on purpose to deter them.
They're an ancient society that links to the ancient Egyptians who were the all-knowing.
Look,
if you
they even
want
mentioned
to be
Atlantis.
free, you must follow me, for we know the way.
Everything, and we got it straight from the mummies. King Tut told us.
Ancient Egyptian philosophers who taught the way of human society has come upon us and gave us the wisdom of the gods. The gods say.
The god Apollo.
That's the way they were. And they handed out these pamphlets to everybody. I mean, it was like, and then
how Christians do missionary work now. No offense,
they were doing it. Like the printing press was the greatest invention. Okay, and people don't realize that. Like when they freaking invented the printing press, information just passed everywhere.
Even if it was bogus, as long as you had the access and affordability to be able to print it, you could. But it's just tripping me out because it even mentions Atlantis, and we were literally just talking about Atlantis. You know, that's wild stuff.
That's why I brought it up on about the secret societies, or not the secret societies, but the Royal Society, because it mentioned in there, Francis Bacon. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Talking to you yesterday about Francis Bacon and creating the new Atlantis. He wrote the book, and that's really what caused the spark when it comes to Atlantis. Okay. And people they insinuate that he may have been a part of the Royal Society and also a part of the Rosicrucian, but he's also the one that I bring up whenever people say he might have also been the real William Shakespeare.
Oh, wow. Yeah. This is pretty. I like this. But I'm gonna make a sticker out of it. But
these people are there's a good chance these people are the ones who wrote Shakespeare's writings.
Oh, but if he wasn't even really in existence, what did they? And they do. They make up. There we go. This one. They make up people in order for people to have to take credit, or not even. Oh man, Thelma. We were just talking about the Luma. Were talking. Yes, the Lima with Aeon, the Aeon of Hearts.
And we were talking Kabbalistic order of the Rosy Cross.
Yes, look. Go ahead.
No, I mean right there. See how it's spelled in K? There's a difference between Kabbalah and Quabala.
And I found one that has the Q on it, and I feel like it was this one, or I might have went back on it. It was Quabala on one of them, and then it's K. And you were talking to me about how it gets interchanged incorrectly often, but it's wild because I don't think it's on this page. It's not on this page.
People misunderstand the meaning between the two. Like K is usually the secret society version of Kabbalah. Okay, and Quabala is practiced by the freaking Hasidic Jews. I mean, it's almost freaking a part of the Jewish belief system, believe it or not. I mean, you know those Jewish people that have freaking ponytails and the black hats and everything?
Yeah, but
those are Hasidic Jews. And they practice Quabala.
Why the church collect tithes? I'm just joking. Go ahead.
Or possibly he was never a thief at all and lost a hand in some other way. Next to him, on the left, lies a small woman thought to have been and known as the nun. But the true story here is the coffin set apart from the others and belonging to an 800-year-old mummy called the Crusader. Though it may be apocryphal, it is believed that he was a soldier who either died in the Crusades or returned and died shortly thereafter. This assumes that these were the fourth Crusaders, the only ones that match with a date of 800 years old. Curiously, the fourth Crusades turned into a kind of piratical free-for-all, ending in the sacking of Constantinople without the permission of the church. The Crusader was quite tall for the time, 6.5 feet tall, a giant back then, and his legs had been broken and folded up under him to fit him into the small coffin. His hands stretched out of the casket slightly, and visitors were once encouraged to give it a shake.
Oh my God. What in the world?
The crypt also holds the coffin of the Shear brothers, who were executed by the British, and as was discovered recently, drawn and quartered as well. For the rising of 1798, as well as mathematician William Rowan Hamilton, the many earls of Kenmare, and supposedly, though others claim him too, the remains of Robert Emmet, the Irish rebel killed by the British in 1803. The crypt is said to have been visited by a young Bram Stoker, inspiring a certain morbid streak that would later serve quite well for the author. And updated as of July 2023, the church is no longer open to visitors.
Oh man, we just missed it. Oh wait, hold on. And then, it reopened in September though.
Yeah, update as of September 2023.
Good, we just made it.
The church has reopened for visitors, but is restricted to Tuesdays and Thursdays with limited hours. Call before attempting to visit.
That's because they're refilling it Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Are we still allowed to shake the mummy's hand?
The dead guy's hand, right? They're like, we're putting new dead guys in, and this just in, we're updating. We're updating.
We're refurbishing.
Oh my God.
Bringing in new stock.
That's when you get to choose which side you would like to go in. You go in on the left or you go in on the right? You go in on the left, you don't come out though.
Yeah, but how are they getting the bodies?
Right.
This is Ireland. I mean,
what do you have to do the other days of the week? You know you're restocking. Come on now.
Yeah.
That's probably good for it too.
Like,
I mean, that's a good cover anyway.
I hope Rapid doesn't. Oh wait, Rapid's Scottish. Never mind. Don't worry about it. I was ready to say, hope Rapid's not listening to this, but he's Scottish.
I called him Rapid and Retro. Is it the same?
No,
is Retro game?
Retro is Retro Cheats. Now, Rapid is Rapid Glitch.
And then he does retro gaming though.
Yeah, he does retro gaming.
That's what had me thrown because he uses the name Retro in his for his channel and stuff. And then and so but his name is Rapid. So I kept calling him I know his name is Rapid. That's why nostalgia was easier for me because I remember us discussing how it used to be nostalgia and then you got used to it and then as soon as you got used to it he turned it to Rapid and then so that's why you were calling it nostalgia.
See these caskets?
Yeah, no, they look at how fancy they are. They look like Jack in the Boxes. Or if you ever been to a magician show,
yeah, these weren't peasants. These definitely weren't peasants.
But even rich people now, they don't put that much detail and attention to a casket. It might be expensive.
Rich people back then did. I mean, you got to remember, it was all about show back then.
True.
I mean, they hired people to cry at their weddings or their funerals.
Oh man, hold up a sign. Cry now. Used to cry. It's so
There's,
funny. Oh, this is the
yeah, there's the passageway.
Look, his whole bottom jaw is just like this new bottom.
There's the 3 caskets right there. See that?
Yeah, which one is the one who's seen supposed to be?
The one on the right is freaking the unknown. That would probably be this one. And then there's the nun.
Oh.
And wait, no.
The thief is in the middle and the nut on the other side.
Yeah, the thief is in the middle. And right there you can see his hand is gone.
And then the little one,
that would probably be the big guy who had to have his legs chopped up or folded up to be put in there. What do you think about that? You think somebody should do that to another person if they're too tall? Just break their legs.
No, I don't really think that'd go well. It's probably some type of feeling of inferior, especially if the person was still alive. It's like, oh, are you jealous that you're not that tall? Poor little baby.
No, we're not talking about when they're alive, man.
No, just get a shoehorn, get a casket horn. I imagine like how there's a shoehorn and stuff shoes, even though most people don't use shoehorns to stretch shoes. I do still, but you could get a casket horn. Do they not custom sized caskets now? They do custom sizes now. What is that? A fish? No.
That's the entrance way.
See, that looks like the old school basements. I used to have to go out, and my grandma used to have that like attached to her house like that. That's how you go outside to get it. That's how you go in her basement. But see, this isn't making sense because you said one of the guys had their legs folded. But what about the nun? I thought there's a little body that was the nun. There was a thief, and then there was the unknown lady. So I don't.
This is a closer one and a better shot of it. So, like right here, you can see this guy's got really long legs, but this one.
Look at the hand. You can see the hand is right there.
Yeah. Now he's the one that I guess shook your hand, wasn't he?
I thought hair continued to grow as you die. I thought people get really long hair, really long fingers.
You're putting your finger over the phone again.
Oh, I said they don't get really long hair and really long fingernails. I thought hair keeps growing and so do fingernails. That's not true?
Well, you got to remember how many hundreds of years. He's supposed to be like 800 years dead. I mean.
Yeah, eventually. Eventually, that makes sense. That makes sense then.
The hair is going to go.
I wonder why they don't use dead people's. Oh, because you're not allowed to dig them up. Unless they use their hair for wigs and stuff as opposed to like horses and everything.
Uh-huh. You imagine the people who use hair club for men today, man, when they die. They're going to have like hair growing in their caskets and stuff. It's so crazy.
Well, do you with hair plugs? With hair plugs, does hair grow back like through a plug? And so they put plugs of hair inside the head, and then hair grows from those plugs, or is it going to have to stay the same size? Like that hair never grows a different size. Once you get it plugged, that's the size hair you have, and you get the rest of your hair cut, but not the plug. Or do hair plugs grow too?
Yeah, but you hear the implications I'm saying about the freaking hair club for men where it grows from their skull naturally?
I thought that it was something different. I thought hair club for men. Oh, Rogaine, like Rogaine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now think about
this.
They
have that for women too.
Think about this. Archaeologists are going to freaking dig these guys up like 2,000 years from now, and all they're going to find is a big freaking hairball. You know what I'm saying? It's like the only thing that's going to survive is their hair.
That'll be wild. I wonder if that's true. I wish you could. Well, you see, you never be able to know. So, okay, how come archaeologists are allowed to dig up stuff like this and find stuff like this, or even just other places? But like, if they were to go to a cemetery, they're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to dig up dead people. Like, it's illegal. We know that part. So, how come there's some permissions granted to be able to dig up dead people?
There's some places that don't do it. Like, there's Indian tribes out in the West that still refuse to allow archaeologists to go in and excavate because they say it disrespects their ancestors.
Yeah. That's what I thought that was the overall consensus. Oh, look how pretty.
Yeah.
The one in the middle. Let me take a picture. This is so pretty, especially that one in the middle. I want to have all of them, but then I'll just zoom them in so I can have them separate.
Atlas Obscura user.
But they both said that. All of those, see, Atlas Obscura, all of that says that. Wonder what these says. Oh, these are the shares, the brothers, right?
Yeah, most likely, yeah.
That's what this says, the shares. I went to school with a guy named Brian Shares. I wonder if he was his reincarnate.
Death Mask. Theobald Wolf Tone.
But why? Why is it a death mask? What is
Death masks were popular. They used them a lot, and they used them for like thousands of years. I don't think they stopped using them until maybe like 200 years ago.
For what though? What do you do with it?
You put people's you put these masks on people's faces when you bury them.
Come on.
It was common. If you had the money to do it, that was like you were a cream of the crop, man. You had the money, and it showed power because you were being buried with that face mask on. So
I just think it's funny that even in death, they attempt to show power. Like how many? Like how many people are really gonna go down there to see you? Like type thing. I don't know. It's just interesting. Interesting mindset.
Yeah. See that? Got two skulls.
What is that? Oh, that's the same. That's just a different version of what we saw with the three bodies, or is it a different one too?
And then the two skulls are sitting over here on the side. See right there?
Oh, yeah, that is the same one. That's not the same picture. That one was a different one.
Yeah, it's from a different angle. See right here?
Yeah, but this one's like a curve. The other one's on a straight. And look at that ledge at the top, and then you know what I mean. There's no ledge over here. There's no anything under.
Yeah, that's actually nice wood too on the casket, or they're on a casket.
Casket.
And this one.
So how come that casket's closed and these ones are open? Yeah, this is on the bottom. It looks like that's on a wood ledge or something like that.
Yeah.
And they said they don't know. Like I just imagine if it was methane gas, would it not burn? Like, isn't it a possibility to catch on fire? When someone goes down there and smokes a cigarette, would the whole thing not blow up? I just don't imagine it being on methane gas.
You see right here. This is another picture of the first two. So you're right. They weren't the same ones. This is better lighting.
And I wonder what makes skulls look different. Like, what would make a darker skull versus a lighter skull? And then look, are there any difference in the bone structure? There is. Because look at his nose, look at his nose, look at their eyes, look at their eyes. So you would think skulls would have basically common structure and would be more similar than different. Head shape's completely different. His head is more of a helmet shape. His more of a wider shape. And then where the ears would go, this one on the right hardly has any. This one on the left, you can see where the ear indentations are. And like, it's just different. Like, they're different. You would think a skull would be like way more similar and not very many differences.
Now this one could have more wear and tear on it too. Like, you can see over here, this has a certain amount of darkness, but
yeah,
like
it's still white.
It's still got that whitish.
Like fresh, yeah, fresher, yeah. So maybe that's but see, then if that's the case, then so are we still adding bodies? Why would one be different than the other if this is not all in a certain amount of time for, you know what I mean? We're no longer putting the bodies here. So why would it not be similar decay?
No, you got to realize too, when it was actually going on, yeah, I'm pretty sure they were probably adding bodies in, you know? And if you remember, well, like the article itself starts out that it was for Vikings, but then it started going down into other subjects, and they never mentioned the Vikings